Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 4 PSP. Chapter 131 Regaining Original Sin Points. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mind Flow / Violent Ape. This is exactly one of the 4-stroke swordsmanship that Luo Wei developed during his practice in the Boing Islands, and the reference object is the 4-armed King Kong that he first encountered in the recruit competition. This is a power-based swordsmanship, without fancy and complicated skills, only the violent power of Mount Tai. Although the edge has been weakened, there is no doubt that after the strength reaches ultimate, it is also extremely powerful. Terrence's current tragic injury is the best proof. Terrence's hard claws were directly crushed under the burst of slashing blows with the power to compress the limit, and even the impact of the slashing blows caused him to suffer bone-shattering injuries in many places all over his body. Facing the kneeling Terrence, Luo Wei stood indifferently, as if a hunter was looking down at his prey, which made the two people's auras present a sharp contrast and distinction between high and low. Although you are an enemy, your strength and will have been recognized by me. Say your name. Luo Wei did not immediately kill the other party, but said in a deep voice. Terrence raised his head with difficulty, and his cervical vertebrae also shattered under the pressure of terrifying force. The intense pain distorted his face ferociously, but he could barely see a smile on his face. When Luo Wei's eyes came into view again, he said hoarsely, recognized. Should I be honored, but forget it, the loser should be like this. When I meet a strong man like you, I won't be wronged. You listen, my name is Terrence, Garcia D. Terrence. Advertisement. Although it was intermittent and even coughed up blood, Terrence finally finished speaking. D. Hearing the other party's name, Luo Wei's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. There may be some big secrets in the D family, but it doesn't mean much to him, and those who should be killed will still be killed. Okay. Garcia D. Terrence, I remember your name, and you can also remember the name of the person who killed you. My name is Luo Wei. Whether it is turning into a demon or coming to revenge in the next life, don't look for me. Wrong person. Accompanied by an indifferent voice, the dark blade cut out instantly, eyes widened AJDB, as if Terrence, who was about to be remembered by Luo Wei, his head immediately separated from his neck and fell not far away. Sin value plus 12301. Original sin value plus 1. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Luo Wei's face changed slightly due to the information flashing through his mind. Under the beheading, blood sprayed out from the severed neck, also splashing towards Luo Wei's place. He reacted quickly and avoided to the side. Original sin value. This time I actually got the original sin value. There were surprises and doubts, but because the battle hadn't really ended yet, Luo Wei suppressed his deep thoughts very well. Advertisement. Quickly sorting out his emotions, he took advantage of the sloping edge of the pit, jumped out of the pit with one pedal, and landed on the ground beside him. The vice captain's aura has disappeared. How is this possible? Who is this person? Did he cause the movement just now? Someone is coming up. Wait, he doesn't seem to be marine. Even though Luo Wei stayed in the pit for a while, the stagnation of the battlefield was still not broken, and many people even approached the pit cautiously. When Luo Wei jumped out of the huge pit, it can be said that it immediately attracted the close attention of everyone on the battlefield, who were either stunned or confused. Among them, the captains of the Crusher Pirates had the most emotional fluctuations. Although Dalmesia killed one person with finger pistol, the other 3 Smasher Pirate captains suffered some injuries at most. As captains, they naturally mastered both armament hockey and observation hockey, but because of this, when they used observation hockey to perceive the pit, they also discovered that Terrence's breath of life had disappeared. The 3 Crusher Pirates all seemed to have been hit hard, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. What's more, when they looked at Luo Wei who came out of the pit, they showed horror. Win. He actually won, and killed Terrence in such a short period of time. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength at the very beginning? Dalmesia also felt the disappearance of Terrence's breath of life, so he also showed incredible eyes when Luo Wei appeared. Advertisement. It's him, that swordsman. Could it be that he caused the horrible movement just now? There was one person among the crowd who had a turbulent heart, and that was Ian. The moment she saw Luo Wei jumping out of the pit, she opened her beautiful eyes wide, with a look of sadness on her face. Landing smoothly, Luo Wei looked around the entire battlefield with sharp eyes. He was not affected by the countless gazes that gathered, but activated observation hockey in an instant, covering the battlefield. The range of perception, whether it is a pirate or a marine, has become a breath of life. Under the application of the intermediate level, Luo Wei can quickly distinguish which people are the strongest. Marines people ignored it directly. In a short breath, Luo Wei scanned the battlefield and quickly locked on 3 auras, and these 3 auras were the remaining 3 captains of the Crusher Pirates. Let's continue to solve it as quickly as possible. After all, it's all about crime. Although strength does not represent the value of crime, there is no doubt that the stronger the person, the easier it is to commit crimes. If the action is slow, it might be solved by marine. Naturally, Luo Wei wanted to get more crime points. A thought flashed in his mind, and his glance quickly locked on the nearest person. This person is the leader of the Crusher pirates who fought with Bastille. He was looking at Luo Wei in disbelief because of the disappearance of Terrence's breath of life, and when Luo Wei's eyes turned to him, the eyes of the two suddenly found that they met. He's watching what I do, he's going to. The leader of the Crusher pirates trembled in his heart. Luo Wei's eyes woke him up from his trance. At the same time, when he touched Luo Wei's eyes, his expression changed drastically, and his heart was full of surprise. Advertisement. Chapter 132 When the Hunt is in Progress 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Before the leader of the Crusher pirates thought about it, the muffled sound came from Luo Wei's place, and the ground was kicked out by the force of his legs to create spider web-like cracks. Even if he didn't use shaving in order not to increase the risk of exposure, but with a strong physical quality of about 4,000 Dao, Luo Wei is enough to burst out with a speed beyond the naked eye. As soon as the ground shattered, Luo Wei disappeared in place, like a bolt of lightning, quickly darting towards the leader of the Crusher pirates. Not good. The team leader of the Crusher pirates constricted his pupils, terrified in his heart, and almost ran towards the other side without much thought. He's not an idiot. Luo Wei came here obviously to deal with him. Even the vice captain was probably killed by the other party, let alone fight. He didn't even have the courage to stay where he was. What's the situation? Bastille, who was on the opposite side, was naturally taken aback when he saw the enemy fleeing suddenly, but after following him, he understood why the other party acted in such a way. Want to escape? Leave it to me. The locked target showed signs of wanting to escape. Luo Wei naturally would not allow it. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and immediately slashed at the opponent with a long-distance Jingdao. Mind Flow / Condor. Advertisement. The real dark golden sword light bloomed again, and this time it appeared in the shape of an eagle flying with spread wings, and the sword lights extending on both sides were like wings covering the sky and the sun. As soon as this eagle-shaped sword light appeared, it showed lightning speed, much faster than ordinary sword lights, and its range was even more incredible. Even though the leader of the Crusher pirates, who was running away, had already run a distance of 500 meters, the shadow-shaped sword glow that rushed towards him was still in an extremely condensed state. Boom. There was almost no time to react, and the leader of the Crusher pirates was directly engulfed by the sword light over 100 meters long, and his whole body was torn into pieces on the spot. At the same time, the sword light didn't end there, but continued to move forward, until it approached the edge of the battlefield, and flew a full distance of nearly 1,000 meters before it turned into a wave of air and dissipated. Everyone on the battlefield was silent, either with a dull expression, or a shocking absence. Even Vice Admiral, the headquarter of Dalmesia, was slightly mouthed, shocked by the ultra-long range slash in front of him. Mind Flow / Condor. This is also developed by Luo Wei with reference to the Golden Eagle, one of the 4 beast overlords in the recruit competition. The effect of this sword technique is fully reflected on the sword light, which can make the sword light fly faster and farther. Just like it does now. Taking Luo Wei's slashing as a great swordsman for the first time, even with the improvement of his mind power, the normal sword light has a range of about 300 meters. But when the Condor Eagle is used, the speed of the sword glow is not only nearly double that of the normal state, but also the range is increased to more than 3 times. Advertisement. With a slashing range of nearly 1,000 meters, for a normal great swordsman, it is estimated that only those great swordsmen at the upper level can achieve it. Swish. Others were shocked by the amazing performance of the Condor, but Luo Wei was still in the state of hunting. When the breath of perception disappeared, he changed the direction in an instant, and headed towards the second sea of Crusher as quickly as a stream of light. The bandits headed away. The distance between the two sides was not very far, and the Crusher pirates were obviously in a daze, so Luo Wei had just reacted when he came close. I vote. When the line of sight regained focus and Luo Wei's figure entered the field of vision, the captain of the Crusher pirates' expression changed drastically, and he stepped back subconsciously and shouted hastily. He wanted to surrender, but the death of his companion and the incomparable power displayed by the Condor had made him unable to even think of escaping. Zheng. Responding to the Crusher pirates was a piercing and terrifying sword light. Luo Wei passed by the opponent almost without a pause, and went directly to the last leader of the Crusher pirates. A bloodstain appeared obliquely on the chest, and on the opposite side, Smoker, who also recovered from the shock, saw this scene and his pupils constricted violently. The words of surrender came to an abrupt end, and the eyes of the Crusher pirates, who had been pressing down on Smoker, widened their eyes, and their body immediately split into 2 halves. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Cough cough cough. I don't want to die, save me. The powerful physical quality has formed a vitality that far exceeds that of ordinary people. His upper body fell to the ground. The leader of the Crusher pirates did not die. Desire to go down. Advertisement. A complicated expression appeared on Smoker's face. Even a vicious pirate is still human after all, and will be afraid of death. Don't say I can't save you. Even if I can, if I save you, how can I be worthy of those innocent people who died at your hands? Complicated emotions finally turned into cold eyes. Smoker looked at looking at each other. Marine's concept of justice allows him to focus on arresting pirates, but it also doesn't make him feel the slightest bit of mercy when dealing with pirates' brutal behavior. The terrifying sword glow flew across the sky. When Luo Wei rushed down quickly, the last leader of the Crusher pirates also didn't hold on for long. Before running away in panic, he hadn't run far when he was struck by the sword glow that Luo Wei used to chop. It was cut in half at a distance. Wait, who are you? Please explain your identity immediately. After the three with the strongest breath among the pirates were killed, Luo Wei still didn't stop, intending to continue harvesting the remaining pirates, but suddenly, a ferocious and huge body blocked his way. Drake, who maintained the Allosaurus form, stared at Luo Wei closely, and there were fear and inexplicable emotions in his eyes that had turned into beast pupils. Drake, what is he trying to do? It's Colonel Drake. How did he stop the other party? Isn't this person our reinforcements? What's going on? Is Marine internal strife? Drake's actions immediately aroused everyone's astonishment. The Marines were puzzled, and the pirates looked forward to it as if they had seen hope. Especially the captains of the Emperor Alliance, because the masters of Marine were all targeted by the Crusher pirates, so none of them, who are not weak at all, have suffered any casualties so far. Advertisement. Chapter 133 Qualifications and Bottom Line 4th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Originally, Luo Wei's powerful power to kill the three captains of the Crusher pirates had already made them tremble as if they were entering an ice cellar, but Drake's actions gave them hope, and they all showed excited expressions. At the same time, Dalmesia in the distance was about to launch a counterattack against the pirates by taking advantage of Luo Wei to behead the Smasher pirate team leaders, but also hurriedly stopped because of Drake's sudden move. What does Drake want to? Dalmesia was startled and anxious, and at the same time looked at Luo Wei, who was blocked by Drake with some anxiety, feeling nervous inside. His observation hockey can't listen to other people's conversations at a distance, so he doesn't know the reason for Drake's interception of Luo Wei. However, Luo Wei's super strength made Dalmesia unable to calm down. Not to mention that he is currently hurting. 593, with less than 1/3 of his strength remaining. Even in his heyday, he has no confidence that he can defeat Luo Wei. It could have been said that everything was fine, even though Luo Wei's identity is unknown, but his behavior of killing Terrence and the Smasher pirate team leaders cannot be faked. Just because of this, Dalmesia has already put down his guard, and even had a crush on Luo Weisheng. But now, Drake's current actions have brought variables. Dalmesia was afraid that Drake would do something irrational, which would lead to changes in Luo Wei, who was originally targeting the pirates, and worsen the situation that had just improved. Because of an accident, he replaced Trafalgar Law and became Marine's rescuer, and even got the precious ancient god and evil in Zone because of Sengoku's guilt towards Core Zone. Advertisement. Fruit. Drake, the son of a pirate, seems to be the protagonist in some stories, and by accident, he has become one of the leaders of the new generation of Marine. Although the other party is in an animalized state, Luo Wei still recognizes the other party's identity from the ancient Allosaurus ability. At the same time, Drake's questioning attitude also made him frown slightly, and said, "Is my identity important? The people I kill now are all pirates. Instead of entangled in my identity, shouldn't I get rid of the pirates first?" Quote. It's a pity that Drake didn't stop there, but said with a tougher attitude, "It's very important. The battle here is mixed with many pirate groups. If you can't prove your identity as not a pirate, I have reason to suspect that you are also one of the members. If you kill the pirates, it may not be that you have internal strife." Luo Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a little silence, he said expressionlessly, "I don't understand why you have inexplicable hostility towards me, but you seem to have made a mistake." Shua. While speaking, Luo Wei suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already above Drake's dinosaur head. Boom. The violent impact echoed, and Drake didn't even have the ability to react, so his body fell to the ground after being hit by a punch. At the same time, the terrible impact easily shattered and collapsed the ground under him, forming a depression. The head was hit hard, Drake let out a scream, the body quickly returned to human form, and blood spurted from the mouth at the same time. The whole person was limp in the pit, the severe injury almost made him faint, and he was completely powerless to stand up. Advertisement. Pat. Falling beside the other party, Luo Wei faced Drake, who was limp on the ground, and continued with indifferent eyes, "You can't even block my punch, what right do you have to question me here? Also, no matter who I am or what status I am, as a weak person, you must at least see the situation clearly. Do you think I really only kill pirates? He will repay Marine's nurturing grace, but this does not mean that he will shrink back and be weak towards Marine. Compensation is compensation, but Luo Wei also has his own bottom line. Once it is touched, even if it is Marine, what should be hit is still hit, and what should be killed is still killed." After speaking, Luo Wei stopped looking at the other party, turned around and fled. What the hell is going on? How Colonel Drake was attacked? What did they say? Why did that person suddenly attack Drake? Fortunately, the other party didn't kill him, but what did Drake say to that great swordsman? Why did he attack Shi Yu Fengran? Luo Wei's sudden beating of Drake undoubtedly aroused everyone's shock, especially Marine's side, many people were taken aback. However, after discovering that Luo Wei just punched and left, and Drake was not really killed, the Marines were all relieved. The same is true for Dalmesia, he was really frightened when he saw Luo Wei attacking Drake. Advertisement. Similarly, he also breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that Luo Wei didn't really kill Drake, and then he was full of doubts. After this battle is over, I have to find Drake to find out the specific situation. Seeing Luo Wei attacking the pirates again, Dalmesia was really relieved, and at the same time quickly launched a counterattack against the pirates. Although there are still many people left in the Crusher Pirates, but without Terrence and the captain's combat power, the pirates have undoubtedly suffered heavy losses. Even before the arrival of Luo Wei, the pirates had the upper hand and caused Marine heavy casualties, but the super individual strength is enough to turn the whole battle. Dalmesia took the lead in sounding the counter-offensive horn, and then Luo Wei quickly found and killed the pirate captains of the Emperor Alliance, completely evolving into Marine's upper hand. The pirates were unwilling to resist, but they had already changed a lot of situations, and they were constantly defeated and injured. 5.0 The lethality of a great swordsman on the battlefield is very terrifying, and a single wave of sword energy can easily kill dozens or hundreds of people. Just like Luo Wei, when his blade slashes, even if it's just an ordinary slash, the sword energy that burst out is enough to radiate beyond a range of more than 100 meters, making all the pirates in this range tear their bodies apart while screaming and wailing. Crack. The recurring fight lasted less than half an hour before it was over. It wasn't because of how violent Marine's counterattack was, it was entirely because Luo Wei had harvested most of the pirates' lives in a very short period of time. If the rest of the pirates were not scattered and Marine was still fighting with them, this battle would probably be ended by Luo Wei if it lasted less than 10 minutes. Advertisement. Chapter 134 Conversation First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Victory. We and I won. Is it over? Woo woo woo. I survived. Evil cannot defeat justice after all, this battle is the victory of justice. When the last pirate fell, the nearly 1,000 Marines who survived all had various emotions, some cheered with joy, some cried to vent their emotions, and even more complex emotions. Ignoring the dirty ground and corpses everywhere, many exhausted Marines fell to the ground, sucking in the air that represented life. Among the crowd, Luo Wei, the only one who was not wearing a Marine uniform, was very eye-catching. At the same time, compared with the others, there was almost no sign of sweat on his face, and his breathing was quite steady at the same time. His current physical fitness is no longer what it used to be, and the battle he experienced just now is not enough for him to consume much physical strength. Time to go. Swinging the blade to shake off the blood stained on it, another thick bloodstain appeared on the red-stained ground. Luo Wei put the autumn water into the scabbard at the side of his waist, turned around and prepared to leave. After all, he and Marine were not on the same side, so naturally he didn't plan to stay and celebrate the victory with the other party. Advertisement. Wait a minute. Not far away, shouts came from behind. Luo Wei stopped, turned and stared away. Dalmesia walked quickly with his scarred body on his back, and when he got close, he said with a smile, "Thanks to your help, this group of pirates can be wiped out this time. On behalf of all Marines, thank you." After finishing speaking, Dalmesia stood up straight and solemnly saluted Luo Wei. Luo Wei nodded slightly, and said, "You're welcome. Just like I said at the beginning, I am a hunter who specializes in hunting down criminals, and pirates are also my hunting targets." Dalmesia lowered his arms, and with a smile on his face, he said, "In any case, your excellency's help to our Marine will not change. I wonder if you can tell me the name of the gentleman, so that we can also know the name of the benefactor." Quote. Luo Wei's eyes flickered slightly, and said, "There is no need to say more about thanking. As for the name, Kakarot, this is my name." Of course he won't tell his real name. Although he still doesn't know what Marine will do to him, he won't be careless until he has enough strength to ensure his safety. Dalmesia's eyes flashed brightly, and he quickly memorized the name, Kakarot. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Mr. is too modest, how can I not thank you for saving my life? In addition, many of the pirates you eliminated have extremely high rewards. You might as well stay here and wait for our Marine reinforcements to arrive, so that the bounties can be settled with the Sir. No need, although I am a hunter, killing pirates is not for bounty, so let's say goodbye." Luo Wei waved his hand, then turned and left without delay. Advertisement. Dalmesia opened his mouth, but couldn't speak in the end. He wanted Luo Wei to stay and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. It was not hostile, but he just wanted to get more information about Luo Wei. A great swordsman, even a top power like Marine would not dare to underestimate him. Although Luo Wei helped them this time, Dalmesia still didn't dare to be careless. Apart from wanting to be more sure of Luo Wei's position, he also had the idea of soliciting. But it's a pity that Luo Wei's reaction made Dalmesia see that the other party didn't mean to have in-depth contact with him and Marine. Even if he didn't take the initiative to ask, Luo Wei might not even tell his name in the end. On the coast of the deserted island, Luo Wei did not have any accidents on the way back, and returned to the moonlight smoothly. At the same time, During the time he was away, the moonlight was not attacked. After boarding the ship, Luo Wei immediately used his thoughts to control the ship and sailed to the distant sea. Less than half an hour after the moonlight left, on the other side of the deserted island, a marine fleet headed by a large warship sailed quickly. Great swordsman. Dalmisia Vice Admiral, are you sure that the other party is really a great swordsman? In a separate ward on a large warship, the tall, fair-skinned and beautiful Guion sat on a chair. As Dalmisia described what happened on the hospital bed, a surprised expression appeared on his face. In the battle with the Emperor's alliance, when the battle situation was in danger due to the participation of the Crusher pirates, Dalmisia sent rescue to the headquarters. Advertisement. Although he did not arrive in time in the end, the commander who led the support force was Guion. At this time, not only the cleaning of the battlefield was completed, but the wounded Marines also returned to the warship to receive treatment from the ship's doctors. Which naturally also includes Dalmisia. Leaning on the head of the bed, Dalmisia, whose body was covered with bandages, nodded and said, "Naturally, although I don't practice swordsmanship, the great swordsman can still tell the difference, and the other party's swordsmanship is probably higher than usual. Swordsmen are even more powerful. Is there such a thing? You just said that the other party is called Kakarot, and you also call yourself a hunter. It stands to reason that I have never heard of such a character." Guion pondered. Although she is a woman, Guion's talent 913 is extremely talented. Not only has she become the vice admiral of the headquarters at a young age, but she has also stepped into the field of great swordsmen in Kendo. It can be said that in the Mesozoic generation of Marine, Guion is the leading figure. Similarly, as a great swordsman, she would naturally pay special attention to this field. After Dalmisia mentioned that the mysterious strongman who assisted them was a great swordsman, she would of course be very interested. I don't know about that. Maybe the other party just lived in seclusion in a certain place before. After all, the world is big, and not all strong people like to show themselves in front of others. There are not a few strong people who live in seclusion. Dalmisia said. Guion nodded slightly, and said, "That's true, indeed, there are quite a few strong monster-like people living in seclusion in silence, but what did you say just now that the other party had a conflict with Drake?" Hearing this, the smile on Dalmisia's face disappeared, and he said indifferently, "Young people are arrogant, and they will inevitably do some irrational things. I also said just now that the great swordsman named Kakarot is very young, he looks at most in his 20s, and Derek has always been one of the leaders of the new generation. People who are far stronger than themselves will always have some inexplicable emotions." Advertisement. Chapter 135 World Levels Second Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Dalmisia will naturally not forget the conflict between Luo Wei and Drake, and even learned about it immediately after Luo Wei left. Although Drake was too seriously injured to allow Dalmisia to interrogate in a short period of time, there were many Marines near the two of them at the time, so they naturally heard the conversation between Luo Wei and Drake. With Dalmisia's rich experience, he can easily judge the general situation from the course of the matter. Guion immediately understood that she also understood the meaning of Dalmisia's words, and even for this situation, she was not surprised. She herself became the vice admiral of the headquarters at a young age, and she surpassed her peers in terms of strength. Naturally, she was jealous and targeted by many people. Drake seems to be very popular with Marshal Sengoku. If Dalmisia Vice Admiral wants to deal with this matter, it is best to communicate with Marshal Sengoku first. Guion's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and then reminded. Devil fruit is rare, let alone the ancient devil fruit. Derek was able to get the Allosaurus devil fruit not because of his contribution in the elite training camp, but because of Sengoku's personal gift. This point is not a secret in Marine's Vice Admiral level, not only Guion knows, but Dalmisia also knows it. Well, I'll handle it carefully. Alright, Guion Vice Admiral, let's continue talking about the rest of the battle. Dalmisia's expression darkened, and he nodded slowly, then obviously didn't want to discuss Drake's matter, changed the subject. It can be said that even if Luo Wei is not a member of Marine, Drake's behavior regardless of the overall situation is enough to make Dalmisia very disappointed and dissatisfied. If it wasn't for Sengoku's factors, even if Drake is one of the leaders of the new generation, Inmasi would definitely punish him severely. Back on the moonlight, after leaving the deserted island for a certain distance, Luo Wei fixed the rudder and returned to the room. Advertisement. That Terrence never appeared in the original work, so it can be confirmed now that the source of the original sin value has nothing to do with the plot person, thing. However, the other party is also demon fruit power, including Wabel and Moria. These two people who also generated the original sin value are also demon fruit power. In this case, there are still two possibilities for the source of the original sin value. One is that the original sin value exceeds a certain upper limit, and the second is demon fruit power. I want to determine which is the real reason, or both. Hunting green peppers is still a good opportunity. Sitting on the chair, Luo Wei pondered. Green peppers are not demon fruit power, but as a typical big pirate, they are definitely riddled with crimes. Once they are killed, the possibility of obtaining a large amount of crime points is very high. If the crime value obtained after killing the green pepper is not less than the other three, then the presence or absence of the original sin value is enough to judge the general situation. After thinking about the original sin value, Luo Wei also began to count the gains this time. Open black lens bracket character. Luo Wei close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 16 close black lens bracket. Nianian fruit. 6th level, 021,870ths. Open black lens bracket kendo. 7th level, 165,610th, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armament hockey. 6th order, 021,870ths, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket observation hockey. 6th order, 021,870ths, close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket evil value. 34,769 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket original sin value. 2 close black lens bracket. In order to make better use of the advantage of the golden template, Luo Wei devoted all of his energy to the application of power and the development of swordsmanship during his 1-year practice in the Boing Islands, so all powers have not been improved without the input of evil points. Killing Terrence gained more than 10,000 crime points, and beheading the rest of the pirates also brought more than 10,000 gains, so that now the number of crime points is almost approaching 35,000 points. Although it's not enough to increase 2 strengths at once, it's enough to raise 1 strength to the 7th level. Luo Wei showed a smile in his eyes. The last time he chose the way of swordsmanship, this time the strength he chose to improve was the Nianian fruit. His current shortcomings in physical fitness have been effectively strengthened, so even if Nian fruit is promoted to the 7th level, it will not cause too much burden on the body. Nian fruit is not only the first power Luo Wei got, but also a very important power. Just like the way of swordsmanship, the Nianian Zan, developed by him combines the power of Nianian fruit. There is also swordsmanship. If his swordsmanship is not combined with mind power, how can it derive such incredible power and changes? In addition, Luo Wei has been trying to combine each fruit with hockey. It can be said that all the powers of his current practice basically have a benign mutual assistance relationship with Nian fruit. Advertisement. Without any hesitation, Luo Wei quickly started to upgrade Nian fruit. After 21,870 sin points were invested, Nian fruit quickly reached the full value of the 6th level. Sure enough, it has also entered the cooling state. Luo Wei's pupils flickered slightly when he saw the fruit of Nianian that had faded and turned gray after the experience value was full. He had guessed this situation a long time ago, so he was not very surprised. He didn't rush to use the original sin value to upgrade, but first had a good experience of the strength improvement after the 6th order full value of Nian fruit. There is no difference from the previous increase. Under this increase, the strength of the mind force has increased by 72,900 kilograms, reaching 145,700 kilograms. 145,700 kilograms is 145.7 Li tons of strength. If this kind of strength is placed on the earth, it is naturally very terrifying, but Luo Wei is very calm. The reason is very simple, because the world of pirates is a world with extremely high force value. It is easy for many strong people to smash mountains with a fist and crack the ground with their feet. Take Luo Wei himself as an example. His current physical strength is about 4,000 points, and the pure physical strength alone is about 40,000 kilograms, which is about 40 tons of strength. If you cooperate with considerable power exerting skills, punching plus impact, it is not difficult to blast out several times the pure force of the punch. Even those who specialize in physical skills can burst out with a punch that is 10 times stronger than their own pure strength. Therefore, the strength of power still depends on the level of the world. The invincible power in the world of low martial arts, in the world of high martial arts, may be at the level of small people. Advertisement. Chapter 136 Fruit Awakening 3rd Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Of course, the use of Nianian fruit does not depend solely on the strength of the Nianian power, whether through compression or explosion, it can be used to emit destructive power beyond its own strength. In general, after Nian Guo reached the full value of Tier 6, Luo Wei's strength must have been greatly increased again. According to the previous upgrade rate, after upgrading to the 7th level, the strength of Nianian fruit should be able to increase to more than 200 tons of power. Thinking of this in his heart, Luo Wei also lightly touched the plus that appeared behind original sin value with his consciousness. Fruit of Nian regained its brilliance, and when original sin value decreased a little, the value behind the Lang fruit changed immediately. The body trembled slightly, and the turbulent thought power erupted from the body like a volcano. If Luo Wei hadn't prepared in advance, the surge of thought power would probably rush out of the body and have a devastating impact on the moonlight. Nianian fruit was successfully promoted to the 7th level without any accident. At the same time, under the sharp increase of Nianian power, Luo Wei carefully felt 890. Just as he expected, After upgrading to the 7th level, the strength of the mind force increased by 72,900 kilograms again, reaching 218,600 kilograms. This feeling. Advertisement. After feeling it carefully, a strange color appeared on Luo Wei's face. The invisible wave of thought power was transmitted from the body to the outside world, and where it passed, the things in the room had wonderful changes. The tables, chairs, and even the floor under their feet shone like streamers, forming tiny, granular golden crystals. Luo Wei's consciousness moved slightly, and the golden crystals formed by the tables and chairs were immediately controlled, like a river of stars, swimming around his body. The whole scene looked both beautiful and mysterious. Awakening of Devil Fruit. Luo Wei opened his eyes wide and muttered to himself. Influencing external things with one's own ability is the awakening embodiment of Paramisha Devil Fruit. Now the countless golden crystals formed by things in the room are composed of thoughts. Luo Wei was undoubtedly pleasantly surprised in his heart. He originally thought that this increase would only increase the intensity of his thoughts, but he did not expect that it would lead to the awakening of the fruits of thoughts. In fact, he has been looking forward to the awakening of Nian Nian Fruit. Compared with the awakening of Zone Devil Fruit, which greatly increased the body's physique, Paramisha's awakening, in his opinion, is the ability to use the power of heaven and earth. Applying the theory of martial arts, influencing external things and turning them into one's own ability, this is equivalent to the unity of man and nature, using one's own strength to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Advertisement. Now Luo Wei has such a feeling that he can not only control the crystallization of thought power transformed by the objects in the room, but also turn it into various attacks like his own thought power. It's just the crystallization of these thought powers now. If they are integrated, the strength of the form thought power is estimated to have 1/10 of my own thought power. If the power of awakening is fully activated, I am afraid that it will be able to form a thought power several times beyond my own. Quote. The things that affect the room they are in are naturally not the limit of the awakened power of Nianian Fruit. If Luo Wei hadn't controlled the power, the entire moonlight would have easily turned into a crystallization of Nianian power. Luo Wei restrained the urge to explode the awakening power with all his strength. After all, he was not the only one on board. If he wanted to test the awakening power, he could wait until later to find an opportunity. Condensing the power of Nian Nian Fruit, the crystallization of Nian Nian power returned to its original position, and when the light dissipated, it immediately changed back AJCC to its original appearance. Material change, this unimaginable phenomenon, is completed under the power of Devil Fruit, which is also the magic of Devil Fruit. Kong has the ability to subvert common sense. Time passed day by day, and half a month had passed since the awakening of Nian Nian Fruit. At the same time, during the half-month voyage, it can be said that the moonlight has encountered an unknown number of pirate attacks, and the frequency has already exceeded double digits. There will be such a situation. One is because the pirate power of the Grand Line is extremely rampant. Even if there are naval headquarters sitting in the town, the number is huge. The other is that it is entirely because of Luo Wei's certain arrangements, and even said that it is because of his arrangements that the pirates attack them so frequently. Advertisement. The vast majority of pirates will not stay in a certain place, but will sail freely on the sea. Without strong intelligence capabilities, Luo Wei will need to spend a lot of time and energy even if he wants to hunt and kill them. But for pirates, there is also an existence that can attract them to appear, and that is treasure. There is no pirate who does not like treasures, so Luo Wei specially arranges traps with treasures in order to gain evil points on the way. He deliberately piled up the treasures captured after killing the pirates in a conspicuous place on the ship, so that the pirates who attacked him could see them clearly. Then, when he kills the pirates who attacked, he will not kill them all, but will let some people go every time, use these people to pass the news that he owns the emperor's treasure to other pirates. Under the fatal attraction of wealth to the pirates, all the pirates who heard the news naturally came to find them. Even if the pirates who were let go reminded these people that Luo Wei's strength was terrifying, they still couldn't stop the pirates' infinite greed for treasure. In this way, within half a month, Luo Wei easily gained nearly 10,000 sin points. The harvest was so rich that his appetite increased a lot, and he was complained by Perona many times. No way, the food on board Luo Wei was handed over to Perona. Even though she later coerced Huobake to help, but with Luo Wei's appetite of eating more than 10 people's food in one meal, she was still very tired every time. Light. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the hatch, and Perona, dressed as a cook and holding a kitchen knife, ran out angrily. Advertisement. Chapter 137. Extreme Heat and Extreme Cold. 4th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I've really had enough. Say, when on earth are you going to find a cook on board, even if it's fighting those pirates? I don't want to stay in the kitchen anymore. Avoiding the treasures piled up everywhere on the deck, Perona rushed directly in front of Luo Wei, who was sitting cross-legged on the bow, then brandished a kitchen knife and shouted indignantly. Luo Wei, who was used to it, didn't wait for the other party to continue talking, and stared directly at him. He first restrained the other party's body with his thoughts to prevent the kitchen knife from flying towards him, and then stood up calmly. Didn't I promise you that I will replace you when I find a suitable candidate, and in order to compensate, I have also reduced your practice a lot. HMPH, not enough. Anyway, if you want me to continue cooking for you, you must not only reduce my practice, but also buy me 100 sets of scary dolls. Luo Wei didn't imprison Perona's head, and Perona was already used to being imprisoned, so he directly put forward his own conditions in a threatening manner. Women are born with 7-point acting skills, everything just now is completely a routine, Perona is obviously asking for it by cooking. It doesn't sound too much. Okay, I agreed to your request, but this is the last time, if you do this again, you know my tricks. Luo Wei leaned down and squeezed the other person delicately Joan nose. Understood, you still don't let me go. Although Luo Wei let go quickly, but he didn't know if his nose was pinched or because of the punishment Luo Wei mentioned, Perona blushed a little, and stared at Luo Wei in embarrassment. Advertisement. Luo Wei smiled slightly and released the restraint on the opponent. Recovering freedom, Perona didn't say anything, turned around and was ready to go back to the cabin to continue cooking. But she had just turned around, and suddenly she seemed to have sensed something, and quickly turned around again, looking at Luo Wei in surprise. What's going on? Why is it so cold here? The weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable, and the weather right now is hot summer, with the scorching sun hanging high and the temperature scorching hot. But now, the Bow area where Luo Wei is located seems to have an air conditioner, and the temperature is very cool, which surprised Perona who reacted. Cool, look, this is the benefit of cultivation, you don't understand the specific reason, anyway, you just need to know that this is a new ability that I developed through the development of devil fruit. Luo Wei said with a smile. Perona became even more curious. No, isn't your ability Nianian fruit, how can you lower the temperature? Didn't I tell you that devil fruit has infinite possibilities, and what limits its growth is only your own imagination? Luo Wei said seriously. Perona was slightly taken aback, and then thought about it. Although she often quarreled with Luo Wei, she never doubted Luo Wei in terms of cultivation. If the weather is still this hot at night, you can go to my room to cool down for a while, I'll give you extra food later. Perona's brain circuit suddenly turned a corner, and she blurted out. The last half of the sentence was obviously added, obviously because he thought that he would not be able to order Luo Wei to do things, so he planned to use food to lure him. Advertisement. Why is it so troublesome? Wouldn't it be better for me to sleep directly in your room? Luo Wei said with a dark face as the veins throbbed on his forehead. Perona opened her eyes wide, backed away in fright, and shook her head again and again. I'm just joking, ha ha ha, you're busy, I'm going to cook. While speaking, Perona rushed back to the cabin as if fleeing. Luo Wei shook his head watching this scene, and then continued his practice. Sitting cross-legged on the deck very casually, he raised his hands as if lifting them up, and saw that the cold air like white mist emanated from the left palm immediately, while the scorching heat that distorted the air rose from the right palm like a boiler. One cold and one hot, two diametrically opposite forces were demonstrated by Luo Wei in this way, and it was the Nianian fruit that prompted these two forces to be produced. After the awakening of Nian fruit, in addition to the ability to affect external things, my control of Nian power has also reached a level similar to fine, but it is still a bit too reluctant to control the movement of atoms. 0. Seeking flowers. Staring at the two opposing forces on the palm of his hand, Luo Wei pondered. The awakening of Paramecia, or the awakening power of Nianian fruit far exceeded Luo Wei's estimation. In the past half-month, after he had a deeper understanding of the awakening power of Nian fruit, he unexpectedly discovered another ability to affect external objects. The ability to affect external things is only a rough term. Advertisement. Although devil fruit is a supernatural power, all matter in the world is ultimately composed of atoms. I don't know about other people's situation, but after digging deeply into the power of awakening these days, Luo Wei accidentally discovered that his mind power can touch the atomic level after awakening. 0. The high and low temperature generated by his hands now is the ability derived from atoms. Although Luo Wei was a scumbag in his previous life, he has received a modern education, so he naturally knows that the source of temperature depends on the degree of movement of atoms. The more intense the movement of atoms, the higher the high temperature will be produced, and vice versa will produce low temperature. Just like now, under the control of the mindful thought power, Luo Wei has finally controlled the atoms that make up the air. The left palm slows down the atomic movement to form a low temperature cold air, while the palm intensifies the atomic movement to produce a high temperature scorching heat. However, it is very difficult to control the movement of atoms. Even if Luo Wei pushes the Nianian fruit with all his strength, he can only produce cold air with a low temperature of less than 50 degrees below zero and hot air with a high temperature of nearly 100 degrees. This level of high and low temperature may be lethal to ordinary people, but it is not much of a threat to masters who basically have superhuman bodies in this world. Of course, the control over atoms depends on Luo Wei's own strength of mind. As the strength of mind increases, the control over atoms can naturally be strengthened. Extremely cold and extremely hot, these are two powers no less than frozen fruit and mara fruit. There is no doubt that the potential is very large. When the strength of the mind increases in the future, these two powers will definitely develop into powerful powers. A gleam flashed in Luo Wei's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Dot 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 dot. F. Advertisement. Chapter 138 Leaping Over the Red Line First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After half a month of voyage, even if Luo Wei didn't use too much mental force to boost the speed of the voyage in order to lure more pirates to his door, he still reached the sea area near Reversing Mountain. It is worth mentioning that the moonlight passed Little Garden on the way, and Luo Wei also considered whether to hunt and kill the two giant leaders on the island. It was only later that he recalled the plot of the original novel and found that although the two giants were pirates, they were not vicious characters, but more like adventurers like Luffy, so he let them go. Hunting the two giants, Dory and Brigitte, may bring a lot of crime points, but Luo Wei does not mean that the other party will hunt and kill if they have evil points. What he really wants to hunt are those mobs who kill innocent people indiscriminately, not those who kill for self-preservation. Luo Wei knew that 683 said that he was not a good person, but he also had his own bottom line, and he didn't want to turn himself into a killing machine worthy of crime. Red Line, like Calm Belt, divides the planet One Piece world into two halves. After passing through Little Garden for a few days, the moonlight successfully arrived at the small island pointed by the permanent pointer obtained by Luo Wei, and this small island is also one of the places closest to Reversing Mountain. According to the original plan, the way to enter West Blue is to wait for the special period when the upside-down mountain and ocean currents reverse, but after the Nianian fruit reached the 7th level, Luo Wei chose a more convenient method. Advertisement. After a short resupply, the moonlight immediately set off to the nearest red line. Hey, didn't you come here for real? Didn't you just wait for a while? Hurry up. The moonlight rises and falls with the waves, and about 100 meters ahead is a red cliff. Whether you look up or to the sides, you can't see the end. This is the red line. On the deck, after Luo Wei learned of the next way to cross the red line, Perona almost knelt down. She tightly grasped Luo Wei's sleeve, and continued to persuade as if crying. It's too late, let's get ready to take off. Luo Wei replied casually, and then instantly activated his mental power, sending it to the main ship. Boom! A mighty power exploded, and the moonlight was trembling, pulled out of the sea, like a hot air balloon, flying towards the top of the Red 10 continent. Ah! During the ascent, Perona hugged Luo Wei in horror and screamed. At the same time, she could see where the rudder was. The convenient way Luo Wei chose to enter West Blue is none other than he used his mind to lift the moonlight and fly directly from the sky to the red line. Including the materials on board, the weight of the moonlight is about 100 tons. With the power of the 7th level Nian Nian fruit, Luo Wei wants to lift it into the sky. Although it can't be said to be easy, it is not too much pressure. For Perona, who was hanging on his body and screaming, Luo Wei even had the strength to imprison the opponent's mouth, and then calmly manipulated the boat to keep climbing. Advertisement. Don't yell at every turn, isn't it just that the ship is flying, with such a little endurance, I think your practice is still too little. Luo Wei lifted Perona, who could not speak, from his body, and held it in his hands like a kitten. Perona, whose mouth was imprisoned, flushed red like a mad lioness, waving her hands wildly, trying to get rid of such a humiliating state. However, due to the disparity in strength, Luo Wei suppressed her with one hand, and then continued to hold her in the air. Even if it is a cliff, under Luo Wei's constant urging force, the moonlight rushed up to the red line in less than 10 minutes, and then it was nearly 100 meters high above the land, and rushed directly towards the direction of West Blue without pausing. Medical. Boom boom boom. The violent bombardment echoed continuously, and the shells fell into the sea, immediately blasting water columns, which also made the waves of the sea surface more and more turbulent. Here is an area of West Blue near the red line. The bombardment is exactly the two fleets that are fighting. On the turbulent sea, you can see the wreckage of many ships and people who fell into the water. It can be seen that the two fleets have been fighting for a while. At the same time, from the number of existing ships on both sides, it is enough to find that one side of this battle has already taken advantage. One fleet still has 7 or 8 ships, while the other fleet has only 3 ships left, and the lineup that has been double-teamed has been forced to the edge of the red line. Quick, keep firing, don't let them get away. Advertisement. Hey, you really asked for a dead end. A mere second-rate gangster dared to disobey the orders of our Don Quixote family. Now, everyone must die. What Scarlet Tiger? It's not vulnerable to our Don Quixote family. In the fleet that had the upper hand, many people showed sneer and contempt when they saw the fleet that was driven to a dead end, and at the same time, their posture was extremely arrogant. This fleet has the upper hand, whether it is the flag hanging on the mast or the pattern depicted on the sail. It is a skull with a smiley face and a slash, and this is exactly what 7 warlords of the sea, unique emblem of the Don Quixote family. As for the fleet with only 3 ships left on the opposite side, there is a blood-red whole body on the flags and sails hanging on their masts, like a roaring tiger. West Blue is rich in mafia gangs, and the Crimson Tiger emblem is owned by a gang in West Blue, named Scarlet Tiger, and it is also a second-rate force among the many gangs in West Blue. In Don Quixote family's 4.2 fleet, there is a main ship that is comparable to a large warship in the center. At the bow, 2 powerful figures stare at the Scarlet Tiger's fleet. It's really fragile. I thought I would be able to have a good time at West Blue this time, but I didn't expect it to end so soon. After looking at it for a while, the tall figure dressed like an Indian with two facial lines on his face said contemptuously with a haughty attitude. This person is Diamante, the highest cadre of the Cube Army in the Don Quixote family. As for the other person standing with Diamante, he is also a member of the Cube Army and one of the cadres in the Don Quixote family, Rao Ji. Chapter 139. An Unexpected Encounter, Second Change. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Don't say that. After all, the target this time is only the second-rate gangsters in West Blue. If it's those top gangsters, it's still difficult to deal with, G. Although Lao Ji, who was wearing tights, looked old, his voice was full of air, and he even made a strange G-shaped gesture with both hands at the end of his speech. Diamante didn't care about the top underworld forces that Lao Ji said, not to mention that their family has become a Shichibukai force. Even before, the power of the Don Quixote family was not afraid of any forces in the underground world. Then again, this gangster called Crimson Tiger is really lucky to be able to get a precious zone ancient seed devil fruit. If it wasn't for Dover's need, this gangster might really be able to grow stronger with this devil fruit. Unable to tell whether it was emotion or sarcasm, Diamante grinned and said, "The law of this world is that naked power is paramount, and devil fruit, oh 9, especially the powerful devil fruit is one of the sources of power emperor. As long as there is strong power, no matter whether it is an individual or a force, it can develop rapidly, and the devil fruit of Zone's ancient species is undoubtedly the best source of power. However, treasures also need matching power to enjoy. It's like now. Although Don Quixote family has captured Dressrosa this year, under the harsh environment of New World and greater ambition, Doflamingo wants to catch Beast's pirates, one of the 4 emperors." Advertisement. As we all know, Beast's pirates have a soft spot for Zone devil fruit, especially the ancient species and phantom beast species that surpass ordinary Zone, which is enough to attract the attention of Beast's pirates Captain Kaido. Doflamingo wanted to catch up with the Beast's pirates, so he had to come up with enough gifts, so he launched the powerful intelligence force he built to find the powerful Zone devil fruit. In the end, Doflamingo discovered the ancient species devil fruit accidentally obtained by the Crimson Tiger, and in order to avoid accidents, he directly sent Diamante and Rao Ji to West Blue to snatch it. Things are developing as they are now. Even if only one top cadre and one cadre are mobilized, the strength of the Don Quixote family is not something that the Crimson Tiger, who is a second-rate underworld force in West Blue, can resist. Under the disparity in combat power, the leader of the Scarlet Tiger who was unwilling to give up could only escape with the remaining subordinates, but he was still chased by Diamante and the other 2, and now he is also in a desperate situation. With the current battle situation, the defeat of the Crimson Tiger can be said to have basically been determined. Damn it, is there really no chance? On one of the ships of the Crimson Tiger fleet, Lev, who was holding the devil fruit treasure box tightly, was full of unwillingness and anger in his heart. He is the leader of the Crimson Tiger. Unwilling, he looked down at the box in his arms with an uncertain expression. The persecution of Diamante and the others really gave him the urge to desperately eat the devil fruit in the box first. Advertisement. In this way, even if you die, the enemy will not be able to please you. It's just that Lev is a little scared. He is afraid of death. The devil fruit in the treasure box is not only an ominous thing that brings disaster, but it is also the only thing that can save his life. If he really loses, he still has a chance to use devil fruit in exchange for a chance to survive. Until the last moment, Lev still lacked the courage to fight to the death, and because of this, he could only watch helplessly as his fleet was destroyed. The fighting continued, and after being forced to the edge of the red line, the Don Quixote family fleet, which formed a triangle double-team formation, quickly approached and launched a fierce bombardment, intent to completely defeat the Scarlet Tiger. The sky is a blind spot, even the watchman will basically ignore the detection of the sky, so neither the Don Quixote family nor the Crimson Red have noticed that there is a ship slowly landing above their heads at this time. The violent bombardment can be heard even several kilometers away. Luo Wei, who crossed the red line from the sky, controlled the moonlight with his mind, and landed along the cliff of the red line near West Blue, naturally immediately discovered the battle at sea below. Letting go of Perona in his hand, Luo Wei jumped onto one side of the guardrail, then looked down at the sea below, and then saw the 2 fleets fighting fiercely under the red line cliff. Interesting, just entered West Blue and encountered a battle. I don't know what the identities of these 2 fleets are. It would be best if they were pirates or underworld forces. Luo Wei's eyes flickered slightly, and his face revealed a playful look, but he accelerated the speed of landing, wanting to confirm the identities of the 2 fleets fighting below. Advertisement. Damn bastard, you know how to bully me every time. Perona, who was almost sitting on the ground, stood up in embarrassment, and when she found that the restraint on her mouth had disappeared, she looked at Luo Wei who was standing on the guardrail angrily, and 920 muttered indignantly in her heart. Ignoring the resentment coming from behind, Luo Wei controlled the moonlight to land at an accelerated speed, and gradually saw the emblems of the 2 battle fleets on the sea below. Of course he doesn't know the Scarlet Tiger, but he is familiar with the emblem of the Don Quixote family. He immediately frowned when he saw the smiling skull on the sail of the Don Quixote family fleet. The fleet that has the upper hand is actually the Don Quixote family. Luo Wei was a little surprised, but he also became more interested. Concentrate. Observation Haki is launched instantly, sensing the breath on the Don Quixote family fleet. Sure enough, there are masters, and their strength has reached the powerful level. Do they have the cadres of the Don Quixote family? Using observation Haki to sense the strength of the aura, two particularly powerful auras quickly entered Luo Wei's perception, which made his eyes light up. Don Quixote family is also a typical pirate, and it is more vicious and brutal than ordinary pirates. Although the strength of the sensed two auras is not weak, they are still far from the level that Luo Wei can't deal with, which means that Doflamingo should not be among them. Advertisement. Chapter 140 Hunting begins. Third update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The idea of hunting appeared in Luo Wei's mind almost instantly. Although Doflamingo's strength is likely to have reached the upper middle level of dominance level combat power, it is not enough to make Luo Wei fear the opponent. When encountering a group of people within his hunting range, he will naturally not let them go easily. Then let me see the level of Don Quixote family. Luo Wei smiled lightly, and without any hesitation, he controlled the moonlight to quickly land towards the sea surface not far from the battle area between the two fleets. How is it possible? A boat never got on and fell off. What kind of dream are you talking about? FK, it actually happened. Quote. Unlike the Crimson Tigers who were exhausted on defense, the people in the Don Quixote family fleet were much more relaxed, and the observers didn't even let go of their surroundings. Although the moonlight landed outside the battle zone, the distance was not too far. As the altitude decreased, it was naturally spotted by many observers of the Don Quixote family fleet. All of them stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths, showing incredible expression. Boom. Advertisement. Landing quickly, the moonlight reached the sea surface smoothly, and the hull was pressed into the sea surface, immediately setting off waves. Under the control of mental power, the hull did not shake too much. At the same time, Luo Wei, who was standing on the guardrail, also turned to look at Perona on the deck. Get ready to fight. The fleet over there will be handled by you. It is a test of your practice for the past few days. If you do well, I will give you 3 days off. Luo Wei pointed to the fleet where the Scarlet Tiger was located and said with a smile. Really? That's what you said? Perona subconsciously looked in the direction Luo Wei pointed, and her eyes lit up immediately after hearing what Luo Wei said. Although compared with when she was in Gecko Moria, she has already realized a certain degree of spiritual practice under the guidance of Luo Wei. But compared to the cultivation planet that Luo Wei set for her, her awareness is still far behind, so when she heard that there was a 3-day vacation reward, Perona was pleasantly surprised. Of course, so perform well. Luo Wei chuckled, then turned around and jumped out, and immediately flew into the air, shooting towards Don Quixote family. Huo Bakei, if you don't come here, you will take care of my body later, you know. Seeing this, Perona quickly yelled at Hobak who was not far away, and then sat down on the deck. Her body fell down as if she was asleep. At the same time, as if his soul had come out of his body, Perona escaped from his body in the form of a ghost, and quickly flew towards the fleet where the Scarlet Tiger was. Although it was delayed for a while, the way it appeared was so surprising that the observers of the Don Quixote family had no time to report this situation to the entire fleet. With a distance of less than 1 kilometer, Luo Wei hovered tens of meters above the sea and skimmed close to the Don Quixote family fleet in just a few breaths. Advertisement. Boom. Without the slightest pause, as soon as he approached, Luo Wei threw his fist in the air, and punched towards the nearest ship. Although crossing the red line with the moonlight consumed some physical energy, but in terms of Luo Wei's current physical fitness, the impact is not great. The turbulent thought power burst out from his fist in an instant, and then formed a huge fist mark, like a meteor falling, violently bombarded the target ship. Bang! A huge roar immediately resounded through the sea area. The ship hit by the 10-meter square fist sank first, then cracked inch by inch, and finally turned into a mess scattered in all directions like broken rocks. Wreckage. The astonishing impact was transmitted to the sea surface, setting off layers of big waves, radiating hundreds of meters away, causing other ships in this area to shake violently, and many people fell directly to the ground. What happened? On the same huge main ship that was shaking violently, both Diamante and Lao Ji hurriedly stabilized their bodies, and then they were full of shock and smashed into wreckage. Although they all have observation Haki, they need to concentrate on launching observation Haki, so naturally they will not maintain the perception of observation Haki all the time. However, when an accident happened, the two naturally sensed it with observation Haki for the first time, and then suddenly raised their heads and looked at Luo Wei who was at an altitude of tens of meters. After punching out the Neonly fist seal, Luo Wei also stopped, just hanging in the air, looking down at the fleet below. He had already locked onto the two powerful auras in the Don Quixote family fleet. When Diamante and Lao Ji saw Luo Wei also saw them. Advertisement. It turned out to be these two people. It seems that they shouldn't be too boring. The eyes of Diamante, Lao Ji, and Luo Wei on the huge main ship flickered slightly. Even for the sake of gaining evil points, it would be boring to keep hunting those weak people. In contrast, Luo Wei wants to hunt and kill those powerful masters. Although Diamante and Lao Ji are not top players in the Don Quixote family, they are still the best among them, and they naturally belong to the ranks of masters. Swish. Almost without any hesitation, Luo Wei, who just stopped, quickly swooped down and shot straight towards the main ship where the two of Diamante were. Boom. At a speed beyond the naked eye, it was like a lightning strike, and Luo Wei landed on the deck of the huge main ship in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, the powerful impact and train caused loud noises and violent air waves. Visible to the naked eye, the energy radiated violently, and the people nearby were thrown out. Amidst the exclamation, many people even flew out of the deck and fell into the sea. The deck where it fell was cracked inch by inch, forming dense cracks like spider webs. Luo Wei was not affected by the impact of landing at all, and directly faced the two Diamante who were at the bow of the ship, with a provocative expression on his face, and hooked his fingers at them. Come on, let me see how strong the cadres of the Don Quixote family are. Diamante and Lao Ji were originally looking at Luo Wei in surprise, but after hearing Luo Wei's provocative words, their expressions immediately turned ugly, especially Diamante, who suddenly there was a terrible murderous aura. Advertisement. Chapter 141 Battle Training 4th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. An arrogant person who came out of nowhere dares to be arrogant, let lousy die. With an angry smile on his face, Diamante angrily rebuked, quickly pulled out the long sword worn by his waist, and slashed fiercely at Luo Wei. Half Moon Funeral. Perhaps provoked by Luo Wei, Diamante's first move was a killer move. The long sword suddenly burst out with fierce sword energy, split the deck like a wave, and then rushed towards Luo Wei. I don't know if it's because of the lack of observation haki, or because of arrogance. Luo Wei's observation haki can easily sense Diamante's breath, and can also predict the opponent's attack. But Luo Wei did not dodge, but under the wave of sword energy, his eyes flashed, and he strode forward to meet him. Armed hardened. A deep black light covered both hands. Luo Wei's body shot out arrows like a taut bowstring, and when he raised his fist, he blasted towards the rapidly approaching wave of sword energy. Boom. Advertisement. The wave of sword energy and the black iron fist met immediately, and the two collided 650 times, not only produced a deafening roar, but also violent waves of violent air radiating out. The hull made of above-grade wood is also difficult to withstand such a violent impact, and large areas of cracks appear, and even the guardrails at the edge are directly shattered. On the deck, except for Lao Ji who was standing with Diamante, the rest of the people were all thrown into the sky by the radiation waves, or fell directly into the sea, or fell into the distance with serious injuries. The battle between the strong, even if it is the aftermath, is extremely dangerous for the weak, and it will easily cause tragic casualties. Part of the reason why Diamante became the top cadre of the Don Quixote family was because he was one of the first to follow Doflamingo. Although the strength can still be said to be very strong, compared with Pika and Virgo who are both top cadres, he and Torrebel are definitely far behind. Although his kendo level has reached the field of swordsman, it is only at the middle level, which is equivalent to the 5th level of the golden template. On the contrary, AJBC, although Luo Wei only used the power of haki and physique, the 6th level strength and the armament haki applied at the intermediate level are enough to overwhelm Diamante's sword slash. In the violent collision, Luo Wei's body was only slightly heavy, and then the wave of sword energy was scattered by the punching fist. Hurrah! The dissipated sword energy turned into chaotic air waves and diffused, which also made Diamante's eyes widen on the opposite side, with a look of astonishment on his face. He obviously didn't expect that his slash would be blocked by Luo Wei, or even defeated by force. Master. This man's armament haki is so advanced. Advertisement. On the side, Lao Ji's complexion also changed slightly, and the eyes looking at Luo Wei immediately became extremely vigilant, and at the same time revealed a cold light. Under the protection of armament haki, the fist left only a faint white mark, and under the defeat of the sword, Luo Wei locked his eyes on the two of them, and his eyes flickered slightly. Although my current strength development is mainly based on kendo, I can't be too behind in physical skills. The next battle will be a training for physical skills in haki. Shave. A thought flashed through his mind, and Luo Wei acted, bursting out at an astonishing speed, as if teleporting, and flashed to Diamante's side in an instant. The index finger of his right hand was erected, and without hesitation in his movements, he pierced the opponent's temple with a sharp finger pistol like lightning. It's so fast, I can't dodge it. Although Diamante was astonished because his slash was defeated, he was still a strong man after all, and he reacted the moment the wearer disappeared. He immediately activated observation haki to sense it, but because his observation haki was weaker than Luo Wei's, and Luo Wei restrained his breath, he couldn't predict his movements at all. Diamante didn't realize it until Luo Wei appeared close and hit with finger pistol, but it was too late to dodge. Bullfighting cape. His complexion changed drastically, and when he was frightened and angry, Diamante hurriedly waved the cloak on his shoulders to resist. The original cloth-like cloak instantly turned into steel, or it was originally steel. Song was only affected by Diaste's fluttering fruit so that it was as soft as a strip of cloth. Advertisement. Although in a hurry, Diamante's cloak still blocked Luo Wei's finger pistol, causing his sharp index finger to hit the steel cloak hard. Hearing the sound of piercing, the finger pistol that was also covered with armament hockey completely submerged into the steel cloak, piercing it with a finger hole. The bullfighting cloak is not just a steel cloak for defense, but is also covered with armament hockey by Diamante. Unfortunately, his armament hockey was also inferior to Luo Wei's, and was directly pierced by Luo Wei's finger pistol attack. However, Diamante's resistance was not ineffective. Although the bullfighting cloak was pierced, it gave him more time to react, but with the impact of the finger pistol, he quickly pulled away for a while. The distance has not been substantially harmed. Aha! There was a loud shout, and the huge fist slammed violently at Luo Wei. Lao Ji, who was standing beside him, saw the timing and decisively joined the battle. Moreover, he immediately broke out with all his strength, and performed the Di Wang Fist's ultimate secret technique, Combat Baochuan, transforming from a short old man into a burly and strong little giant. Armament hockey's huge fist burst out with astonishing strength, and the fist wind spread layer by layer like an air wave, and it fell in front of Luo Wei in the blink of an eye. Luo Wei used observation hockey to perceive, and predicted the opponent's attack as early as the moment Rao Ji made a shot, and avoided the opponent's bombardment the moment he dropped his finger-like catkins. The fist fell to the ground, and the howling wind of the fist cracked the deck behind Luo Wei, but Lao Ji couldn't feel the slightest joy. His complexion changed slightly, and he quickly stopped his figure with strong control, and then he didn't dare to stay for a moment, and quickly retreated. Advertisement. Chapter 142 Fierce Confrontation First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tempest Kick. Almost at the same time, a violent slashing wave burst out, and it was Luo Wei who dodged the opponent's attack without hesitation and fiercely swept his legs. Damn it, it's Tempest Kick from Marine 6 Styles, is this guy Marine? Lao Ji's pupils constricted, and in fright and fury, armament hockey folded his arms in front of him as he retreated violently, covered by Vice Admiral. Boom. The fierce Tempest Kick slashed violently on Rao Ji's arms, the fierce tearing and impact made him retreat at a faster speed, and the smell came out from the fierce friction between his feet and the ground. Retreating until it was about to hit the rear cabin building, Rao Ji let out a roar with both arms, and pushed his arms violently, scattering the chopping waves impacting on it. Zheng. The sharp sword chi rushed towards Luo Wei's place, and it was Diamante who angrily launched a counterattack after stabilizing his figure. Sweeping his legs and kicking out the Tempest Kick, before Luo Wei landed, when the sword energy approached, he immediately stretched out his hand into a claw, and grabbed the front part of the sword energy. Boom. The violent collision caused howling air waves. Although Luo Wei was not injured, he was pushed overboard by the impact of the sword energy. Moonwalk. Stomping under his feet, the air was blasted away. Luo Wei stopped his retreat, and tightly clenched his right hand holding the sword chi, and forced the sword chi to explode with great force. Advertisement. Falling back to the deck, before Luo Wei could calm down, his burly body rushed towards him like a beast. Low pain posed the pain of the undead warrior. It was Lao Ji who came. After approaching Luo Wei, he suddenly spun wildly like a tornado, and at the same time, he launched a rapid attack on the joints of Luo Wei's body with both hands. The speed was so fast that many afterimages were formed. Lao Ji's strength is also not weak. He is the militant cadre of the Don Quixote family, and he is not inferior to Diamante, the highest cadre, when he starts a fight. It can be said that no matter whether it is Diamante or Lao Ji, both of them have reached the middle-level power level. Luo Wei's explosive power can naturally easily eliminate the two of them, but with only Haki and Taijutsu, he has no advantage, and is even at a disadvantage. Facing Lao Ji's ultra-fast attack, Luo Wei's heart shuddered, and he immediately predicted with observation Haki, and then blasted out with both fists, also hitting the sky full of shadows 0. The hands of the two kept colliding, and neither of them gave the other a chance to touch their own bodies. The confrontation was extremely fierce, and at the same time, every collision would cause fierce energy to radiate and shatter the surrounding decks. And at this moment, Diamante also rushed over with a smirk. Naturally, he would not have any fair one-on-one, and was going to join forces with Lao Ji to attack Luo Wei. Sword Katakana middle dot snake sword. Not only did he cover armament Haki with the long sword, he even activated the flying fruit ability. The long sword in Diamante's hand twisted like a lion majesty, stabbing Luo Wei's head straight at a tricky angle. In the confrontation with Lao Ji, even though Luo Wei predicted Diamante's attack with observation Haki, his movements were still affected. He barely opened a little sideways, and the sword blade that was stabbed by him still made a cut on his cheek, and blood spilled out quickly. Advertisement. Tempest Kick. Blocking Lao Ji's attack with both fists, Luo Wei stepped back resolutely, turned around and swept his legs, and kicked a violent chopping wave towards the two people on the opposite side. Boom. With two roars, the Tempest Kick wave was defeated by Lao Ji who punched and Diamante who slashed with a sword. However, Luo Wei also managed to delay the two of them, and quickly cast a shave, moved to the other side, and opened a distance from the two of them. Kill. Without any hesitation, Lao Ji and Diamante joined hands again to attack Luo Wei. One left and one right, they surrounded Luo Wei in the center. Fighting wildly, blocking Luo Wei's retreat. Paper Arts. Fat gun. Iron body. Under the fierce offensive, Luo Wei also continued to use Marine's 6 styles to defend and counterattack. 0. The battle between the three can be said to be extremely fierce, and there will be terrible aftermath. Sometimes the sword energy tore apart, cutting deep cracks on the deck of the ship, and sometimes violent fist winds rushed in, smashing holes one by one. Advertisement. No matter the surviving people on the main ship or the people on other ships, they couldn't get close to the battle of the three of them. Even if they wanted to assist Diamante and the two to deal with Luo Wei, it was too fast to move. Metal. During the fierce confrontation, all three of them were naturally injured. Lao Ji was punched several times in the chest by Luo Wei, and his mouth was full of blood, while Diamante was stabbed in the abdomen by finger pistol, leaving a bloodstain. Point 0. As for Luo Wei, he was already at a disadvantage and naturally suffered even greater injuries. On his chest and arms, there are 7 or 8 sword marks made by Diamante with the sword, and the wounds are deep enough to see the bones. Also, Lao Ji hit Luo Wei's joints many times, all of these parts were red, swollen and blue, and even cracks appeared in the bones. But even with so many scars, Luo Wei did not show more strength, and continued to use curating style. It's not that he's single-minded and stupid, but that's what training is all about. If you want to hone superb skills, you need cruel oppression. If it is just a random crushing battle, it is impossible to produce the effect of tempering. Of course, Luo Wei won't really train with death, it's just that the current injury hasn't touched the bottom line for him to give up training. But even so, as the injury became more serious, Diamante and Lao Ji's offensive became more fierce, and Luo Wei was under the pressure of almost the limit. Whether it was the application of 6 styles or hockey, it was quietly growing. An hour passed quickly, and under the continuous and high-intensity fierce battle, not only both sides were short of breath, but the injuries were even more serious. On the bright side, Luo Wei's injury was still heavier than Diamante and Lao Ji's, but if you observe carefully, you will find that the wound on Luo Wei's body has stopped bleeding. Advertisement. Chapter 143 Sublimation of Physical Skills Second Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Return of Life. This is a super powerful technique extended from the 6 forms. Although it does not have destructive power, it has a powerful auxiliary effect in battle. Luo Wei's injury stopped bleeding, precisely because he grew beyond the limit under the pressure of fierce fighting, and comprehended this powerful skill that he had not mastered before. Stopping the loss of blood can not only prevent the expansion of the injury, but also effectively relieve the exhaustion of physical strength. Just like now, although Luo Wei is more seriously injured, his physical strength is even more than that of Lao Ji, who has similar physical fitness. Damn it, Lao Ji, step aside, I'm going to kill this bastard myself. When the two sides collided violently again, Luo Wei shook away Diamante's sword blade with a punch, and at the same time avoided the 267 from Lao Ji's fist. Diamante roared with a ferocious face one sound. Many of the moves developed by his floating fruit are indiscriminate attacks. Although it can be used in swordsmanship to exert stronger strength, it is limited after all. After being unable to take down Luo Wei for a long time, Diamante, who was getting more and more injured, naturally became anxious and prepared to use her devil fruit ability to completely defeat Luo Wei. Lao Ji, who belongs to the cadre of the Cube Army, is naturally very familiar with Diamante, so when he heard what Diamante said, he guessed what the other party was thinking. Okay, I'll give you Luenjunji. Rao Ji withdrew decisively to make room for Diamante to display his abilities. Advertisement. Almost at the same time, Diamante also touched the bottom with his hand and activated his ability. Army Flag. The ability to fly the fruit radiates out, causing the deck to violently churn like a sea wave. Such a change is enough to make people lose their balance and fall to the ground. Although Luo Wei stabilized his body in time and did not fall, his action was affected by the undulating ground, and he did not attack DST immediately. Death Stardust. The activation of Diamante's ability was not over yet. After making the deck churn, he immediately pulled out a few salutes and sprayed papers all over the sky above where Luo Wei was. The dense pieces of paper were reduced to sharp iron balls of thorns almost instantly, like an impenetrable iron rain, covering Luo Wei below. Moonwalk. Although it was a bit out of balance at the beginning, Luo Wei quickly adjusted his body shape, and then saw through the opponent's attack the moment Di Yabi made a shot. He jumped up decisively, and then stepped on the air quickly, like an arrow. He quickly swept out of the range of iron rain, and went straight to the sea beyond the deck. Damn it, don't try to escape. Seeing that Luo Wei reacted so quickly, Diamante swung his sword out angrily, bursting out a fierce sword energy more than 20 meters long, and quickly tore towards Luo Wei. Boom. Exploding violently, Luo Wei, who leapt to the sea, turned around quickly, and at the same time swept his legs and kicked out a tempest kick-chopping wave of no less scale. Advertisement. Looking at Diamante with cold eyes, Luo Wei didn't stop at all. Even after the iron rain fell, he stepped on the moonwalk and shot towards the ship, and also approached Diamante as quickly as lightning. Iron body hyphenation point ape hammer. At the same time as he approached, the muscles of Luo Wei's right arm suddenly swelled wildly as if being injected with air, fully expanding a circle, and the explosive muscles directly exploded the sleeves. Not only did the fist become as hard as iron, but at the same time, a violent way that was far beyond the past also erupted from the arm of the fist. A semicircular impact visible to the naked eye was formed in front of the front. Kill. Luo Wei's counterattack was extremely fast, and at the same time, Diamante could not predict it under the restrained breath. Without a chance to dodge, Diamante gritted his teeth and roared, holding the sword with both hands, and violently slashed out. Boom. The blade of the slashed sword met the huge fist that came from the pounding instantly, as if the terrifying roar of the collapse of the mountain resounded, and at the same time a huge shock wave burst out crazily. The huge ship vibrated violently, and the terrifying shock wave even radiated to the surrounding sea surface, setting off turbulent waves. At the moment of the collision, Diamante's body trembled as if he had been hit hard, with an expression of disbelief and horror on his face. The blade he slashed was unexpectedly smashed back by Luo Wei's fist. If Diamante hadn't reacted quickly enough and subconsciously moved his head to the side, otherwise the blade would have slashed back against him. Face. But even so, the blade of the reverse slash pierced into his shoulder, and sank deeply, almost cutting off one of his arms up to his shoulder. Ah! The intense pain caused Diamante to scream, and also changed the face of Lao Ji, who was not far away. He had no idea that not only did Diamante not let Diamante completely defeat Luo Wei, but the situation appeared. A big reversal. Advertisement. The deck under Diamante's feet couldn't bear the impact of the oppression. When he screamed, it shattered like a bomb, and Diamante fell into the bottom of the cabin immediately. Low pain posed sudden eyes. Rao Ji couldn't sit still, he spun and rushed over like a tornado, punching fiercely with both fists, and launched a ferocious attack on Luo Wei's eyes. Paper Arts Snake Shake. Observation Hockey saw that Luo Wei decisively withdrew his fist, and then his body seemed to have been pulled out of bones, twisting and swaying with monstrous flexibility, dodging the opponent's attack. Whether it was the palm of the knife, or the punch, Lao Ji's fierce offensive like a storm all failed, and he didn't touch Luo Wei's body at all. What? Lao Ji was horrified in his heart, even a little unbelievable. 3.1. In the previous confrontation, Luo Wei has used paper arts to dodge his attacks, but with the exhaustion of physical strength and the appearance of injuries, it is no longer possible to completely dodge. But now, Luo Wei is innovating on top of paper arts, showing even more incredible dodging skills. When his body swayed like a spirit snake while avoiding the falling attack, Luo Wei's right arm also retracted from the inflated state to the normal state. And just when Lao Ji was exhausted, Luo Wei broke out a counterattack seamlessly. Finger Pistol Eagle Claw. The 5 fingers were like sharp claws, and they quickly grabbed and even caused a strong tearing sound in the air. Without giving Lao Ji any extra time to react, Luo Wei ruthlessly swept the opponent's face with his left hand. Advertisement. Chapter 144 Dragon Wagging Tail 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Armed Hardened. Rao Ji was terrified. It was difficult to dodge with all his strength, and even his arms were too late to withdraw to resist, so he could only hastily cover armament hockey on his face. Poof. The left hand, like a sharp claw, slashed across one side of Lao Ji's face at the speed of forming an afterimage, and then saw blood and flesh flying everywhere. Ah! Just like the previous Diamante, Lao Ji let out a shrill scream, staggered and retreated backwards, his right hand clutched at his right cheek with the intention of not covering it, and he was sleepy and insane. Passing over Rao Ji's right hand, his right face was terribly frightening, he lost all flesh and blood, even his eyes disappeared, revealing a terrifying half-red and half-white face. After a successful blow, he retreated decisively and opened the distance. Luo Wei's claw-shaped left hand was not only stained with a little meat, but also dripping with blood. For Lao Ji's tragic injury, Luo Wei naturally would not show mercy. After breathing to ease his body, he stepped forward and prepared to pursue the victory. But just as he took a step, Luo Wei seemed to have sensed something, his brows were frowned, and without the slightest hesitation, Luo Wei swept away to the side. Jung. The sharp sword energy rushed out from the deck where Luo Wei was originally, tore a huge gap in the deck, and flew into the sky. Advertisement. Stop. We admit defeat in this battle, you can leave. His shoulder was deeply wounded by his own sword, and Diamante, whose left arm was also drooped due to the serious injury, jumped out from the gap in the deck. He fell aside and found Lao Ji's terrible injury. The rear pupil shrank into a needle shape, and then hurriedly shouted at Luo Wei. He flinched, because Luo Wei became stronger and stronger, and even inflicted heavy injuries on the two of them. He had already lost the courage to continue fighting and wanted to surrender. Violence and arrogance come from powerful strength, but before facing stronger forces, these are just paper tigers. Diasti obviously lacks the determination and belief to fight to the death. Admit defeat. I didn't expect you to have such a naive idea. This battle is a hunt. As prey, you have no choice to admit defeat. Luo Wei paused for a moment, looked at the other party indifferently, and then immediately cast, shave, and swept away. Finger Pistol Eagle Claw. Appearing in front of Diamante in a teleport, Luo Wei once again grabbed the opponent's throat with sharp claws. Diamante did not expect Luo Wei to be so decisive at all, so he was caught off guard and had no time to dodge, but barely covered Armament Hockey's throat, in order to block Luo Wei's attack. Whoops. As if an ordinary person scratched through the mud with his fingers, Diamante's Armament Hockey's defense was instantly torn apart with sharp claws, almost breaking his neck. Blood spurted out wildly, and as Luo Wei dodged to avoid it, the sprayed lower deck was all over the floor. Diamante's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that he was killed like this, but his throat was torn open, and his eyes dimmed under the loss of a lot of blood. Plop. Advertisement. First kneeling on the ground, then leaning forward and falling to the ground, Diamante lay limply on the ground, her vitality quickly disappeared, and she became a cold corpse. Sin value plus 8530. A message flashed through his mind. Luo Wei immediately looked away from the corpse, and looked at the remaining Lao Ji with cold eyes. Boom. A gunshot rang out suddenly, and the bullet shot towards Luo Wei's forehead at a speed beyond the naked eye. The head was slightly on one side, the bullets were staggered, Luo Wei didn't even look at it, and just shot a bullet with his fingers, piercing the head of the Don Quixote family member who fired the shot. Even though the aftermath of the battle just now was extremely violent, there are still some lucky guys who survived, and there are also many people who are lucky and eager to make contributions. Obviously felt Luo Wei's terrifying power in person, but there are still some people who are lucky and want to win glory and wealth with the gun in their hands. The little episode didn't hinder Luo Wei's murderous intent, but the murderous intent he exuded seemed to be noticed by Lao Ji, who was in pain and madness. With a half face of terror and half face of old age, Lao Ji suddenly raised his head and stared at Luo Wei with his only right eye, which was bloodshot all over the eyes and even more madly. The seal of Ji. The burly and strong body squeezed out all the strength, and when an astonishing momentum erupted in an instant, Lao Ji's body appeared like a horned dragon's veins, roaring and rushing towards Luo Wei. His hands formed the shape of a G in front of him, and at the same time, they were like red-hot irons, exuding scorching heat, and fierce and powerful forces frantically gathered. Tempest Kick Dragon Tail. Advertisement. At the moment when Rao Ji rushed towards him, Luo Wei's eyes flashed with coldness, and an even more astonishing and terrifying momentum erupted from his body. The air was oppressed by a terrifying force, forming a huge slashing wave as thick as a dragon's tail, rushing and sweeping away with overbearing power that crushed everything, and met the explosively charging Lao Ji in an instant. Bang! Rao Ji slammed into the sweeping dragon tail-shaped slashing wave with the imprint of Ji, and the terrifying impact produced an astonishing roar and 207 huge and violent impacts in an instant. The storm-like air waves radiated crazily in all directions, and the already dilapidated huge ship was completely destroyed under this terrible impact, flying in all directions, and turned into wreckage all over the sky. The violent air wave was in a ring shape and expanded until it was nearly 100 meters away before it turned into a turbulent airflow and diffused. On the sea surface that was also rolled up by huge waves, other ships also shook violently, causing many people to be thrown into the sea, screaming and screaming. At the same time, at the moment when the huge ship fell apart, Lao Ji was crazily crushed by the dragon tail, chopping wave starting from his hands, until his whole body was swallowed up. Shua. The aftermath of the dragon tail-shaped slash wave remained undiminished, and it flew forward violently, not only rolling up violent air waves with a powerful impact, but also hitting one of the ships. Bang! If this ship was robbed and smashed by a giant stick, it still collapsed from the side of the ship, and then it was directly torn and crushed by the chopping wave of dragon wagging tail, turning into wreckage and flying around. The people on board didn't even have the chance to fall into the sea or be strangled by the aftermath of the chopping wave. It's just that Luo Wei no longer pays attention to the subsequent destruction of dragon wagging tail, because he has already been attracted by the information that appeared in Lao Ji's mind when he was bombarded and killed. Advertisement. Chapter 145. The original sin reappears, fourth more. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sin value plus 11050. Original sin value plus 1. Like killing Diamante, Lao Ji's death also brought a lot of evil value, even more than Diamante. But just after that, Luo Wei actually got the information obtained by the original sin value. Lao Ji actually generated the original sin value. Luo Wei, who didn't fall into the sea while hanging in the air with his thoughts, was full of surprises, and even ignored the evil value of it. How did this happen? Master Diamante and the others were killed. Who is this person? How can it be so scary? Lord Diamante, they are the cadres of the family. Attack quickly, we must kill him to avenge the adults. The loud voice interrupted Luo Wei's thoughts, and on the remaining ships, the people of the Don Quixote family were all attacking Luo Wei. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. Even if Luo Wei is in midair, the gunfire and bombardment will not be affected. Luo Wei seems to be in the rain of bullets and shells all at once. Buzz. A shield of mind power visible to the naked eye emerged, and no matter whether it was a bullet or a cannonball, it was completely resisted when it hit it, and it was impossible to really touch Luo Wei's body at all. Focusing away from the original sin value, Luo Wei glanced coldly at the people on the remaining ships. Since you are in such a hurry to die, then I will fulfill you. Give me. Eyes showing terror, Luo Wei's figure rose into the air, and at the same time he stretched out his hand and grasped downward. The vast power of thought burst out, covering the downward like a palm that covered the sky and the sun. Ah! Save me! I'm flying! What's the matter? No. At this moment, no matter who fell into the sea or the Don Quixote family personnel on board, they all flew into the air uncontrollably. Some of them yelled in horror, some struggled with their hands and feet, and the scene looked extremely chaotic and noisy. But no matter how you resist, in the end, these thousands of people are absorbed into the air, and then under invisible pressure, they overlap each other and gather together, forming a huge human ball. Boom. Advertisement. Luo Wei clenched his empty palm into a fist with indifferent eyes. The huge human ball below was suddenly squeezed terribly, without even a chance to make a cry. Everyone exploded into blood mist in an instant. The power of thought dissipated, and a monstrous rain of blood began to rain down on the sea, infecting the sea area of the main film into a terrifying sea of blood. After finishing off everyone in the Don Quixote family, Luo Wei withdrew his gaze lightly, then turned to another fleet not far away. Observation Hockey sensed it slightly, and flew away immediately. I was wrong, like my life is a mistake in this world. If there is an afterlife, please turn me into a stone. My life is like a maggot, let me die like this. On the 3 ships of the Crimson Tiger, there were traces of explosions and people kneeling on the ground, whispering decadently, and many people even committed suicide by swallowing guns and harakiri. Negative power is actually very scary. When a person is negative enough, he will even understand himself in despair. When Luo Wei dealt with the Don Quixote family, Perona also defeated the Scarlet Tiger. Kneeling and decadent people will be so negative, naturally because they have been haunted by Perona's negative ghost. Under Luo Wei's strict training, the current Perona has surpassed her in the original novel in the development of ghost fruits. Negative ghosts are no longer just enough to make people lose their fighting spirit, and are even enough to make those who are not firm make a suicide move. Ha 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 ha. This is too easy. I thought it would take a lot of effort, but I didn't expect it to be solved so easily, huh? I know, it must be because I am too strong, after all my ability is comparable to 4 emperors. On one of the boats, the ghostly Perona hugged his chest, raised his chin proudly for a while, and beamed with joy for a while. Advertisement. My lord, you are naturally the strongest. You see, I have given you my most precious devil fruit. Can you let me go? Opposite Perona was the trembling leader of the Crimson Tiger, Lev. He held up the treasure chest containing the ancient devil fruit that the Don Quixote family wanted to snatch with both hands, and said with a flattering smile. There are a lot of marks on his body, causing blood to infiltrate the whole body, and this is exactly what Perona's ghost bomb caused. Although the injury was serious and his whole body was in terribly painful pain, Lev dared not show it at all under the desire to survive, and was busy trying to curry favor with Perona. Aren't you crazy just now, and you still want to arrest me? Why are you cowarding now? Perona's eyes fell on the other party, and she let out a coquettish snort, and did not let the other party go because of the other party's flattery. Lev panicked and said, Misunderstanding, that's really a misunderstanding. I'm a dog who sees people as inferior, and I don't know how powerful you are, my lord. You are sensible, but you said that this devil fruit is an ancient devil fruit. You are not lying to me. Perona questioned after tapping the devil fruit in the treasure chest in the opponent's hand a few times. Of course it's true. I dare to risk my life to protect Qian Wangzhao. Lev said hastily. Although he changed the target, the ancient devil fruit in his hand was still his last life-saving thing, and he was afraid that Perona would kill him if he didn't believe it. Seeing the anxious look of the other party, although Perona showed a calm face, she cheered inwardly. It's great. Not only have I dealt with the people in this fleet, but I've also obtained such a precious devil fruit, which can be exchanged for a longer vacation later. Accidentally confiscating an ancient devil fruit, Perona naturally used her small brains, preparing to make a serious request when Luo Wei came over. Swish. Said that Sao 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 will be here. Just when Perona thought so, the sound of piercing the air came from far and near, followed by seeing Luo Wei flying quickly and landing beside Perona. Advertisement. Chapter 146 Ankylosaurus Form First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What's the situation? Are the people from the other fleet so strong that they injured you, a monster? The appearance of Luo Wei naturally caused Perona to look sideways, and then she was stunned when she saw Luo Wei's scarred appearance. Almost subconsciously, she immediately floated close to Luo Wei, checking Luo Wei's injury very nervously. It's just a small injury, nothing to be surprised about, huh? Devil fruit. Luo Wei didn't care much about the injuries on his body. After all, as long as they don't endanger their lives, injuries are a symbol of a man's meritorious deeds. But halfway through the conversation, Luo Wei suddenly saw the devil fruit being held by Lev, and he couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Another one that can fly. Wait, what's going on over there? Lev's heart tightened when he saw the way Luo Wei appeared. Although Luo Wei's body was covered with scars, his ability to fly was enough to make him awe-inspiring. And it wasn't over yet. After he subconsciously looked towards the direction Luo Wei was coming from, which was where the Don Quixote family fleet was, he was immediately frightened by the Red Sea, his eyes widened. Advertisement. That's right, it's devil fruit, and let me tell you, this is an ancient devil fruit. How about it? This is my trophy. If you want it, I have it. 853. Perona looked at Luo Wei speechlessly at first. Such an injury was said to be a minor injury, so what is a major injury? Death. However, she also saw that Luo Wei's life was not in danger, so she was relieved and immediately returned to her original nature, and began to speak triumphantly. Ancient devil fruit. Is it true or not? Let me see first. Luo Wei was even more surprised. After all, the ancient devil fruit is not comparable to ordinary devil fruit. He raised his hand to grab it, took the devil fruit out of the treasure chest, and observed it carefully after grabbing it. The books collected in the library of the elite training camp naturally have devil fruit illustrations. During those days, Luo Wei often spent time in the library. Although he mainly read the materials on physical skills, he also read many other books, including the devil fruit illustrated book. Although it can't be said that he has memorized all of them, he still deliberately memorized those powerful devil fruits. Doing this is naturally to avoid missing those powerful devil fruits when encountering devil fruits. Even if he can't eat it, it's worth getting it for collection or for other uses. Advertisement. Luo Wei's action of ingesting the devil fruit was so sudden and fast that when Lev reacted, the devil fruit had already fallen into Luo Wei's hands. This made him tremble. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his body, and he quickly said, "My lord, this is really an ancient devil fruit, and it is also a dragon fruit in the shape of an ankylosaurus." Although he was ready to exchange devil fruit for a chance of survival, it was not really safe after all, and even Perona hadn't given him an answer before. Originally, Lev thought that if the other party really didn't give him a way out, he would immediately eat the devil fruit, and he would die. But now it's all right. Luo Wei has cut off even his chance of dying, and now he can only hope that the preciousness of the ancient species will win the mercy of Luo Wei and Perona. Dragon fruit ankylosaurus form. Lev's words made Luo Wei glance at the other party, then look down at the devil fruit in his hand, and recalled the pictures and information of the ancient ankylosaurus devil fruit in his mind. Comparing it with the devil fruit in hand, it really matches the fruit type and pattern completely. Yes, this is indeed devil fruit in the form of an ancient ankylosaurus. After confirming that it was correct, a smile appeared in Luo Wei's eyes, a jaw. He was a little surprised to have harvested a precious ancient species of devil fruit. Suddenly, Luo Wei thought of Don Quixote family. He looked away from the devil fruit in his hand, and looked up at Lev opposite. So, the reason why the Don Quixote family fought with you is because of this ancient devil fruit. Luo Wei stared. Advertisement. Lev quickly smiled and said, "This lord is really wise and brave. The Don Quixote family got the news from nowhere, and attacked my territory very despicably, wanting to snatch this devil fruit." Luo Wei was thoughtful. He had just discovered some clues. How could Doflamingo use a lineup like Diamante and Laoji against a character that even Perona could handle? There is nothing strange about it now. The ancient devil fruit, even the top forces like Marine will not be indifferent, let alone the Don Quixote family. But Luo Wei suddenly looked at Lev on the opposite side playfully, and said, "You mean despicable? I also snatched this devil fruit now. Were you scolding me just now? Huh, you were so courageous. You dare to scold us. It seems that you were really impatient." On the side, Perona, who had been listening all the time, raised her brows immediately, and the control ghost with a pretty face icy surrounded Lev. Lev was terrified, and even knelt on the ground as soon as his legs went limp, begging for mercy. "My lord, please forgive me. I am only condemning the Don Quixote family, and I am definitely not scolding you." "Well, then answer me a question. What is the territory you just mentioned, or are you a gangster gang?" Luo Wei said lightly. He naturally understands the situation of West Blue. Compared with the pirates, the underworld gangs here are the mainstream, so they have a place to talk about. Lev hesitated for a moment, but after meeting Luo Wei's indifferent gaze, he dared not lie, and said anxiously, "Yes, I am the leader of the Scarlet Tiger. We are indeed a gangster." Before the words fell, Lev couldn't continue, because after confirming that the other party was a gangster, Luo Wei shot a bullet with his fingers. This bomb directly pierced Lev's throat, causing him to fall back to the ground with a feeling of bewilderment and unwillingness, and quickly turned into a corpse. Advertisement. Chapter 147 Determining the Source. Second update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sin value plus 321. The information that appeared in his mind made Luo Wei frown. These underworld gangs are indeed an excellent channel to obtain crime points. The strength of this person's aura is mediocre, probably not even superhuman level combat power, but he has generated more than 300 crime points, which undoubtedly shows that it is easy for people who hunt and kill gangsters to obtain crime points. After hunting the green peppers, we can clean up West Blue's underworld gang. This idea flashed in his mind. Luo Wei grabbed the ankylosaurus fruit and flew into the air, shooting bullets between his fingers, quickly killing the remaining members of the Crimson Tigers on the 3 ships. Having harvested hundreds of evil points again, Luo Wei greeted Perona, and then returned to Guangfu. Back on the moonlight, because Perona completed the task assigned by Luo Wei very well, and also got him an ancient devil fruit, so Luo Wei gave her half a month's vacation. Perona was naturally very happy about this. She directly found a sun lounger, and while drinking fruit juice, she sunbathed leisurely. As for Luo Wei, he was treated by Huobake to deal with his injuries. His current physical fitness is extraordinary, and injuries that are fatal to ordinary people are just ordinary injuries on him. Advertisement. Moreover, Huobake's medical skills are also world-class. Under his superb medical skills, Luo Wei's injuries were quickly relieved. Okay, my lord, according to your recovery ability, you only need to rest for a few days and you should be able to recover. In the medical room, Hobak touched the sweat on his head, and then said to Luo Wei, who was sitting on the chair in awe. His awe is not only because Luo Wei is in control of his life, but also because of Luo Wei's powerful performance. Luo Wei's injuries had many sword marks cut by Diamante, and all of these injuries needed to be stitched up. However, during the treatment just now, Luo Wei prevented Huobake from administering anesthesia for himself, but directly asked the other party to suture his wound. Although anesthetics can prevent the pain of suturing, it can also affect a person's reflex nerves. As long as there is no fatal injury, Luo Wei naturally chooses to resist. His willpower has long been rock solid in the tempering of the vibrating body tempering technique. During the process of suturing the wound, let alone screaming in pain, he didn't even frown. This kind of performance naturally awed the healer Hobak, and even made him respect Luo Wei more than the former Gecko Moria. Well, you have worked hard, you can go to rest. Luo Wei, who was naked to the waist and covered with many bandages, stood up with a smile, greeted the other party casually, left the infirmary, and returned to his room. The Ankylosaurus devil fruit was put in the safe in the room by Luo Wei as soon as he returned to the ship. Advertisement. Back in the room, Luo Wei lay on the bed, but instead of closing his eyes to recuperate immediately, he looked at the ceiling and began to think. Although this battle was just a coincidence, the harvest was very great. In addition to the Ankylosaurus devil fruit that he put in the safe immediately after returning to the ship, there is also the original sin value obtained by killing Ladu. A world-class combat force as strong as the Four Emperors needs to establish a strong force if they want to run rampant on the sea. Although the Four Emperors themselves are the backbone of their faction, the importance of the faction is undisputed. Luo Wei has no intention of becoming a lone traveler, not to mention other things, just to better hunt those powerful evil values, he must have a strong intelligence force. The establishment of an intelligence force naturally requires sufficient armed forces to ensure stability, and Luo Wei cannot rely on Luo Wei alone. Therefore, although the Ankylosaurus fruit is only a collectible at present, Xuanwei will use it as the cornerstone of building power if he meets the right person or opportunity. Regarding the treatment of the Ankylosaurus fruit, Luo Wei just thought about it for a while, and what really made him think deeply was the original sin value. Originally, he was going to use green peppers to determine the method of generating the original sin value, but the appearance of Laoji obviously made him lock the method in advance. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. Laoji is not demon fruit power. Combined with Luo Wei's last two conjectures, the possibility of demon fruit power is naturally ruled out. People who have generated original sin value several times, their sin value is above 10,000. Although it is impossible to be precise to the exact number, at least it should be a person with a sin value of 10,000 to be born with original value. Luo Wei silently think. After figuring out how the original sin value was generated, he felt a lot more relaxed. The unknown is a headache. As long as you know the approximate method of generation, it will not be so difficult to obtain the original sin value. Although there are not many people with more than 10,000 crime points, they are definitely not in the minority, especially those big pirates in the New World and the emperors of the underground world. Their crime points definitely start at least 10,000. At the same time, when he enters West Blue this time, the green peppers he really wants to hunt are also within this range, which is very likely to be harvested from the original sin value. Thinking of this, Luo Wei showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, closed his eyes and began to cultivate in peace of mind. West Blue is not like the Grand Line, the weather changes are not so terrible, and the frequency of natural disasters is rare, so sailing here is naturally much easier. Moreover, on the way to West Blue, Luo Wei will also collect West Blue's nautical chart every time he supplies, so naturally he will not lose his way. Starting again, Luo Wei directly chose the shortest route to the Kingdom of Flowers. As long as there are no accidents, he can arrive in 10 days. While Luo Wei was recuperating from his injuries and sailing, the atmosphere in the Dressrosa Palace in New World was extremely depressing. Diamante and Laoji, as the top cadres and cadres of the Don Quixote family, naturally left special life papers, so at the moment of their death, the life papers they left behind were also burned and turned into ashes. 9. Advertisement. Chapter 148 Doflamingo's Response 3rd Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Young Master, according to the information from the West Blue branch, Diamante and Laoji were killed while chasing the Scarlet Tiger. But the Crimson Tiger was killed just like our people. After I analyzed the people who appeared nearby during this period of time, the most likely person with that strength and motivation was the famed evil hunter Kakarot. Following Monet's report on the opposite side, the atmosphere in the palace became more and more depressing. In the end, the air was almost distorted, showing faint signs of trembling. A substantive terrifying power emanated from his body, and Doflamingo, who was sitting on the luxurious throne, had, well, like blue veins throbbing on his forehead. Even though his eyes were covered by sunglasses, it was difficult to hide his ugly face. Boiling. 500. Hey. Evil Hunter Kakarot, I seem to have a little impression that the other party is the great swordsman who assisted Marine to kill Terrence, the vice-captain of the Crusher Pirates. Amidst the devilish laughter, the Conqueror's haki emitted by Doflamingo became more and more intense. Even if he hadn't retained a bit of sanity, most of the people in the main area would have passed out under the shock of his Conqueror's haki. Although Monet's strength is good, under the cover of Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki, he also felt the adverse reaction of difficulty breathing and body stagnation. However, due to her excellent psychological quality, she did not show any abnormalities, but maintained a calm expression, and quickly replied, "The young master's memory is not wrong. The evil hunter is indeed the strong man who is suspected of being a great swordsman, and according to me, as we all know, the other party also used treasures to lure a large number of pirates in the paradise, and all of these pirates were killed by the other party." Advertisement. There is no impenetrable wall in this world, and the Battle of the Emperor Alliance was quite a movement, and what happened will naturally spread to the outside world. Especially the participation and death of Terrence, as the deputy captain of the New World Pirate Force. Of course his reputation is not small, so it will attract the attention of all forces. People in One Piece world like to name people, and even the stronger the person, the usage rate of the name is higher than the real name. Among them, Luo Wei, who killed Terrence, was naturally the person who received the most attention in this battle of the Alliance of Emperors. Even the Marine executives gave him the title of an evil hunter after learning about the incident. There is such a name, naturally because Dalmesia also reported what Luo Wei said to Terrence at that time. Hunters who specialize in hunting down criminals, this is the source of evil hunters, and it is also the current definition of Marine's identity for Luo Wei. I don't know if it's because he sensed that his conqueror's haki was oppressing Monet, or because Luo Wei's suspected strength of a great swordsman made Doflamingo feel jealous, and the conqueror's haki emanating from him gradually subsided. Sin Hunter. The person who was originally in the paradise suddenly ran to West Blue, and also appeared near the place where the two Diamanti were killed, so the other party is really the most suspicious person. Doflamingo let out a low laugh as if murmuring, and at the same time, his right hand resting on the armrest on the side of the throne also pinched and deformed the gold cast armrest with force. Advertisement. Monet noticed this situation very keenly, and also knew that the death of the two Diamanti really made the young master very angry. However, as a secretary, she still put forward her views and suggestions very responsibly, saying, if the young master wants to deal with the evil hunter, it is best to handle it carefully. Although it is not completely certain that the opponent is a great swordsman, there is no doubt that the strength of the evil hunter is extremely powerful. With the combat power of our family, apart from you, the young master, it is estimated that only Pika has the possibility of winning. It's just that the situation in Dressrosa hasn't really stabilized yet. Whether it's preventing the remnants of the old royal family from counterattacking, or deterring those greedy big pirates, you still need to have Pika's power to sit in charge. Doflamingo paused when he squeezed the armrest, and after a little silence, he said slowly, Monet, I want to talk to Locke from the Crusher Pirates, go and help me. With a flash of light in his beautiful eyes, Monet immediately guessed Doflamingo's intentions. He relaxed slightly, nodded and said, no problem, I'll do it now. As she spoke, she walked out of the palace, while Doflamingo became pensive. What Monet said was indeed correct. Given the current situation in Dressrosa, it really needed enough strength to sit in charge. Although Doflamingo wanted revenge, he would not lose his mind, and at the same time, it was not that important compared to controlling Dressrosa Diamanti and Rauji. Advertisement. Although the Don Quixote family entered the New World for a short time, they started the arms business very early, and even Doflamingo, who used the identity of the celestial dragons to sneak into the underground world, naturally has certain connections with various forces. The Crusher Pirates, the New World Big Pirate Force, is naturally one of them, so Monet came back not long after he left, and at the same time brought back a phone bug for long-distance calls. The phone bug had already been connected to the other side, so when Doflamingo picked it up, and his appearance was fed back to the other side of the phone bug in the call, an unruly voice rang out. It's really rare. Doflamingo, you are not enjoying your king game, how can you have the time to contact me? Have you developed any new weapons to recommend to me? I am looking forward to it. Hey, Locke. I have a new 1.9 weapon so I won't forget you, but this contact is not for these purposes, I just want to give you a favor. Exclamation mark quote. Information. Let's hear it. The opposite party was slightly startled, and then said with great interest. It's a piece of information about your Vice Captain Terrence. I believe you want to avenge him very much. And now I have news about that evil hunter, that is, the murderer who killed Terrence. The other party is now right here at West Blue. If you want revenge, I can give you more information about the other party. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Doflamingo will naturally find other ways when his own side cannot use too much force, and smashing the pirate group is a good thug. Advertisement. Chapter 149 Reaching Cooperation 4th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? You said that bastard went to West Blue. Damn, I was planning to go to Paradise to kill him to avenge Terrence, you. The phone bug on Doflamingo's side immediately showed an angry face, and at the same time roared with gritted teeth. Terrence's dead Crusher pirates can't remain indifferent, even if most of the pirates are cold-tempered, but in order to defend their majesty and maintain deterrence, Locke, as the captain, will retaliate back. In fact, if it wasn't for Terrence's death that caused many big pirate forces hostile to the Crusher pirates to beat up the dog in the water and delay Locke on the territory, he would have led people to find Luo Wei long ago. Suddenly, as soon as he said something, the phone bug stopped talking, and it took a while for the voice to come out again. Doflamingo, I don't remember you being so kind, you would take the initiative to help me. To be honest, maybe this evil hunter also offended you, and you sent me a message, you want me to use me to deal with the other party. To be able to become a great pirate in the cruel new world, in addition to having strong strength, the IQ cannot be too low, otherwise 09 would have been played to death by others. Advertisement. Locke obviously thought of this too, and the voice of sneering was soon interpreted by the phone bug. Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged. Although he was a little unhappy and was noticed by the other party, he would not show his anger easily. Ah, yes, there is indeed a reason for this, so I want to cooperate with you. I will provide the other party's information, and you will be responsible for killing the other party. How about it? It's not good. Although your intelligence power is indeed very good, it's not enough. If you want me to deal with the other party, you should show me more sincerity. Sincerity, right. I have arms and money, but you also have to show sincerity. I want you to kill the other party as quickly as possible, and give me the other party's head, so that I can take out mine. Sincerity. Ha ha ha. It's a pleasure to cooperate with an arms dealer like you. No problem, I have already dealt with the chores here, and I can start right away, just wait for me to bring the other party's head back to you. Doflamingo's wealth made Locke very satisfied, and the two sides reached an agreement very harmoniously. When the call ended, Monet, who had witnessed the whole process, suddenly said, Young master, what if this Locke fails? We only know a rough idea of the strength of the evil hunter, and there is no guarantee that the other party will not hide his strength. What does that matter? If it fails, Locke will be killed. My sincerity will only be delivered when he leads to the head of the evil hunter. Even if we take revenge in person, we need to know the exact strength of the enemy first. If Locke fails, we will get more detailed information about the enemy. If we succeed, we will be left alone. Advertisement. If there is some money, it is enough to make up for revenge. Quote. Doflamingo's understatement of Kaido also shows the other side of the hero, that is, he is always cautious enough no matter what he does. In a certain sea area of New World, a pirate ship larger than a large marine warship is sailing. Little ones, the banquet is over here, set sail and sail at full speed, we are going to West Blue to avenge Terrence. The loud roar resounded on the deck, making the pirates who were in the lively banquet stop in surprise, and then looked at the burly figure standing up from the big tiger leather chair. This person is more than 5 meters tall and looks majestic like a little giant. He is wearing a traditional pirate captain's coat and has a hideous skull tattoo on his bald head. Vicious is also extremely violent. Locke, this man is the captain of the Smasher pirates who just ended the call with Doflamingo. The huge pirate ship he is in is also the main ship of the Smasher pirates. Yes, revenge, now that the bastards who attacked us have retreated, it's time for us to avenge the deputy captain. As the murderer who killed the vice captain in West Blue. Then we will go to West Blue, tear him into pieces, and comfort the vice captain. Sin Hunter, I heard that the other party is a great swordsman. I don't know if it is true. If it is true, I will use the other party to hone my swordsmanship. Advertisement. After reacting, there was a commotion on the deck, some catered to Locke's words, and some muttered to themselves with unruly expressions on their faces. To be able to become the great pirate force of the New World, apart from the monster-like power of Captain Locke, there are naturally many masters among the rest of the Crusher pirates. Even if Luo Wei kills Terrence and the 4 captains, the Crusher pirates still have more than 10 captains, each with a bounty of more than 100 million, and even more than 300 million buried deposits, exist. Some of these captain-level characters are hockey masters, some are demon fruit power, and some are sword masters who also practice kendo. With the mobilization, Locke also waved his hand, ordering the helmsman to turn to the calm belt near West Blue and sail at full speed. Yes, it is to go to calm belt. The adjacent sea areas on both sides of New World are West Blue and North Blue respectively. If you want to go to West Blue, the shortest route is to directly cross calm belt. In the perception of ordinary people, the calm belt is a sea of death, and it is impossible to cross it, but for those big forces and the real strong, it is not enough to stop their steps. At the bottom of the pirate ship of the Crusher pirates, there are a large number of slaves. Even in a calm environment, these slaves can provide power to the pirate ship through manual rowing. At the same time, Locke is also a person who has awakened Conqueror's Haki, unless he encounters some super large Sea Kings. Otherwise, his Conqueror's Haki is enough to deter most of the Sea Kings that survive in Calm Belt. In this way, the Crusher pirates set off to West Blue, and Doflamingo also launched intelligence forces to investigate Luo Wei's movements with all his strength. Advertisement. Chapter 150 The Country of Flowers First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the 5th day after entering West Blue and heading to the Land of Flowers, Luo Wei's injuries were basically healed under the treatment of Huo Bakei and his own healing ability. Open black lens bracket character. Luo Wei close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 16 close black lens bracket. Nianian fruit. 7th level, 065,610. Open black lens bracket kendo. 7th level, 165,610 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armament Haki. 6th order, 021,870 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket observation Haki. 6th order, 021,870 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil value. 47,479 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket original sin value. 2 close black lens bracket. In the room, Luo Wei sat cross-legged on the floor, sinking into his mind, looking at the values displayed on the golden template. The most important thing to pay attention to is naturally the harvest of sin value and original sin value. Before entering West Blue, through the lure of treasures, although I didn't meet big guys, but the accumulation of numbers still brought nearly 10,000 crime points. Advertisement. Then it's time to kill the Don Quixote family and the Scarlet Tiger's fleet. The crime value of Diamante and Lao Ji alone is close to 20,000, and the rest of the personnel also contributed thousands of crime points. Luo Wei is naturally very satisfied with the current crime value of more than 47,000. 2 original sin points plus so many evil points are enough to raise the 2-color Haki to the 7th level. Thinking this way in his heart, Xuanwei also put it into action. Not only out of the desire to become stronger, but also to ensure that the action of hunting green peppers will not be surprised, and the improvement of strength is necessary. Even if the strongest pointed head is lost, in this period, it is more than 9 years earlier than the original Dressrosa chapter. When entering old age, it is the years that affect the strength of Qingjiao, so more than 9 years earlier, his strength is definitely stronger than in the future, and may even be much stronger. Facing such a character, how could Luo Wei be careless? It is the same as improving the way of the sword and the fruit of Nianian. Under the continuous input of evil points, these 2 powers also fell into cooling after reaching the full value of the 6th level. Naturally, Luo Wei immediately used the original sin value upgrade to make them break through the shackles one after another, reaching the 7th level of strength. The 7th level is a checkpoint for a power to enter a high-level level. Once it breaks through, the power it belongs to will be improved qualitatively. Luo Wei is like this now. After armament Haki breaks through to the 7th level, his offensive and defensive power has been significantly improved. Even the slash of a great swordsman cannot tear apart the defense easily. At the same time, the explosive attack is enough to produce terrifying destructive power. Advertisement. The same is true for observation Haki. Although there is no real power, both the perception range and the sensitivity have been well enhanced. Of course, just like the principle that the higher the strength is, the harder it is, the higher the level of advancement, the greater the steps that need to be crossed. Even if the 4 strengths reach the 7th level of strength, it is still not enough to leap from the low-level Overlord level combat power to the middle-level Overlord level combat power. At most it has stepped over half a foot. The Overlord level combat power is the second step next to the world-class combat power, and it is the group closest to the ceiling of this world. Even the deputy emperors in the original period are only at this level of combat power, and the range that each level needs to span is very large. Although Luo Wei suddenly had an inspiration in the battle with Diamante and Lao Ji, according to the developed swordsmanship, he applied it to the 6-style body art. The stronger iron body ape cannon, finger pistol eagle claw, paper arts snake shake, tempest kick dragon tail have been extended respectively. However, these are not enough to close the crucial power gap. Unless Luo Wei breaks through the application of 2-color Haki to an advanced level in the future, or develops a move that can greatly improve combat power. Otherwise, based on his current strength, only by making a breakthrough in strength and raising a certain strength to the 8th level of strength, will it be possible to step forward with the remaining half of his foot and reach the middle-level Overlord level of combat power. Seeing that after the upgrade, a lot of consumption, leaving only 3,739 evil points, Luo Wei pondered for a while and then put it into Amari Shishi. Although such a little evil value is far from enough for Nianian fruit to advance next time, but in order to prevent the strength of Qingjiao from exceeding his estimate, every slight increase in strength is worth enhancing. Soon, both the original sin value and the evil value returned to 0, and the Nianian fruit whose experience value was raised from the 7th level, 065,610, to the 7th level, 3,739 65,610, was also slightly enhanced. Advertisement. The range is small, but it's still an increase. Compared with other people, Luo Wei who has a golden template, it is indeed much easier to increase his strength. Backquote, I'm ready. I don't know if you're ready. Luo Wei lowered his eyes, as if muttering, and seemed to be announcing the upcoming battle. In a blink of an eye, several days passed, and under the precise route, the moonlight entered the sea area where the Kingdom of Flowers was located very smoothly. Landing at a port in the Kingdom of Flowers like an ordinary merchant ship, Luo Wei asked Perona to stay on board and entered the country alone. The country of Flowers is not a small country, but one of the powerful countries of West Blue. At the same time, Xingjiao is not a small character. In addition to his own strength, he is also the pillar of the Eight Treasures Navy, and the Eight Treasures Navy is the army of the Kingdom of Flowers. If Luo Wei wanted to hunt green peppers, he would naturally not rush there directly, otherwise it would be very likely to cause the entire Kingdom of Flowers to attack. Naturally, he had to be cautious with Gon. The architectural style of the country of Flowers is similar to ancient Chinese style, and just like its name, the land here is extremely fertile, especially suitable for planting flowers, whether it is in the suburbs or in the city. You can see all kinds of flowers in full bloom everywhere, which is very pleasing to the eye. Get out of the way, don't get in the way. On the bustling street, there were local residents and people who came to enjoy the flowers. Ah, there was a cry, but in the chaos, a woman was hit by someone who pushed her, and the baby in her arms was thrown out, and she was about to fall to the ground. The woman found this scene. Naturally, they screamed in horror. Advertisement. Chapter 151 Questioning, 2nd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Swish. Suddenly, the baby fell to the ground in front of him, and a figure quickly rushed over, catching the baby in time. It's okay, the child is here for you. The woman was overjoyed when she saw that someone had caught her baby, and quickly got up and ran over. The catcher also smiled and handed the baby to the other party. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. As a result, the child's woman bowed and thanked excitedly. Luo Wei waved his hand. It's just a small matter. If you really want to thank you, you might as well introduce me to this person. I just came to the Kingdom of Flowers. The woman looked in the direction Luo Wei pointed out, and it was a man dressed like a knight who passed by on a horse after the guards opened up the road on the street. This person was in his 20s at most, and he didn't care about the chaos caused by the guards opening up the road. He even looked down at the crowd arrogantly, giving people a feeling of luxury and dandyism. The woman let out a low cry, and then hurriedly said to Luo Wei, Benefactor, please put your hand down quickly. If 787 is seen by the other party, it will be troublesome. Luo Wei didn't resist either, and when he heard the other party say that, he put down his hand, and asked curiously, why, will this person be angry because I pointed at him? It's more than anger. Benefactor, you don't know, this man is the heir of a duke in our country, and his father, Duke John, holds a lot of power. He can put a man to death if he says a word to him. The woman said. While coaxing the crying child from fright, he explained to Luo Wei in a low voice. Advertisement. As that's so. Luo Wei frowned, then looked thoughtfully at the duke's son who was leaving in the distance like an angry horse in fresh clothes. He acted alone, the purpose of which was naturally to understand the situation of the green pepper first, so as to find a suitable hunting opportunity. And now, he seems to have found a good breakthrough. After saying goodbye to the woman, Luo Wei just left, or in other words, he locked the son of the duke with the field of thoughts, and followed far behind. The father of this man Ajeg, is the Duke of the Kingdom of Flowers, and he also wields great power. Luo Wei quickly confirmed this, because he was following him, and the other party finally came to an extremely luxurious palace comparable to a palace. Manor. There doesn't seem to be any powerful aura. Looking at the luxurious manor from a distance, Luo Wei touched his chin. He uses observation hockey to perceive the personnel situation in the manor. With his current strength, a person who can be called powerful by him must at least have powerful combat power. Obviously, power does not represent strength, and powerful combat power cannot be recruited casually. Although there are many guards and bodyguards in the manor, none of these pose a threat to Luo Wei. After confirming that there was no problem, Luo Wei walked towards the manor leisurely as if taking a walk. Buzz. Advertisement. When approaching the manor, an invisible and vast power of thought emanated from Luo Wei's body, and then directly enveloped the entire manor. After crossing the gate, the guards guarding here could not move their bodies except for their eyeballs. When they looked at Luo Wei, their eyes were full of consternation and panic. Luo Wei used his thoughts to imprison everyone in the manor in an instant. Having been locked on the position of the Duke's son with the field of mind, Luo Wei found him in a palace of the castle soon after entering the manor, and there was another person sitting beside him, who seemed to be discussing something. It seems that my luck is good. This must be Duke John. Luo Wei frowned when he saw the other person. The appearance of the other person was somewhat similar to that of the Duke's son sitting next to him, and he was also a generation older, which made him not only smile. With a snap of his fingers, while speaking, Luo Wei released the thought power restraint suspected to be on Duke John. Come on, people, where are all the people dead? The weirdness that happened to Duke John had already caused panic in his heart, especially after seeing Luo Wei coming. When his body regained his freedom, he hurriedly stood up, shouting and trying to escape. 08209133020460. But unfortunately, his shout was obviously useless, no one responded at all, and he didn't run very far, his body was imprisoned by the power of thought again. This is not okay. I let you go not to let you escape. Advertisement. Luo Wei calmly walked to where the other party was originally, and then sat on the exquisite and luxurious chair. With a light tap of his finger, the other party flew back in the air and landed on the opposite side of him. Okay. You still have one last chance, now tell me if you are that Duke John, if not, then I can only send you to hell. After Luo Wei finished speaking calmly, he released the other party's restraint again. It's just that this time, he only freed the other party's right to speak, and his body remained imprisoned. Duke John's face was pale, and he looked at Luo Wei who was sitting across from him with anger and fear, forced a smile, and said quickly, Young man, I am indeed John, I don't know why you are looking for me, if I want money, you make a price, and I will definitely satisfy you. The situation was very clear, the experience just now was enough for him to understand that his life was completely in Luo Wei's hands, if he resisted, what he was waiting for was definitely death. Even though he is not young, but as the Duke of the Kingdom of Flowers and wielding great power, John naturally still cherishes his life extremely. Very well, it seems that my guess is not wrong, but there is no need to talk about money, I just want to find out some information from you. If you answer well, I can naturally consider letting you go, but if your answer is not, I am satisfied, so I don't need to say more about the result. No problem, I will tell you what this gentleman wants to know. That's right, then I'll start. The first question, do you know the green peppers from the 8 Treasures Navy? Seeing that the other party has understood the situation and made a correct response, Luo Wei smiled and started his own questioning. Advertisement. Chapter 152 Information and Temporary Departure 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Qingjiao withdrew from the New World competition after being severely injured by Garp, and even retreated from the front line of the 8 Treasures Navy, but because no one was able to open the treasure under the Baoyu Glacier, he still serves as the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy until now. Pillars. As one of the 8 major naval forces in the country of flowers, and also the most powerful pillar, Qingjiao is naturally no stranger to the high-level executives of the country of flowers. John is the Duke of the Kingdom of Flowers, and his power is one of the best among the high-level officials in the entire country. Naturally, he has a full understanding of the precious national-level combat power of green peppers. The two asked me to answer, and soon Luo Wei learned a lot about the green pepper from John, and even discovered an important piece of information. So, the other party will leave the Kingdom of Flowers on a fixed few days every year, and this year's date will be 3 days later. Luo Wei stared at the other party closely. A flattering smile that he hadn't seen for a long time appeared on John's face, and he hurriedly said, I can assure you that this is indeed the case, and I have also inquired about this aspect. During the few days that the other party left, the place he went to was most likely Baoyu Glacier, because that is where the treasures of the 8 Treasures Navy have been treasured for generations. Luo Wei's eyes flickered. If what the other party said was true, then for him, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to hunt green peppers. Well, then I'll just believe your words for now, and then you tell me about the situation of the other naval forces in your country, such as whether they have also done pirate work like the 8 Treasures Navy. Yes, although the 8 water armies are nominally the armies of our Kingdom of Flowers, in fact, the 1 treasure navy to the 8 treasure navy often rob and plunder wealth as pirates. Advertisement. In fact, there is also the support of the king, because part of the wealth looted by the 8 water armies will be handed over to the royal family, and the main targets of the 8 water armies looting are all forces that are hostile to our country. So that's the case, then tell me about the strength of the other naval forces, especially their pillars, how they compare with Qingjiao. After a brief pause, the question and answer began again, and this time, Luo Wei asked more extensive questions, learning about the situation of all the top combat forces in the country of flowers in detail. After questioning for a while, Luo Wei became thoughtful. The Kingdom of Flowers is indeed a worthy West Blue powerhouse. In addition to having sufficient basic military strength, it is also extremely rich in top-level combat power. For example, the pillars of the 8 water armies, although the other 7 pillars are far inferior to Qingjiao, they are still strong figures that cannot be ignored. According to John's description, every pillar is enough to rival the Vice Admiral of Marine. If the other party didn't exaggerate, it would be enough to show that these pillar-level characters at least possessed powerful level combat power. In addition, the royal family of the country of flowers also secretly supported many masters, and there was no lack of existence among them who could rival the pillars. Facing such a strong lineup, although Luo Wei is not afraid, but there must be fear. At the same time, this also proved that he was correct in not acting rashly. Otherwise, unless he could kill the green pepper in a very short time, he would definitely be besieged by a large number of powerful people in the Kingdom of Flowers. Thank you for your answer, now you are free. Advertisement. After learning about the situation in the Kingdom of Flowers, Luo Wei stood up, and then looked at the opposite John with a smile. After releasing the opponent's imprisonment, he flicked his fingers and sent the opponent away with a bullet. By the way, the Duke's son, whose eyes were full of fear on the opposite side, also gave him a reed bomb together, and then the two father and son would not be alone when they went to hell. Sin value plus 3450. Sin value plus 950. The road to power is no more benevolent than the pursuit of power, and even more cruel and bloody. When the two were eliminated, information about the crime value also appeared in Luo Wei's mind one after another. John, whose own strength may be inferior to ordinary people, has generated more than 3,000 evil points, and his son also has nearly 1,000 evil points. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of commotion, so let's leave first. Without staying longer, Luo Wei also released the prison of mind power when he left the manor, and then quickly headed towards the port where the moonlight was docked. 0. Although he imprisoned the people in the manor, he went all the way in, but many people saw him. Although getting rid of all the people in the manor can prevent him from being discovered by the King of Flowers, Luo Wei has no interest in killing some ordinary people. Advertisement. Anyway, he already knew that Qingzhou would leave the country of flowers in 3 days, and would most likely go to Baoyu Glacier, so he naturally didn't need to stay in the country of flowers. The murder of a duke will naturally have a great impact, especially when Duke John is in charge of the kingdom of flowers with considerable power. Not long after Luo Wei arrived at the port and Yang Fan sailed away, John's death was immediately known to the higher-ups of the Kingdom of Flowers. 0. King. According to the descriptions of Duke John's servants, after a detailed comparison, we can already confirm that the perpetrator is most likely Kakarot, who is known as the Evil Hunter. According to the known information, this person is extremely powerful. He once killed the deputy captain of a big pirate force in New World. If he wants to capture him, he may have to use a pillar-level figure. The Kingdom of Flowers can be regarded as a powerful country in West Blue. In addition to its strong military power, it naturally also has excellent intelligence capabilities. Especially since the perpetrator is not an unknown person, it is easier to investigate the identity. In less than half a day, the investigators in charge of Duke John's death reported back what they had detected, which made the king of the Kingdom of Flowers sitting on the throne look gloomy. The king of the country of flowers is a person of the same generation as Qingzhou, so he is naturally not young. He has already entered his 60th year, but because of the good life and maintenance, he only looks like he is in his early 50s. Killing the duke of a country is not only extremely bad, but also a challenge to the majesty of our country of flowers. No matter how powerful this evil hunter is, he must be severely punished. The king of the Kingdom of Flowers was obviously very angry, and even a little nervous. After all, Duke John could be killed openly, so he also has such a dangerous door. Advertisement. Chapter 153 Reaction and Waiting Forth. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the following words, the king of the Kingdom of Flowers not only ordered the king's army to send troops to search for Luo Wei's whereabouts, but also sent people to contact the pillars of the 8 water armies, asking them to come to assist. It's just that Luo Wei had already left in the first place, and the actions of the king of the Kingdom of Flowers were naturally doomed to be useless. After a massive search, the king's army personnel found no trace of Luo Wei at all. Instead, they learned from the port patrol that the person suspected of Luo Wei had already left. Regarding this situation, the king of the country of flowers was both annoyed and relieved. Although Luo Wei was not captured, Luo Wei's departure also relieved his sense of crisis. In addition, the pillars who rushed to the palace as soon as they received the order also had nothing to say. When they came, they were also very dignified. After all, the situation about Luo Wei had also been passed on to them. Facing such a strong man who could kill more than 400 million berry pirates, they did not dare to neglect. It seems that the other party should have left, but for the sake of safety, it is better for us to leave a few people guarding the palace, so as to ensure the safety of your king. In the main hall, after learning that Luo Wei might have left the Kingdom of Flowers, the pillar of the Erbao Navy suggested. Advertisement. This is a man with 2 long beards, wearing a cloak on his shoulders, and the words, Second Treasure, on his chest. Although the 8 water armies of the Kingdom of Flowers have the same status, the strength of the pillars also determines the right to speak. The pillars of the Tubao water army are the people whose strength is second only to Qingzhou among the 8 Donggran. His words not only satisfied the king of the Kingdom of Flowers sitting on the throne, but also made the rest of the pillars not refute. In this case, count me in. I heard that the evil hunter is suspected to be a great swordsman. If the other party really appears, I really want to weigh whether the other party is really a great swordsman. A man wearing a scabbard inlaid with gemstones on his waist, which looks very gorgeous, said lazily. This man is the pillar of the Qibao Navy, younger than the pillar of the Erbao Navy. He should only be in his 40s, and at the same time, there is a horizontal scar on his forehead, as if someone cut it out with a knife. Then I'll stay too. Anyway, there's nothing going on in the territory recently. If I can, I'd like to see how the so-called evil hunters are capable. Dong Jia of Yu Baoshuijun also sneered. This person is very burly and strong. His hands are covered with spiked gloves, and his face is full of flesh, showing a fierce and wild aura. Dong Liang of the Erbao Water Army saw that 2 Dong Liang expressed their willingness to stay, and suddenly turned his head to look at the green pepper next to him. Qingzhou Dongliang, what about you? If you stay here, with you, even if that evil hunter does reappear, he won't be able to make trouble. Sorry, the old man still has some things to deal with in 2 days. If you need the old man to guard, you can talk about it after the old man comes back. Advertisement. Compared with when he appeared in the original book, although Qingzhao is still the oldest among several pillars, he is undoubtedly much younger, which can be proved by the fact that his lush white beard is also mixed with a lot of black and gray beard. Regarding what Erbao Saijan said, Qingzhao hesitated for a while, then shook his head and chose to refuse. If no one is willing to stay, he might agree, but now that 2 pillars have expressed their willingness to stay in the palace, he naturally has a lot less worries. Going to Baoyu Glacier to visit his treasure every year is already his last obsession. Unless he really has no choice but to take a look, he will not feel at ease. It doesn't matter, since Qingzhao Pillar has something to do, let's deal with it first. The king of the Kingdom of Flowers also nodded. Even though Qingzhao is not as good as before, she is still the strongest among the pillars. Although the king of the country of flowers hopes that Qingzhao can guard the palace, he also knows how to choose in order to maintain a harmonious relationship between the 2 parties. Of course, the most important thing is that there are other pillars left to guard, his safety is guaranteed enough, so naturally he doesn't mind showing his generosity to win more love from Qingzhao. In this way, the green pepper did not stay, and will go to Baoyu Glacier to pay homage to his treasure according to the past practice. As for those who stayed to guard the palace, apart from the pillars of the Qibao Water Army and the pillars of the Yibao Water Army, the Erbao Water Army also chose to stay in the end. As for the other pillars, they also returned to their respective territories with Qingzhao, responsible for the defense of the border, in case an enemy country takes the opportunity to invade. Advertisement. Each of the 8 water armies of the Kingdom of Flowers has its own territory. At the same time, under the responsibility of border defense, the territories of these 8 water armies are also located on the coast of each direction of the Kingdom of Flowers. At a height invisible to the naked eye, Luo Wei stepped into the air and looked down at the town-like territory of the 8 treasures navy below. It's already the 3rd day, if there are no accidents, the time should be almost up. The ability to fly with mind power and the perception of the domain of mind made it very easy for Luo Wei to monitor the movements of the 8 treasures navy. In fact, he quietly came back the 2nd day after he left the country of flowers, and changed his appearance with the power of thoughts, so that he was not discovered by the people of the country of flowers at all. Now when the 3rd day arrives, he will naturally get ready early, only waiting for the green pepper to appear and leave the Kingdom of Flowers. 0.6. Another moment passed, and suddenly, Luo Wei's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that there is no accident, so the next thing to be sure is whether the other party is really going to Baoyu Glacier. The situation perceived by the field of thoughts made Luo Wei chuckle in his heart. Looking down, a large number of people gathered at the port of the 8 treasures navy territory at this time, and the leader was a green pepper with a flat head and a strong physique. Grandpa, the personnel and supplies have been prepared, and we can leave at any time now. The person who spoke was the man standing on the side of the green pepper. No matter his body shape or appearance, this man was unremarkable. He was holding a guan knife in his hand, and he looked carefree when he spoke. Advertisement. Chapter 154 Baoyu Glacier, first update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the Babao Navy, the only person who can face Qingzhao in this way is naturally only his grandson, that is, Lao Kai, who was cultivated as the 13th generation pillar. Old man, I'm not talking about you. Anyway, we can't get those treasures out, and it's even more uncomfortable to see them. Why do you still go every year? The person on the other side of Qingzhao said helplessly. This person is also the grandson of Qingzhao, named Abu. You don't understand, even if you can't take it out, I can rest assured that I go to see it every year. If it were someone else who dared to say that, Qingzhao, who was touched by something sad, would have given a headbutt in anger, but the target was his grandson, so he could only let out a long sigh. It is indeed a pain to see but not to take it out, but what can be done about it? Seeing the old man sighing, Lao Kai glared at his younger brother, and then quickly said, Don't talk so much, old man, let's go, so we can come back sooner. That's right, I also want to see if there is any problem with the treasures passed down through the generations. Abu realized that his brother glared at him and reacted belatedly, and quickly said, "Oh 9. Then let's go." Qingzhao nodded, and then walked towards the pirate ship docked at the port first. Advertisement. Although going to Baoyu Glacier is not as good as going out to plunder, there are still hundreds of elite soldiers from the 8 Treasures Navy following them. When Qingzhao and others boarded the huge pirate ship with hundreds of elites from the 8 Treasures Navy, they quickly set sail and sailed in a certain direction. Sailing in this direction, it seems that we are really going to Baoyu Glacier. In the sky, sensing the direction of the pirate ship below, Luo Wei murmured. The location of Baoyu Glacier is not a secret among the high-level officials in the Kingdom of Flowers. After all, Qingzhao will lead the elite to check every year. Even though a gag order was issued, there were too many people talking about it, so it was inevitable that it would be leaked out. At least, Duke John, whom Luo Wei was looking for before, knew about it. But just in case, Luo Wei followed the green pepper from the sky, and at the same time took out the phone bug he had prepared. It can be ready, remember not to be found. Is that green pepper really here? Let me ask, how many of them are there? Not many, only a few hundred people, I believe you can do it. Bastard, you can't say much with so many people. Let me tell you, if something happens to me, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. The phone bug cleverly interpreted Perona's exasperated expression. Luo Wei said calmly, you can become a ghost right now, and it's not for you to go all out, but for you to delay other people's actions, and use your ghost fruit ability to send it, no problem. Advertisement. Who do you say is the ghost, and what if the other party has other interests? You said that the other party is a former big pirate force. Didn't you say it was once? It's already gone now, and even if it is true, what are you afraid of with me around? HMPH. You're not going to deal with that green pepper, and you won't be by my side then. 1. The topic of entanglement with women is absolutely endless, so Luo Wei hung up the call decisively and continued to focus on tracking. On the other side, on the coast of Baoyu Glacier, Perona looked at the sleeping phone bug, and after muttering a few words, she got down to business and let Hoback take the helm to steer the Moonlight to a more secluded corner. Thanks to the early knowledge of the location of Baoyu Glacier from Duke John, Luo Wei arrived here by boat on the first day he left the Kingdom of Flowers. Although he himself returned to the Country of Flowers just in case, the two of Perona have indeed been waiting here. Baoyu Glacier is not too far away from the Kingdom of Flowers, otherwise Luo Wei would not have arrived on the first day. At the same time, Qingjiao was indeed preparing to go to Baoyu Glacier, and the pirate ship of the Eight Treasures Navy successfully landed on the coast of Baoyu Glacier when the sky was approaching evening. Luo Wei, who has been following behind in the sky, felt relieved seeing this, and quickly joined Perona. He didn't act right away. Although with his current physical strength, he would feel tired after flying in the sky for a few days, but after flying for a long time, he still consumed some physical strength. Advertisement. In order to hunt green peppers in the best condition, he naturally had to restore his physical strength to its peak and act. After landing on the Baoyu Glacier, except for some people who stayed on the pirate ship, most of them followed the green peppers to the place where the treasure was buried by the Eight Treasures Navy. On the mirror-smooth ice floor, with a thickness of tens of meters, the bottom layer is covered with treasures. Even if it is roughly estimated, the value is more than tens of billions of berry. My treasure, it's all that old bastard Garp, if he didn't break my head, I. As soon as he came to the glacier covered with treasures in 483, Qingjiao cried out like a child, and finally knelt on the ground, banging his head on the ice while cursing someone. Don't worry, old man, I will be able to break this glacier sooner or later, so that you can take out the treasure below again. Yes, old man, don't cry, I believe my brother will be able to help you take out these treasures. Lao Kai and Abu naturally consoled him in a hurry, although they knew that with the hardness of the old man's head, hitting the ground like this would not hurt them, but they were afraid that Qingjiao would be too sad. Old Kai, Grandpa no longer has the ability to take out these treasures, so you must work hard to become stronger. Only by breaking this glacier can you truly take over the position of the 13th generation of pillars. Yes, old man, I will definitely work hard. Under the comfort of Lao Kai and Abu, Qingjiao stopped crying, and then held Lao Kai's hand tightly, encouraging for a while, and reminding him seriously for a while. Breaking the Baoyu Glacier is a ceremony inherited by the pillars of the Eight Treasures Water Army, otherwise, even if Qingjiao handed over the position of pillar to Lao Kai, it would be injustice for him not to be able to smash the Baoyu Glacier. Advertisement. Chapter 155. On the verge of firing, second update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Look, old man, it's getting dark now, let's go back to the boat to rest early. After talking for a long time, Lao Kai looked at the sky that had completely darkened and couldn't help but said. Qingjiao looked at the treasure under the ice with some reluctance. Let's go here first, and I will take a closer look at the treasure here tomorrow. No problem, we will continue to accompany you then. Lao Kai and Abu Sa'id in unison. In this way, Lao Kai and Abu greeted the crowd who followed, surrounded by green peppers, and prepared to return to the coast to rest for a night on the pirate ship docked there. Boom. Suddenly, when the people of the Eight Treasures Navy were walking towards the coast, there was a huge roaring sound from the top of an iceberg hundreds of meters away. The bright golden light bloomed in the night sky like a big sun, dispelling the darkness, shooting out countless golden dots crazily, and then like a torrent of energy that was constantly amplifying, it approached the Babao Navy and the others. What's this? No, get out of the way. The accident happened so suddenly that most people in the Eight Treasures Navy had no time to react at all. A few people, such as Qingjiao and Lao Kai, noticed the abnormality and hurriedly looked at the golden dots shooting obliquely towards the sky, and they were either stunned or shocked, and let out exclamations. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. A terrifying and violent explosion appeared instantly, and when everyone in the Eight Treasures Navy was engulfed by the golden light spot like a torrent of energy, there was an endless stream of terrifying explosions immediately. There were screams, stumps flew around, blood was scattered on the ground in the explosion, and the entire ice field was violently shaken by the astonishing impact of the explosion. The explosion lasted for more than 10 breaths before it stopped, and it also presented an extremely tragic scene. Bombed corpses and people who were seriously injured and howling were scattered all over the place. Not even 1/10 of the people who survived the crazy explosion survived. Bastard, this old man is going to kill you. A roar full of rage resounded over the glacier after the explosion, and the beard fluttered without wind, and the green pepper with, well, shaped veins on its forehead looked horribly at the top of the iceberg where golden light spots appeared in the distance like a ghost. Qingjiao is worthy of the big pirates who were able to compete with Roger and Whitebeard. Not only was the whole body covered with armament hockey at the moment of the explosion, but it also avoided direct contact with the golden light spot. Under the super strong defense, it did not suffer substantial damage at all. At the same time, after reacting, he activated observation hockey immediately to sense the breath. While roaring, Qingjiao also rushed out in big strides, picked up the weapon of a subordinate who died tragically nearby, that is, the most common guando in the Eight Treasures Navy, and threw it like a javelin towards the top of the distant iceberg. Whoosh! The astonishingly strong armament hockey condensed on the guando, engulfed in unparalleled power, and immediately turned into a black lightning. So fast. On the top of the iceberg in the distance, Luo Wei, who had severely injured the Eight Treasures Navy with starlight extinction, changed his expression slightly, and quickly pulled out the autumn water from his waist, and as the piercing light of the knife appeared, he immediately slashed towards the Guan knife who was approaching in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Ding. Boom. First, there was the sound of Jin Jie clashing, followed by Guan Dao colliding with Chushui, which exploded violently like a cannonball. The air collapsed and squeezed to form air waves visible to the naked eye. Under the astonishing impact, although Luo Wei shattered Guan Dao, he was also blasted back more than 10 meters by the force of Guan Dao. Sure enough, it's not an easy character to deal with. The weapon thrown from such a long distance is actually so powerful. Depending on the situation, it will really be a fierce battle. Backing up, Luo Wei took a deep look at where the green pepper was in the distance, a thought flashed in his mind, and then followed the inertia, and shot straight into the distance. Bastard, don't try to escape. Green Pepper's observation hockey immediately sensed Luo Wei's actions, and felt even more angry in his heart, especially when he saw the subordinates who died tragically around him. The astonishing murderous aura almost materialized, causing the nearby air to distort. Boom. Both legs bent sharply, and the green pepper leapt out with astonishing explosive power. When the ground shook, it swept 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, and then quickly chased Luo Wei who was flying into the distance without a moment's pause. Master. On the spot, Lao Kai, who also avoided the golden light spot in time and used armament hockey to defend against the explosion, was shocked when he saw this scene. Abu, you stay and take care of the wounded, I'll go after the old man. Hastily told his younger brother who was only slightly injured, and Lao Kai was about to leave. Negative, negative, negative. Advertisement. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange cry came from far and near, and then the 10 song ghosts flew towards Lao Li and the remaining members of the Eight Treasures Navy. Although Lao Kai was astonished, under the perception of observation hockey, he quickly avoided the ghost flying towards him. Poof. The sound of kneeling appeared one after another, but other people did not have the same reaction as Lao Kai. Many people who survived the explosion were passed through their bodies by ghosts. And these people have undoubtedly entered a negative state, with their hands resting on the ground with low pressure all over their bodies, and they muttered to themselves full of decadence. Ha 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 ha. Your opponent is me, let's feel the dominion of ghosts. In the sky, Li Li's Perona in the ghost state followed closely, and when she laughed sweetly, she unceremoniously waved a large number of ghosts again. These ghosts are much smaller than the previous ghosts, they are just mini ghost bombs. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions reappeared. Although the power and frequency were not as good as before, don't forget that many people are in a passive state, unable to resist or dodge at all. As a result, it is conceivable that after the bombardment of nearly 100 miniature ghosts ended, the Babao Navy suffered heavy casualties again, and the number of survivors was only 20 or 30, and most of them suffered serious injuries. Damn it. Lao Kai still evaded and defended against the explosion in time, but after the connection was attacked, and seeing the tragic casualties on the scene, his eyes burst into tears. Advertisement. Chapter 156. The battle broke out. Third. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Lao Kai borrowed from his old man's counterattack just now, directly covered armament hockey with the knife in his hand, and then threw it towards Perona in the sky. Although Lao Kai lacked a lot of green pepper in terms of armament hockey's strength and power, the guando thrown into the sky still rushed towards Perona at a rapid speed. Extra large ghost kamikaze bomb. Pupils shrunk. Perona waved out a large ghost without hesitation, and swallowed the thrown guando into his stomach as if swallowing it in one gulp. Bang! Almost in an instant, the large ghost produced an astonishing explosion far exceeding the previous ones. It not only shattered the swallowed guandao, but also created a violent wave of air. Pure physical attacks cannot cause harm to the ghost body, but under the turbulent air waves, Perona subconsciously retreated a certain distance to the rear. At the same time, she looked vigilantly at Lao Kai below. Before the action, Luo Wei naturally communicated with Perona about the strength of Qingzhao and others in advance, among which Lao Kai and Abu, who are naturally the grandchildren of Qingzhao, gave a more focused explanation. Although these two people can't exert pressure on Luo Wei, they are strong enemies to Perona. After all, both of them have mastered the not-weak haki, and they can touch Perona's ghost body. Advertisement. 073. It's really bad luck. After going through such a terrible attack, I didn't get any injuries. Perona also felt a little depressed at the guard meeting. At first, she thought that Luo Wei's attack just now would be able to eliminate all the powerful characters of the enemy, but now it seems that she is obviously overthinking. Starlight Annihilation is indeed powerful, but a large-scale attack will inevitably cause the dispersion of power. Although the current Lao Kai is much worse than that of Dressrosa, but he has been strictly trained by Green Peppers, and he has barely possessed a powerful combat power. It can be said that if it weren't for Perona's ability to fly in long-range attack, Luo Wei might not be so relieved to lure the Green Pepper away. On the ice, Lao Kai's attack did not end. After throwing his own weapon, he couldn't touch Perona, so he decisively picked up other people's weapons and continued to launch the attack. Still using this trick, don't look down on people too much. Perona, who had already taken precautions, reacted quickly, and immediately shuttled through the air flexibly, avoiding the thrown weapons one after another. Although the practice time is not very long, with Luo Wei's strict training, Perona is no longer comparable to her in the original book, whether it is strength or willpower. Even though there is still a large gap in strength between the two sides, the advantage of flying is unquestionable, especially since Perona's mission is only to delay the actions of Lao Kai and others. Advertisement. While dodging, Perona also swung negative ghosts and ghost bombs from time to counterattack Lao Kai. Armament hockey and devil fruit are not a restrained relationship, it depends entirely on the development intensity of both parties. In the battle, although Lao Kai can counteract the negative ghost with a powerful attack covered with armament hockey, it is not so easy to deal with the ghost bomb. The ghost bomb under attack will explode in an instant. Although it is less powerful than the explosion after hitting the target, it is still enough to blow Lao Kai back in embarrassment. Bastard, come down and fight me if you have the ability. Although the defense with armament hockey did not suffer too much injury, but Lao Kai was still very angry when he was bombed back, and yelled at Perona who was flying high in the air. As this why embarrassment turns into anger. If you have the ability, you can come up on your own, ha 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 ha. Perona looked at the other party jokingly, with an unabashedly smug expression on her delicate face. Brother, I'm here to help you. Although Abu was not as good as Lao Kai, and was injured in the bombing of the Starlight Extinction, and the Ghost Bomb, he was much better than the others and did not suffer too many injuries. He yelled and joined the battle, but he picked up the scattered guns from nearby and fired at Perona. The bullets fired are naturally condensed armament hockey, although the strength is average, but it is enough to touch Perona's ghost body. Advertisement. Although Abramovich's marksmanship is not very good, but under continuous shooting, it is still very lucky that one of the fired bullets grazed Perona's shoulder. The blood on Shangjan was wiped by bullets, which also brought burning pain. Perona let out a muffled grunt, and hurriedly flew to a higher place, and the speed of movement also accelerated. Unforgivable, both of you will die for me. After the brutal survival practice in the Boeing Islands, Perona has also developed excellent willpower, and naturally she will not make a fuss because of some scratches. But when she was injured, she was also very angry. Amidst the screams, she kept waving all kinds of ghosts with her hands, and launched a fierce attack on Lao Cha and Abu. Lao Kai and Abu, who had already seen the power of ghosts, naturally did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly protected armament hockey all over their bodies, and then either dodged or resisted. Although many surviving people also assisted the two to attack Perona, under the advantage of the sky and the interference of ghosts, the people of the Eight Treasures Navy were undoubtedly delayed by Perona. Flying quickly over the glacier, Luo Wei galloped towards the distance, while using observation hockey to sense the green peppers chasing from behind at an alarming speed. He didn't push Nian fruit to the limit, but maintained a steady speed, which can prevent Qingzhao from catching up, and prevent the opponent from being really thrown off by him. In less than a few minutes, a cliff-like glacier coast appeared in front of Luo Wei, and he had already reached the other side of Baoyu Glacier. Seeing the scene in front of him, Luo Wei's eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned around, pushing his thoughts to the limit in an instant, and rushed towards the chasing green pepper at an even more terrifying speed. Advertisement. Chapter 157 Ferocious Fighting, 4th Change. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Like a shooting star slanting down, the sudden change slightly changed the expression of Qingzhao, who had been chasing wildly. Zheng. Luo Wei, who was rushing back, came close in the blink of an eye, and then did not stop at all. The blade that had already been unsheathed drew a piercing light, and slashed fiercely towards the top of Qingzhao's head. Die. Lao Lao's experience in fighting made Qingzhao react immediately, but he did not back down. Instead he made an extremely powerful and ferocious charge, and raised his fist to meet Luo Wei's slash with a loud shout. Bang! The iron fist collided with the blade immediately, and under the impact of astonishing force, violent air waves visible to the naked eye burst out instantly, causing the surrounding ice fields and even icebergs to vibrate violently. If it wasn't for the fact that the ice condensed by the Baoyu Glacier is extremely strong and has the special ability to spread the attack, the ice within a radius of several hundred meters would have been shattered long ago. In the terrible collision, both Luo Wei and Qingzhao froze, and then saw Chushui shake up high, while Qingzhao took a few steps back. What a powerful force! There is such a level of slash. Advertisement. Shocked by the opponent's attack, both Luo Wei and Qingzhao froze, and when they looked at each other, they showed fearful eyes. Wait, you're that evil hunter. Suddenly, after seeing Luo Wei's appearance clearly, Qingzhao was slightly taken aback, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he blurted out. The Kingdom of Flowers has identified Luo Wei as the perpetrator who killed Duke John, so they will naturally know Luo Wei's appearance. Although they don't know where they got it from, the pillars including Qingzhao have seen Luo Wei. Photo. Even though it was already night, under the moonlight, Qingzhao recognized Luo Wei for the first time. However, Luo Wei did not respond to Qingzhao's words, but relieved the impact, and immediately strode forward again, holding knives in both hands, and slashed fiercely at the opponent with a powerful slash. Regarding this, Qingzhao also temporarily suppressed the doubts in her heart, and quickly blasted out with the fist covered with armament hockey. One punch was able to withstand Luo Wei's slash. Boom boom boom. Under the collision again, there was also a billow of air, but this time it didn't end there. Instead, a fierce fight quickly started. As the blade turned, Luo Wei deftly swung Qingzhao's iron fist away, and then stepped closer to strike out with a slash. Qingzhao instantly understood Luo Wei's intentions. Her old body didn't feel slow at all. She dodged sideways with incomparable strength, and then punched Luo Wei's head with her backhand. Regardless of whether it was a sword slash or a punch, the attacks from both sides contained terrifying power. It could be said that even a small mountain would be cut off and shattered easily. Luo Wei also had an insight into the attack of Qingzhao, and quickly withdrew the knife and leaned back to avoid the iron fist, then took advantage of the opportunity to prop up the ground with his left hand, and stabbed the opponent's jaw with his right toe like a golden hook hanging upside down. Advertisement. But even such a tight attack was still not enough to break Qingzhao's defense. He quickly grabbed Luo Wei's calf. Drink. During the binge drinking, the green pepper not only dispelled Luo Wei's poking kick, but also exploded with amazing strength in his arm, lifting Luo Wei's whole body into the sky, then turned around and smashed violently towards the ice field on the other side. Luo Wei did not panic, but calmly exploded his strength, and in midair, with the movement of retracting his legs, he swung his knife and slashed at the side of Qingzhao's head. The terrifying sharpness emanating from the autumn water made Qingzhao feel threatened. Although he was unwilling, he only let go, and then retreated vigorously towards the rear before the blade approached, avoiding the slash. A series of actions on both sides took place in the blink of an eye. Although the slash was missed, Luo Wei, who had broken free from the shackles, also regained his freedom, and fell not far away flexibly. The strength is much stronger than expected, especially armament hockey. The opponent easily blocked several slashes, and the strength has reached at least the 8th level. After landing, Luo Wei looked at the opposite green pepper with sharp eyes, quickly analyzing in his mind. Using itself as a comparison, green pepper's armament hockey is much stronger, otherwise it would be impossible to block the Nianliu slash that combines the Nianian fruit and the power of the sword. 0. Seeking flowers. At the same time, green pepper's observation hockey is obviously not bad. From the beginning of the battle, even if he is highly concentrated, he can barely perceive the opponent's breath, which is very difficult to predict the attack. Moreover, the aura that Qingzhao could obviously sense, otherwise it would not be possible to avoid the slashes so easily, and even caught him just now. Drink. Advertisement. All that Luo Wei thought happened in an instant, and at this moment, Qingzhao suddenly jumped high into the air, then leaned forward, and with its flat head, it hit Luo Wei like a meteorite. 8 Chong Fist Watu. Even without the pointed head, Qingzhao's head is still his strongest weapon, not only indestructible, but also burst out a terrifying shock wave, compressing the air into a huge semicircular shape visible to the naked eye. Paper Arts Katakana Middle Dot Snake Shake. Luo Wei resolutely chose to dodge. His body was soft and boneless, and while twisting, he used the sweeping energy to avoid the head hammer of Qingzhao. Boom. Amidst the deafening roar, Qingzhao's head hit the hard ice ground. The ferocious impact directly caused the ice ground with a radius of hundreds of meters to vibrate violently, and the aftermath of its energy radiated in all directions like a gust of wind. Thinking Flow/Violent Ape. The terrifying momentum was like a violent giant ape condensed behind him. The horrific slash directly broke through the violent air waves from the radiation. Luo Wei instantly bent his legs and straightened his legs, and with the power of violent slashing, he burst out at the green pepper an unmatched slash. If it was an ordinary person, the violent breath condensed by the sword alone would be enough to break the mind, but Qingjiao was not deterred at all, and raised his head suddenly as a kick, and hit his head again. Bang! The collision between the berserk slash and the hard head not only produced a huge roar, but also the surrounding air exploded and spread wildly. The 100-meter circle void stirred by the terrifying vigor showed chaos, and the rolling impact radiated out was like a hurricane, rushing straight into the sky for tens of meters, and then spread wantonly in all directions. Advertisement. Chapter 158 Strong Head, First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The nearby icebergs shook violently under the impact, and the center of the collision, even the extremely strong Baoyu Glacier, could not bear it, and dense cracks appeared. The blade collided fiercely with the iron head, and after a short stalemate, Luo Wei and Qingjiao Qiqi were both pushed back. Stomping on both feet, Luo Wei took a dozen steps back to stabilize his figure, and on the opposite side, Qingjiao did the same, backing back more than 10 meters in a row before stopping his retreat. On the surface, the two seem to be evenly matched in this collision, and neither of them can do anything to each other. But don't forget that Luo Wei is ready to attack, while Qingjiao is only rushing to meet him, so in the real situation, it is obvious that Luo Wei is at a disadvantage. The autumn water is covered with armament hockey, and the physique is blessed with 213, which is enough to prove that Luo Wei's attack did not hide his strength, but burst out his full strength. After stabilizing his figure, Luo Wei immediately fixed his sharp eyes on Qingjiao, especially the opponent's head, and when he saw that there was no damage, he frowned even more. Even the violent ape can't cause damage. This guy's head is probably as hard as a diamond. Although through the original book, Luo Wei knew that the head of the green pepper has super hardness, but after actually experiencing it, he was still very surprised. On the other side, Qingjiao's face was also not very good. He locked Luo Wei tightly, his eyes full of deep fear. The domestic intelligence seriously underestimated this person's strength. I heard that the other party was suspected to be a great swordsman. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. And the opponent's slashing power should not exceed that of an ordinary great swordsman. Superior. Advertisement. Furthermore, this person's armament hockey and observation hockey are not simple. In the battle just now, not only did he gain insight into the old man's attack, but he even repelled the old man several times. Luo Wei's attack did not cause substantial damage to Qingjiao, but in the same way, Qingjiao's attack was also perfectly defended by Luo Wei. In a well-matched confrontation, Qingjiao will naturally feel jealous of Luo Wei, and at the same time become more vigilant. He is old after all. Not only is his strength not as good as before, but his old body consumes more energy. If it develops into a protracted battle, it will only be bad for him. Shave. The stalemate only happened for a short moment. After analyzing the information, Luo Wei appeared first, stepped down with both feet, and disappeared in place. With the speed of teleportation, Luo Wei came to the side of Qingjiao in the blink of an eye, and then slashed the other side with a sharp slash. Mind flow / blood mosquito. The autumn water covered with armament hockey trembled at a high frequency when it was cut out, and the terrifying sharp edge easily cut through the air, drawing long and narrow white traces. Danger. The keen observation hockey perception immediately made Qingjiao aware of the crisis. His expression changed slightly, and he avoided the other side without hesitation. Under the ultra-fast reaction and vigorous physique, Qingjiao dodged Luo Wei's blood mosquito slash. Advertisement. Boom. Luo Wei also showed quick reflexes. Following the slash, he turned around and swept Qingjiao's fist with his foot. When the sole of his foot collided with the fist, an astonishing shock wave was created immediately. In terms of physical strength, Luo Wei is much weaker than Qingjiao, but with the addition of mind power, the two are almost the same. However, the strength of Qingjiao's armament hockey was comparable to the 8th level. Under the collision, Luo Wei was not only bent at the knees oppressed by the opponent's tyrannical force, but was also quickly blasted tens of meters away by a punch. Zheng. With the eruption of thoughts, Luo Wei quickly stabilized his figure. Although there were bursts of soreness in the soles of his feet, it was not enough to shake Luo Wei's mind under his tenacious will. Zhanmang. The sword light extended more than 100 meters on both sides, like a crescent moon. Qingjiao, who was just about to chase forward, was startled, and hurriedly headed towards him. Boom. The already very hard head combined with the high-strength armament hockey, the power produced is undoubtedly very amazing. The sword glow that Luo Wei cut out was almost shattered by Qingjiao's head hammer. However, Zhanmang's interception still had an effect, stopping Qingjiao's pursuit and giving Luo Wei enough time to relax. Stepping on his feet more than 100 times in a flash, Luo Wei was like a flash of lightning flashing over the green pepper in an instant, and then slashed at the back of the opponent's neck with his knife. Chu Shui still maintains the state of blood mosquito, with amazing sharpness, even a diamond is enough to cut it. Advertisement. Hateful. Luo Wei's swift attack made Qingjiao furious, although he wanted to attack with a hard head, but Luo Wei's slash was too fast, so he had no time to make such a move, so he could only dodge to the side again. Tempest Kick Dragon Tail. Although the slash failed again, when it hit the ground, Luo Wei immediately launched a second wave of attacks, sweeping his right leg, kicking out a violent slashing wave. Like a mad dragon wagging its tail, wanting to shatter the mountain. The berserk chopping wave swept towards Qingzhao with ferocious force, causing him to hold up his arms in a hurry. Boom. The violent impact caused a majestic air wave to spread, and the green pepper was dragged by the impacted feet, and it retreated more than 20 meters. However, the 5.1 feet dragon wagging tail was also blocked by his raised arms. When the contact happened at the same time, he covered both arms with armament hockey, and the violent tearing only left a shallow spot on his arm. Mark of Little Devil, die for this old man. Perhaps it was Luo Wei's fierce offensive that made Qingzhao feel threatened. Amidst the roar, Qingzhao not only rushed out like a tiger hunting prey, but also the armament hockey covering the flat head gathered together like flowing water. This is. Luo Wei discovered this situation very keenly, and his eyes changed because of it. Under the astonishing explosive power, Qingzhao quickly rushed to the vicinity of Luo Wei, then jumped up, and once again launched a terrifying headhammer on Luo Wei from the air with the Wu Tu. Advertisement. Chapter 159 Heart Reiatsu Persecution, Second More. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Paper Arts Katakana Middle Dot Snake Shake. Although he was surprised that the other party was able to perform advanced applications on armament hockey at such an age, Luo Wei reacted immediately and immediately twisted his body to dodge. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Almost by the slightest margin, Luo Wei narrowly avoided the impact of Qingzhao's headhammer, and when the terrifying headhammer that fell along the trend hit the ice ground, a dull and violent collision sound resounded through the air. The extremely strong and extraordinary Baoyu Glacier could hardly withstand this shocking blow. Not only did it vibrate violently, but it also cracked dense cracks, which spread tens of meters away. Under the terrifying impact, the squeezed air was also turbulent, rolling up a violent impact, and the void seemed to be distorted between the radiation. Luo Wei, who avoided the head hammer, also retreated again and again under the huge impact, and he retreated tens of meters before stopping his figure. The moment he almost stopped, Luo Wei's sharp eyes locked on the green pepper again, and then he fought back extremely resolutely, holding the knife in both hands, and swung the autumn water fiercely like a thorn. Mind stream slash snake. Fierce whistling broke out wantonly, and a terrifying sword glow like a tornado broke through the void in front of it in an instant, carrying an astonishing and terrifying power, and swept out ferociously. The thick Q pillar of the sword light, shaped like the body of a dragon and python, has a diameter of more than 10 meters, and it does not move forward in a straight line, but keeps swaying as if it is alive. It looks like a giant snake swimming forward. Advertisement. The sword light flew very fast, but in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to the location of the green pepper. Such a breath. Looking up, Qingzhao looked at the approaching terrifying sword light and his pupils shrank slightly. The profound observation hockey made him aware of the danger, and in fright and anger, he quickly dodged to the side. What? Suddenly, Qingzhao's face changed drastically, because the terrifying sword light that swept over him actually changed its trajectory while he was moving, and still locked his position. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the green pepper that had no time to react was engulfed by the terrifying sword light. The huge impact immediately caused violent air waves to spread layer by layer, and at the same time, there was a violent roar. Sky Snake is exactly the sword technique developed by Luo Wei when he was in the Boing Islands together with Violent Ape and Condor Eagle. This style of swordsmanship is like a giant snake that devours the sky. Not only the attack trajectory is unpredictable, but also has the terrifying ability to strangle. The snake-like sword light is actually composed of countless tiny sword lights the size of a scalpel. Once it engulfs the enemy, it will cause severe damage like a knife. The head of the green pepper is too hard, and the observation hockey is also extremely profound. Luo Wei knows that ordinary slashing is difficult to break through the opponent's defense, so he uses the covering attack of the snake as a breakthrough. Advertisement. The terrifying snake-like sword light did not stop after swallowing the green pepper, but continued to roll forward, until it finally hit the huge iceberg hundreds of meters away. Bang! The ferocious impact caused the iceberg to vibrate crazily, and dense cracks appeared on the mirror-like ice wall. After a few breaths of time, the sword glow slowly dissipated, and at the same time, the figure of Qingzhao was revealed. The arms are crossed in front of the body, and the burly body is covered with armament hockey. After all, Qingzhao is a veteran powerhouse, and even in a hurry, he defended to the greatest extent the moment he was attacked. Of course, the heavenly snake slash was not ineffective. At this time, there were dense wounds all over Qingzhao's body. Although these wounds were not big, only as long as a finger, and only a little bit of flesh was cut, but the accumulation of many blood streams also made the green pepper covered in blood at this time. Swish. The figure flashed towards him, but Luo Wei followed closely, appearing tens of meters away. When he saw the appearance of Qingzhao, he frowned first, and then relaxed. The frown was naturally because he didn't expect Qingzhao's reaction speed to be so fast, and in the situation just now, he could still make a defense. As for the brows loosening again, it was because Qingzhao was injured. This was the first time the two of them had fought so far, and he had caused substantial damage to the other party. It could be said to be a very good start. Advertisement. Damn brat, There is actually such a weird sword skill hidden, but don't think that you can defeat the old man and old ghost like this, it's the green pepper in the cone. The pain from the injury made Qingzhao's face full of ferocity. When Luo Wei appeared, he looked at him like an evil ghost, and when he spoke, he finally turned into a roar. Boom! The majestic coercion like a shock wave erupted from Qingzhao's body, and the air trembled and twisted. This is Conqueror's Haki. Luo Wei, who was just about to take advantage of the victory and attack the green pepper again, changed his expression slightly, but was hit by 43's Conqueror's Haki, and his breathing froze. With his strength, it is naturally impossible to be stunned by green pepper's Conqueror's Haki, but the real coercion has caused him spiritual oppression. This feeling is that the whole world is exuding malice towards you, frantically trying to restrain your body and consciousness, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. As the most mysterious of Conqueror's Haki, the Conqueror's Haki, which cannot be cultivated and can only be awakened by itself, naturally cannot only have the ability to clean up miscellaneous soldiers. The real situation is that in the absence of Conqueror's Haki confrontation, even if one can withstand the impact of Conqueror's Haki without fainting, it will affect the display of strength due to psychological oppression. This influence depends on the strength of both parties, and with Luo Wei and Qingzhao's strength being evenly matched, the pressure Reiatsu suffered is undoubtedly very great, so that both the body and the consciousness are stagnant. 8-punch fist, arm turning, flurry dance. After releasing the Conqueror's Haki, Qingzhao leapt violently, turned upside down in midair, landed on his head, and immediately spun crazily, rushing towards Luo Wei like a huge spinning top. Advertisement. Chapter 160 Dragon Armor, 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Damn it, Conqueror's Haki's heart Reiatsu has such a big impact. Although Zephyr has not awakened Conqueror's Haki, the Haki practice method he gave Luo Wei also has a description of Conqueror's Haki. After discovering the stagnation of body and consciousness, Luo Wei was shocked and angry. Although I already know that Conqueror's Haki will cause stress, but before that, it was only on paper. Now that I really feel it, the impact of stress on myself is far beyond Luo Wei's expectations. Drink. With a loud shout, he tried his best to resist Conqueror's Haki's pressure. Luo Wei saw the green pepper rushing like a spinning top. How could he hesitate? Haki's anger in his heart is struggling to destroy the field and slash. The howling air waves spread like a whirlwind, and after tearing the solid ice ground into deep cracks, the astonishing sword light that rushed straight to the height of tens of meters intercepted the green pepper like a hill. Bang! I don't know if it's disdain to avoid it, or it's too fine to control under the rotation, the green pepper directly collided with the sword glow. Amidst the deafening roar, the turbulent impact radiated out, and the sword light only persisted for less than a breath before it was smashed away by the crazily spinning green pepper. Advertisement. Under the defeat of the sword light, the speed of Qingzhao did not decrease, and it continued to slam into Luo Wei violently, which also made the hole shrink. If it was before, Luo Wei would be able to easily avoid an attack like Qingzhao with the help of his mind. But now, the Conqueror's Haki continuously released by green peppers has caused great pressure on Luo Wei's mind, so that his reaction speed has been slowed down a lot. Before he could dodge in time, Luo Wei forcefully raised his eyebrows, holding the handle of the knife with one hand, and pushing the back of the knife with the other to resist the impact on the green pepper. Boom! An astonishing impact erupted immediately, and the moment Qingzhao's spinning body collided with the autumn water, a burst of wind-like energy radiated and shattered the surrounding ice ground. Armament Haki is not just about rotating the body, but a terrifying attack formed by combining Armament Haki and 8-punch fist. At the moment of contact, Luo Wei felt the terrifying tearing power from the autumn water. Even if he broke out to resist with all his strength, he only lasted for a few breaths. When Chushui was swept away by the tearing force caused by the rotation, Luo Wei was violently hit by the green pepper from the front. Terrifying force swept across his body, Luo Wei opened his mouth to spurt out blood, and his whole body flew backwards like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it flies hundreds of meters away, and in the distance is a huge iceberg hundreds of meters high. Once it hits Luo Wei, it will inevitably suffer serious secondary injuries. Boom! Almost when he was less than tens of meters away from the iceberg, Luo Wei finally recovered from the terrifying impact, and his whole body erupted with a huge force of thought like a shock wave. Advertisement. Under the violent impact, Luo Wei stopped his figure with the help of the reaction force generated by his thoughts, but after landing, he dragged his feet on the ice and retreated more than 10 meters before he really stopped. Blood overflowed from the corner of the mouth, and the clothes on the hit chest were torn, revealing bloody wounds. It's just that although he suffered serious injuries, Luo Wei didn't show any frustration on his face. Instead, he indifferently wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth with his left thumb. Green pepper in the cone, you really can't hide anything when fighting against such an opponent. Muttering in a low voice, Luo Wei took a deep breath, looking at the figure running wildly from a distance with cold eyes. Bang bang bang. Like a giant beast stomping on Luo Wei, Qingzhao also stopped spinning after knocking Luo Wei into the air, and then quickly chased him, appearing not far away. Almost at the moment when the green pepper arrived, an invisible wave radiated and appeared centered on Luo Wei. Wherever it passed, Within a radius of 100 meters, whether it was the ice field or nearby icebergs, it immediately turned into countless tiny golden crystals. Huh, is this the awakening of Paramecia Devil Fruit? The sudden appearance caused Qingzhao's face to change slightly, and she hurriedly stopped, and when she looked at Luo Wei, her eyes were full of surprise. Based on his experience, it is naturally impossible not to know about the awakening of Devil Fruit. Although he already knew that Luo Wei had some kind of Devil Fruit ability since Luo Wei was able to fly, but he did not expect that Luo Wei had developed Devil Fruit to the level of awakening. Whether it is zone or Paramecia, there is a huge difference in the power produced between the awakened and the unawakened. Luo Wei is now showing the power of Devil Fruit's awakening, which is naturally equivalent to telling Qingzhao that he didn't use his full strength before. Advertisement. That's the end of the warm-up, now is the real drama. With an indifferent expression, Luo Wei slowly raised the saber and laid it across his side. The countless golden crystals floating around seemed to be drawn, and frantically gathered towards him in an instant. First, a dazzling golden light bloomed, and then immediately dimmed. When the light is introverted, Luo Wei's image has undergone earth-shaking changes. The autumn water lying beside him turned into a dark golden blade, and what was even more surprising was that Luo Wei's body was also covered with a mighty golden armor. The shoulders are dragon claws, the helmet is a dragon head, and the mighty armor shaped like a five-clawed golden dragon is streamlined as a whole, with no gaps between the joints. Even the face is covered by a golden mask, and the eyes are positioned by gold, Zhao Zhao's color. Lens material composition resistance. Awakening dragon armor. The strength of the body can be greatly enhanced by the ordinary entanglement of thoughts, and now the body is covered with the crystals of thought's power. This is undoubtedly a leap in the enhancement range 10 times. At the same time, Chushui, which is also covered with the crystallization of mind power, has undergone a qualitative change. In addition to being stronger and sharper, it is also enough to combine stronger mind power with the way of swordsmanship. As Luo Wei said, just now was just a warm-up, and now is the real drama. What are you talking about? Don't be kidding. I don't know how many little brats like you I killed when I was rampant in the sea. Although Qingzhao was shocked that Luo Wei had concealed the awakening power of Devil Fruit, he was not intimidated by it. Instead, he laughed angrily, and rushed out again violently while laughing and roaring. Advertisement. Chapter 161 Full Strength, 4th More. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Armament Hockey performed an advanced application, gathered on the hard head, and when he approached, the green pepper suddenly jumped up, carrying a fierce momentum and terrifying power, and slammed down towards Luo Wei viciously. At the same time, when he launched an offensive, the Conqueror's Hockey emanating from him also enveloped Luo Wei, crazily causing invisible oppression to Luo Wei's heart. Boom! The earth-shattering impact erupted immediately. Luo Wei did not dodge at all, but when the green pepper head hammer fell, he blocked it with a horizontal knife in an instant. The collision between the hard head and the blade immediately produced a huge movement beyond the previous ones. The shock waves radiated wildly, and the surrounding ice cracked, and even the nearby icebergs climbed up like spider webs. Crack. Luo Wei's body covered with mighty armor sank slightly, and under the violent oppression, the ice ground under his feet shattered, causing his feet to rub against the ice ground and slide backwards. But that's all. Qingzhao's terrible head hammer was firmly resisted by Luo Wei with Chushui, and it didn't cause any real damage to him. When Luo Wei slipped backwards, Qingzhao's strength reached its limit and began to decline, and his body fell back to the ice. 950 inches my armed head was actually blocked by him. When she saw Luo Wei, who had retreated nearly 10 meters but was completely unharmed, Qingzhao's face showed astonishment and disbelief. It's amazing power. With my current state, you can push me back. Qingzhao, your power really didn't let me down. Slipping back to a stop, Luo Wei looked indifferently at the opposite green pepper through the lens-like substance. A faint voice came from the dragon scale mask, followed by a whirlwind, and he suddenly disappeared in place. Advertisement. Shave. In an instant, the speed far surpassed that before. Luo Wei seemed to be in a flash, and when he reappeared, he had already come to the back of the green pepper. Mind flow / blood mosquito. The autumn water glowing with a dark golden luster also vibrated at a frequency higher than before, and under the formation of an even more astonishing edge, it turned into lightning and slashed towards Qingzhao's back. So fast. The pupils of Qingzhao shrank into a needle shape, and instead of turning around to resist, it rushed forward while covering armament Hockey on its back. Whether it's moving speed or slashing AJBJ speed, Luo Wei is almost a different person compared to before. The speed is so fast that not only makes it difficult for Qingzhao's observation Hockey to catch his breath, but also makes it too late for him to make more moves. Much coping. Although he had responded with the fastest speed, Qingzhao's reaction was still a bit slow after all, and when he rushed forward, the back was still scratched by the tip of Chushui's knife. Even though it was covered with armament Hockey and had a strong body, the blood mosquito slash that was strengthened by the psychic crystal still cut a long and narrow knife mark on Qingzhao's back. Blood splashed out, and under the pain, Qingzhao was startled and angry, stopped immediately, then turned around and counterattacked towards Luo Wei. Kill. The terrifying murderous aura stirs the void, Using the head as a weapon, the green pepper is like a meteorite traveling across the sky, violently hitting Luo Wei. Paper Arts Snake Shake. Advertisement. The gold-forged dragon armor did not affect Luo Wei's movements at all. While twisting his body, he just avoided the green pepper that hit him lightly. Although Conqueror's Haki's heart Reiatsu is still there, it has been suppressed to the minimum under the boost of the dragon armor, and the weak influence is no longer enough to restrain Luo Wei's actions. The impact failed. Xingjiao quickly landed on both feet, stopped as if braking, then turned around and quickly rushed to Luo Wei, who was dodging aside, punching away. Boom. Fist against fist. Luo Wei adjusted his figure in an instant, raised his fist to meet Xingjiao's fist, and the fists collided together were like needlepoints against a wheat-on, causing a huge roar and a violent impact. When attacking, Xingjiao naturally made an advanced application of armament haki, gathering the breath in front of the fist and condensing it into substance, just like wearing an invisible fist, bursting out with power beyond the limit. However, Luo Wei's strength is not inferior. The dragon armor has already made his physical strength reach an astonishing level. When combined with his 7th level armament haki and the application of intermediate level hardening, his fist strength is also extremely fierce. In the huge impact, the two were evenly divided, and Chi-Chi was knocked back by the opponent's power. After Jieshi retreated more than 10 meters in a row, Luo Wei and Xingjiao stabilized their figures almost at the same time, and then rushed towards each other with strong murderous aura and ferocious power. Ba Chongquan _ turning arms _ Ranwu. Xingjiao repeated the same trick. When he rushed out, he took off and turned his body upside down, using his head as a fulcrum, turning into a spinning top. It's just that for such a scene, Luo Wei didn't have any fear at all, and went directly to meet him, and then held knives in both hands, slashing at the opponent fiercely. Thinking Flow / Evil Dragon. Advertisement. The slash is like ferocious fangs, the terrible tearing power tore the air like a rag, and the messy and substantive airwaves are emitted. Under the fierce slash, the green pepper is chopped. Chi 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 chi. The sound of fierce collision reverberated fiercely, and the terrifying slash and spinning top burst out with sparks of light under the collision, and the two frantically wanted to defeat each other's strength. After a stalemate for a few breaths, suddenly, the spin of the top started to slow down, and it was obviously suppressed by Luo Wei's dragon attack. When the rotation slowed down, the dragon slash immediately broke into the storm, and then slashed fiercely at the green pepper inside. Not good. Xingjiao was shocked in his heart, but it was too late to react. The slash just landed on his chest, and the terrifying tearing force was released fiercely, directly sending him flying into the distance. The figure flew upside down like a cannonball, and there was still blood scattered in the air. The green pepper flew straight for nearly 100 meters, and hit a huge ice block nearby with a violent impact. Boom. The astonishing impact cracked the huge ice block, and even the place where the bottom connected to the ice ground quickly spread horizontal cracks, followed by the huge ice block being knocked into the distance. The green pepper stopped backing because of the block of ice, but it also caused a secondary injury. When it landed, the corner of his mouth quickly overflowed with blood. In addition, there is also a hideous knife mark on his chest that was slashed by the evil dragon, almost slanting from the left shoulder to the waist, and thick bones can be seen faintly. Chapter 162 All-Round Improvement First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. There is such a tragic injury. Naturally, it is not because Xingjiao did not defend with armament haki, it is entirely because Luo Wei's slash is too fierce. Evil Dragon is the last move of the 4 swordsmanship developed by Luo Wei when he was in the Boing Islands. The slash is like the fangs of the dragon, and it is a terrifying slash that is completely used to tear the enemy apart. Of course, the ability to break Green Pepper's armament haki defense was due to the fact that the dragon armor state also enhanced the power of the slash, making Luo Wei's dragon slash power increased by 50% compared to the normal state more than. Damn it, his devil fruit awakening actually improves his strength so much. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? The pain made Xingjiao grit his teeth with a ferocious face, but it also made him feel horrified when he looked at Luo Wei. Compared with the normal state, Luo Wei's current strength has improved too much. Whether it is explosive power or slashing power, it is far from being comparable to the normal state. This is not only because of the powerful ability of Nian Nian fruit itself, but also because Luo Wei's use of awakening power is different from others. Although he affected the external matter with his awakened power, he didn't directly turn it into an attack, but concentrated his power on himself. Although this kind of use loses the scope attack of the awakened power, it also explosively enhances one's own strength to the greatest extent. Tempest Kick Dragon Tail. Luo Wei didn't give Xingjiao time to breathe. Following the slash with all his strength, he twisted his waist like a twist to kick out a fiery slash wave with his right leg wrapped in golden armor. Boom. Advertisement. The violent power made the air tremble and shatter, and the flying slashing waves were like a horizontal hurricane, showing strength and ferocity. Undoubtedly, the power of physical skills has also been greatly increased under the boost of the dragon armor. Don't be too crazy. Although Xingjiao was terrified by the increase in Luo Wei's strength, he was not afraid of it. When he saw the chopping wave coming, he strode forward with a violent roar, and then punched the wolf with the strongest head. When the two met, the violent impact undoubtedly erupted again, and even the radiation range reached hundreds of meters away, and the place it passed was like a gust of wind. The dragon wagging tail slashing wave was abruptly blocked by Qingzhao's head hammer, but the powerful impact was also oppressive, and he slid backwards straight back. After retreating for no more than 20 meters, Qingzhao shook her neck, and her hard head stared at the sky with the chopping wave of dragon wagging tail. Boom! The fiery slashing wave, like a roaring black dragon, shot straight into the sky hundreds of meters high, and then turned into a mass of frenzied blasting airflow under the roaring movement. Qingzhao stopped and backed away, but her complexion did not improve at all, instead it became more and more livid and ugly. Flying the top of the chopping wave to the sky seems to have diffused Luo Wei's attack, but it also means that Qingzhao can't directly defeat the chopping wave. Compared with mitigating Luo Wei's attack before, this time, it has faintly declared that the power of green pepper can no longer suppress Luo Wei, and even fell into a disadvantage. Subconsciously, Qingzhao looked at where Luo Wei was, but was shocked immediately, because when his eyes touched and went away, Luo Wei in front of him suddenly disappeared in place. Advertisement. The keen observation Hockey instantly passed the warning of the danger to Qingzhao, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Almost at the same time, Luo Wei also appeared on the side like a flash, and the piercing knife light struck the place where the green pepper was like lightning, drawing a long crack in the solid ice. Drink. Engulfed by the impact of Conqueror's Hockey, Qingzhao quickly stopped and turned around, then roared and swung his fists wildly, hitting Luo Wei with fist shadows all over the sky. Every punch is a combination of the advanced application of armament Hockey and the diffusion shock wave of the 8-punch punch. The air is crazily squeezed to generate billowing air waves, which radiate towards the surroundings. Mind flow / blood mosquito. Iron body hyphenation point ape hammer. Luo Wei reacted quickly, and instantly understood Qingzhao's counterattack, but instead of dodging, he held the knife with his right hand and formed a fist with his left hand, and also launched a fierce attack towards the opponent with a fierce posture. Boom boom boom. It was like two torrents colliding. When the attacks of both sides collided, it immediately caused a deafening roar and a crazily violent shock. The terrifying aftermath directly caused the ice field and the surrounding icebergs to shake violently, and even climbed out of dense cracks. Sometimes swords and fists collide, and sometimes fists clash. Whether it was Luo Wei or Qingzhao, they all launched the most fierce offensive towards each other. Advertisement. In just a short time, the two had confronted each other hundreds of times, causing cracks drawn by slashes and craters blasted by punches to be seen everywhere around them. Under such an ultra-high-intensity fight, it is naturally difficult to defend against all the opponent's attacks, so no matter whether it is Luo Wei or Qingzhao, they all suffered injuries. 000. Just like green peppers. Even though he tried his best to avoid the vital points, and even scattered armament Hockey to cover his whole body, he still left various injuries on his shoulders, chest and abdomen. For example, the blood mosquito slashed, the terrifying sharpness was enough to cut deep invisible bone scars, and the bombardment by the ape hammer also left serious bruises that were red, swollen and purple. As for Luo Wei, he naturally also suffered a lot of attacks from Qingzhao. The strength of the opponent's fists enclosing armament Hockey and the Ba Chong fist can be described as extremely fierce, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the power to smash mountains and ground. It's just that the dragon armor can not only increase the attack power, but also has super strong defense power. Even the critical positions such as the head and heart can be weakened to the greatest extent under the cover of the dragon armor. Qingzhao's fist hit Luo Wei's body, and after being protected by the dragon armor, the real impact on Luo Wei's body was not even 1/10 of the force. To put it simply, although the two sides have adopted different methods of defense, Luo Wei's attack is stronger. Even with the same level of defense, the injury suffered by Qingzhao is much higher than that of Luo Wei. In addition, Luo Wei's current speed has also reached an astonishing level. Even if the green pepper attack is fierce, the attack he receives is lower than that of the green pepper soil. Advertisement. Chapter 163 Power vs Power, second update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Under such a battle situation, it can be said that the situation is tilting towards Luo Wei. However, a tyrannical physique also represents majestic physical strength. Unless it is fatally injured, with the physical quality of Qingzhao, even if it takes several days to fight, it will not fall down. The fierce battle between the two unknowingly lasted for nearly an hour, and the injuries of both sides also increased a lot during the battle. In terms of injuries, it is natural that the green pepper is heavier, but it is still far from being completely defeated. Most of Luo Wei's current combat power comes from the three powers of Hockey, Kendo, and Nianian fruit. In comparison, his physical fitness is much behind, especially compared with Qingzhao. Even if the opponent is old, he still surpasses Luo Wei by a large margin. Quote. More serious injuries can indeed increase the consumption of physical strength, but maintaining the dragon armor will also make Luo Wei bear a greater physical burden. Combining the two, Luo Wei's stamina reserve is obviously weaker than Qingzhao's in the current situation of fierce fighting. If the fight continues for a long time, perhaps Luo Wei will be in danger of exhaustion before Qingzhao's injuries accumulate enough to be fatal. We can't go on like this, we must end the battle as soon as possible. Advertisement. Looking at Qingzhao, who was obviously more seriously injured, but still fiercely offensive, under the dragon scale mask, Luo Wei frowned. Not only because of physical strength, but if it really falls into a protracted battle, Perona may not be able to hold off the rest of the Eight Treasures Navy forever. Especially Lao Kai and Abu, although Luo Wei has never been in contact with these two people, they have also sensed the breath through observation hockey, and their strength is definitely above Perona. Even with the advantage of flying, it's fine for a short period of time, but after a long time, Luo Wei is really worried about Perona. At the same time as a thought flashed through his mind, Qingzhao, who was on the opposite side, threw his fist again, and the impact of the entrained eight-punch could easily burst the void, bursting out with terrifying power. Luo Wei's eyes froze, and he quickly avoided it with Paper Art's Snake Shake, then turned around and slashed horizontally with the knife, performing the bleeding mosquito slash. The terrifying sharpness contained in the blood mosquito has already been felt by Qingzhao many times, and she hastily retracted her fists and retreated, avoiding the cross-slashing blade edge by the slightest margin. Thinking flow/violent ape. Seeing the opponent's actions, Luo Wei burst out with a ferocious aura like a beast. With a vertical leap, he rushed out, holding the knife with both hands, and slashed terrifyingly at the green pepper. The berserk aura is enough to shake people's minds, and the terrifying slashes show even more fierce and unparalleled power. Wherever they pass, the void explodes as if being crushed and crushed. Luo Wei, who didn't want to fall into a protracted battle, could be said to have unleashed all his strength with this knife, and at the same time, he had formed an extremely fierce aura with his killing intent. Green Pepper's pupils contracted into needles while retreating. Luo Wei's slash not only enveloped his whole body, but also made him feel a strong crisis. 8-punch boxing mysteries cone dragon cone spike. Advertisement. The ice under his feet was crushed, and with no way to dodge, Qingzhao was not afraid, but also unleashed his strongest attack. The armament hockey on the flat head and the impact of the 8 punches frantically converged, and the terrifying power even distorted the surrounding void. Amidst the roar, Qingzhao turned from retreating to advancing, also jumped up vertically, and slammed his head into Luo Wei's vertically falling berserk slash. Boom. Just like sparks colliding with the earth, the moment the slash and the head collided, there was an earth-shattering roar. The confrontation of power and power immediately stirred up a terrifying aura that spread wildly to the distance, and the void within a radius of tens of meters formed a frenzied air current under the astonishing impact. Wave after wave of majestic air waves radiate layer upon layer, and wherever they pass, you can continuously see the ice shattering. At the same time, at the center of the collision, 2 semicircular impact force fields visible to the naked eye were formed. Under the friction between the two sides, there were faint golden lightning jumping. Cut. Feeling the seemingly endless impact on the blade, Luo Wei was like an enraged beast, the berserk aura emanating from his body suddenly increased, and amidst the roar, the dragon armor, covering his whole body gathered towards the blade like flowing water. Although this kind of change made the dragon armor, covering his body thinner, it also increased the power of his slashing attack exponentially. Weakening the body's defense and strengthening the attack, this kind of application seems simple, but in fact it is extremely difficult. Because this is a momentary manipulation, it is impossible to do it without super strong control over mind power. Advertisement. Luo Wei is also trying his best to fight now. Once Qingzhao cannot be defeated, then with the weakened defense of the dragon armor, Qingzhao's counterattack is enough to cause serious damage to him. With the blessing of a large amount of thought power, Shushui also changed, and instantly burst into a golden light like a big sun, and the violent ape slashed like a ignited withered grass, burning out a power beyond the limit. Bang! Under the sudden increase of the slashing power, the original stalemate was broken immediately, and with a loud roar, Qingzhao was suppressed impressively, and with the terrifying slashing power, the whole person was chopped downward. Under the astonishing impact of the engulfment, Qingzhao not only smashed the solid ice ground into numerous cracks, but also fell into the ice ground, causing a major incident of shattered ice splashes. His hard 3.8 head, which had never been injured, showed long strips of dents. At the same time, the violent impact also caused him to be violently shocked, and blood was coughed out of his mouth. It was too late to withdraw the knife and cut again. Luo Wei did not stop the attack, but fell immediately after. Iron body hyphenation point ape hammer. Loosened the handle of the knife with his right hand, and then saw the fist arm swell wildly, and Luo Wei who fell down slammed his fist at the back of the green pepper that had not yet recovered from the shock. When punching, the mind power crystals gathered on the autumn water were also quickly transferred to the fist, which also increased its power dramatically. Boom. The green pepper that fell into the ice pit had no time to respond, and Luo Wei's ape hammer hit the back of the neck, and the terrifying force immediately caused a huge roar. Advertisement. Chapter 164 The era ends. Third. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The violent air wave spread towards the surroundings in a circular wave, and the ice pit where the green pepper was located collapsed again, turning into a bigger ice pit. At the same time, Qingzhao, who was hit hard on the back of the neck, also raised his head, showing a painful face and screaming in pain. Ah, it seemed to be screaming in pain, and also seemed to be roaring. The green pepper raised in the head rolled over sideways like an earth dragon turning over, and at the same time, the fist arm was thrown out, like a steel whip, straight towards Luo Wei above. Boom. Crash. The terrifying force whipped the air and spread it like a storm, but it was difficult to change the fact that it failed. When Qingzhao counterattacked, Luo Wei, who had landed all his punches, had already soared into the air under the impetus of his thoughts, avoiding the thrown whip punch. Quickly falling not far away, Luo Wei stood with a knife in his hand, and his thoughts flowed, and the mighty, dragon armor, quickly returned to its original state, making him look like a god of war. Cough cough cough. Coughing blood in his mouth, Qingzhao also stood up after the whip punch failed, but 09 looked very tragic. In addition to the original injury, the deep strip-shaped pit on the top of the head is enough to prove that his head was severely injured. The most creepy thing is the curved shape of his neck, especially at the back of the neck, where even raised bone spurs can be seen. With no support, Qingzhao's head also drooped weakly on one shoulder, giving people a very weird feeling. Advertisement. The head was severely injured, and the cervical spine was broken. For ordinary people, even if they survived such injuries, they would definitely be dying, but Qingzhao endured it abruptly. The vitality of the strong in this world is very terrifying, especially the hockey-type strong. After tempering their powerful physique, they have also created extraordinary vitality. Seeing the green pepper standing up, under the dragon scale mask, Luo Wei's eyes did not fluctuate, and he walked towards him with every step. Qingzhao, your era has come to an end. Whether you or the 8 Treasures Navy, there is no place for you in the new era. In the faint voice, Luo Wei's pace became faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a golden lightning and shot straight at the green pepper. Boom. There was a roar like thunder, and Luo Wei's slash was blocked by Qingzhao's fist, and the violent shock wave instantly radiated far away. Blood flowed from the fist. Luo Wei's slash tore Qingzhao's fist open, and the blade cut into it, almost close to the wrist. The tragic injury seriously affected Qingzhao's use of armament hockey. He was no longer able to make outward release applications, and the strength of armament hockey also declined a lot. Even if it is an ordinary thought flow cut, Qingzhao can no longer defend against it. Even if the curtain is over for this old man, I will drag you to hell with me. Qingzhao's face was ferocious, and he roared like a ghost, completely ignoring the injury from his fist, but blasted Luo Wei's head with his other hand. The blade was pulled out from the punching fist. Luo Wei fell sideways, avoiding the bombarding fist, and then kicked sideways, hitting Qingzhao's temple fiercely with the tip of his toe. Boom. Advertisement. The head turned from tilted to the left to the right, which not only caused secondary damage to the broken cervical spine, but also kicked Qingzhao to the ground with a ferocious kick. Like a ball, the green pepper bounced continuously on the ice while rolling, flying tens of meters away before stopping. The figure rushed towards him quickly. Luo Wei didn't give Qingzhao the slightest chance to breathe. He quickly came close, and immediately slashed at the opponent with a terrifying knife light. The swift and violent slash made it difficult for Qingzhao to dodge, so he could only support the ground with all his strength and resist with his head. Even though he was severely injured, his head was still extremely hard. During the violent collision, Luo Wei's slash was blocked by the green pepper. Fat gun eagle claw. When the slash was blocked, Luo Wei resolutely withdrew the knife, not only dodged to avoid the oncoming head, but also took advantage of the green pepper's loss of balance. His left hand turned into a sharp claw, and ruthlessly swept the opponent's face. Ah! Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and screams rang out. Swept down by Luo Wei's claws, Qingzhao's face was not only torn with horrible claw marks with deep bone visible, but also his eyes were directly blown open by the sweep again. Even a person like Qingzhao who has awakened conqueror's hockey can't bear the pain of the destruction of his eyes, waving his hands like crazy. Observation hockey needs to concentrate if he wants to activate it. Under the extreme pain, green pepper's concentration naturally became slack. The loss of vision and the failure of observation hockey are definitely a fatal flaw in a life and death fight. Die. Advertisement. Bursting with murderous aura, Luo Wei easily passed through the opponent's sweeping hands, jumped up immediately after getting close, swung his knife and slashed fiercely. The blade cut through the void, and landed on Qingzhao's bent neck in an instant. Mind flow / blood mosquito. The terrifying sharp edge tore through armament hockey's defense forcefully. The blade turned into an afterimage and slashed across after a slight pause, and then blood spurted wildly. The flat head was thrown into the distance, and the extraordinary vitality was useless even if the severed head was severed. Sin value plus 65230. Original sin value plus 6. The breath of life that disappeared in observation hockey's perception and the information that flashed in his mind finally eased Luo Wei's tense nerves. The dragon armor on his body turned into little golden light and dissipated. Under the mask of the dragon scales, Luo Wei's tired face and badly injured body were revealed. With the knife on the ground, although he closed the wound with his life back, his panting breathing is enough to show his current physical state. 6 points of original sin value. Now we can truly determine the relationship between original sin value and evil value. 10,000 evil points will generate a little original sin value. After a little panting, Luo Wei took a deep breath, and his bent body stood upright again, muttering. His restored sharp eyes stared in the direction they had come from. Boom. Even if the physical exertion is severe, now is not the time to rest. Without hesitation, under the power of thought, Luo Wei immediately soared into the sky in the rolling up mighty waves, and quickly disappeared into the distance. I was delayed by some things during the day, please forgive me for only 3 chapters today. Advertisement. Chapter 165 Dangerous Situation, First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Da da da. Boom boom boom. Intensive gunfire and violent explosions echoed in the night sky. Don't give her a chance to breathe, I don't believe she can keep going. When Lao Kai was yelling, he also finished reloading the gun in his hand, and shot into the sky together with Abu and other personnel. After the weapon was thrown, he also found a gun and attached the bullet with armed color to attack. Not only that, at this time, in addition to the original remaining personnel, there are also nearly 100 new personnel from the 8 Treasures Navy. These people are really the people who stayed on the pirate ship. They came to support because they discovered the explosion here. It is precisely because of the support of these people that Perona has brought greater pressure. After all, the 8 Treasures Navy is a pirate force that returned from New World. Although not every fighter knows hockey like Snake Island, but with a complete hockey inheritance, there are at least a dozen of the hundreds of people who came to support them. People will armament hockey. Although the strength of these people's armament hockey is far less than that of Lao Kai and Abu, the armament hockey attached to the bullet can also cause certain damage to Perona. Advertisement. She was short of breath between her mouth and nose, and her face and body were dripping with sweat. In the defensive circle formed by a large number of miniature ghosts, Perona's face was full of tiredness. At the same time, several gun holes can be seen on her body. Although the ghost body does not bleed, it is enough to prove that she was shot in this battle. Why haven't you come back? If I don't come back, I really can't hold on anymore. Whether it's the injury on his body or the situation where his physical strength is approaching the limit, he has not seen Luo Wei come back, and Perona's heart is also anxious. Even a thought that made her feel uneasy appeared from time to time. She was afraid that Luo Wei would not defeat Qingzhou, but instead be killed by the enemy. Boom boom boom. The rapid appearance of violent explosions also awakened Perona from her cranky thoughts, and quickly waved out miniature ghosts to supplement the defensive circle. Although the bullet attached to armament hockey can touch the ghost, but the mini-ghost will also explode by itself after being attacked, which can shatter the bullet. After being shot several times, Perona took advantage of this characteristic of the mini-ghost to protect herself. A large number of mini-ghosts were planted around to form a defensive circle, and the bullets fired by Lao Kai and others were also blocked by the explosion. It's just that the continuous production of a large number of mini-ghosts also increases the physical burden. With Perona's current physical fitness, which is not even superhuman, it is very rare to be able to last for an hour. However, with the current situation, before Lao Kai and the others ran out of ammunition, Perona might be exhausted. At this time, even if Perona doesn't want to leave, she will return to the main body by herself due to the exhaustion of physical strength. Advertisement. On the other side, Lao Kai, who had been going straight down Perona, was also shocked and furious. Abu, I will pretend to leave for a while, and the other party will definitely use those ghosts to stop me. When the time comes, you can attack at the right time. When Lao Kai shot, he also approached Abu who was on the side, and lowered his voice to give instructions to the other side. Not only Perona is worried about Luo Wei, Lao Kai is also worried because he hasn't seen the green pepper back for so long. Understood, leave it to me. Abu's eyes flashed, and he said murderously. Lao Kai nodded, and immediately stared at the miniature ghost in the sky. After a new round of fire from the 8 Treasures Navy, he suddenly ran towards one side. Don't even think about leaving. Perona has been paying attention to the movements of the 8 Treasures Navy through the gaps between the mini-ghosts. She was immediately aware of Lao Kai's departure. Almost subconsciously, she quickly manipulated the nearest mini-ghost to intercept. This force directly caused many mini-ghosts to leave the defense circle, which also caused a gap in the defense circle. Abu, who had already been ready to go, immediately shouted, "Shoot, let me concentrate on attacking that gap." The surrounding 8 Treasures Navy members cheered up, quickly shifted their guns, and focused their fire on the gap in the mini-ghost defense circle. Not good. Perona's complexion changed after she realized that, and hurriedly filled the gap with the nearby miniature ghosts. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. Under the concentrated fire attack with the armament hockey bullets, a violent explosion was triggered instantly. Although Perona had already responded immediately, she was still a bit late. The mini-ghost that had just filled the gap was detonated directly under the intensive strafing, creating a short vacuum area. Boom. There was another gunshot, and a bullet shot out instantly with the fire, passed through the vacuum area in a blink of an eye, and approached directly between Perona's eyebrows. It was Abu who fired the shot. He not only stared at Perona, but also pushed observation hockey to the limit, showing his marksmanship beyond the limit. The bullet shot towards Perona's eyebrows, with Abu's armament hockey level, enough to cause 100% damage to Perona's ghost body. The ghost body will not bleed, but the injuries it receives will not change. Once a fatal injury occurs, it will also die. Having experienced the early survival test of the Boeing Islands, although Perona has not yet awakened observation hockey, she still has a keen sensory light for the breath of death. Good Zhao good. Now, she just felt the approach of death. The bullet was fired so fast that she couldn't dodge it at all, and it was too late to control the mini-ghost to resist. Her pupils first shrank, and then dilated. Am I going to die? The center of the eyebrows became hot, and the bullet hit Perona's eyebrows without any accident. Subconsciously thinking that she was going to die, she closed her eyes in despair. At this moment, there is not only despair, but also unwillingness and nostalgia. Only when you really face death will you understand the beauty of life. A second passed, and Perona opened her eyes suddenly, with astonishment and confusion on her exquisite face. The expected pain and coldness of death did not appear. She suddenly trembled, and hurriedly flew towards the rear, and then saw the bullet that hit her between the eyebrows floating in place out of thin air. Advertisement. Chapter 166 Unlimited Sword System, Second Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What is this ability? The weird scene stunned Perona at first, but then a look of surprise appeared on his face. There was a strong sound of breaking through the air from far to near, and almost in just one breath, a figure quickly swept over from the distant sky and appeared beside Perona. Sorry, I'm late, leave the next battle to me. The familiar voice made Perona hastily turn her head to look, and soon she saw Luo Wei looking down. Asshole, it took you so long to come back, I'm a. Although she had guessed something, when she saw Luo Wei appearing, Perona was still very pleasantly surprised, but when she said the words, she turned into a look of gnashing her teeth. But before she finished speaking, she stopped suddenly because she saw the injuries on Luo Wei's body. The battle with Qingzhou not only made Luo Wei's clothes tattered, but also left many bruises and scars, but the most serious one was the Wutuhui. The bumping chest. Under the terrible impact and tearing force, although he stopped the bleeding with his life back, his injuries still looked bloody and bloody. Compared with the last battle with Diamante and Lao Ji, Luo Wei's injuries are now more serious, which also shocked Perona for 750 days. There are still enemies. This person can actually fly. Is he a capable person? Advertisement. Damn it, how many enemies are there? Because of the distance, the members of the Eight Treasures Navy couldn't see Luo Wei's specific appearance clearly, but because of Luo Wei's arrival and the ability to step into the air, everyone was shocked. Among them, Abu and Lao Kai were the most frightened and angry. After Lao Kai avoided Perona's miniature ghost, he didn't really leave, but stopped. Both of them have observation hockey, so they naturally sensed the scene just now, and they almost succeeded. If Luo Wei hadn't restrained the bullet remotely with his mind in time, Perona would have been shot and killed. Damn it, keep attacking. Abu yelled angrily, and at the same time raised his gun and shot at Perona again. The others also reacted quickly and carried out a concentrated fire attack again. The gunfire was rapid, and under the intensive strafing, one bullet after another was fired at where Luo Wei and Perona were. Not good. As soon as the gunshot rang out, Perona, who was shocked by Luo Wei's serious injury, woke up immediately, and her attention immediately returned to the battle. It's just that before she could take any action, the bullets that came from strafing stagnated in midair again. Give it back to you. There were strands of golden light flowing in the eyes. Luo Wei waved his hand indifferently, and the bullet that stopped for a while immediately flew back at a faster speed under the blessing of mental power. What? Abramovich's observation hockey immediately changed his face when he sensed this situation, and hurriedly dodged to the side. Advertisement. But other people didn't have this reaction, and the bullets that flew back caused tragic casualties almost instantly. As the sound of bullets piercing through the body rang out intensively, the other members of the Eight Treasures Navy fell to the ground, and they didn't even have time to scream. Luo Wei's control of the bullets was very precise, but the bullets that flew backwards all hit the vital points of the Babao Navy personnel, piercing through, directly causing everyone's death on the spot. Not far away, Lao Kai also relied on observation hockey to avoid the bullets flying towards him, but when he saw the scene where everyone except Abu was killed, his pupils shrank into a needle shape. What kind of ability is this? It can control bullets. Wait a minute, could it be that this person is the one who attacked us in the first place? What about the old man? Thoughts flashed through Lao Kai's mind. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly opened his cloth belt, and saw strands of ashes scattered out. Ajit, the old man is dead. The appearance of ashes immediately caused Lao Keru to be hit hard, and he staggered back. Not only did his face turn pale, but he also showed an expression of disbelief. The predecessor of these ashes is the paper of life. And its owner is green pepper. The paper of life burned into ashes, which undoubtedly proved that the green pepper was dead. Amazing. Although it was not the first time that she had seen Luo Wei's strength, Perona couldn't help but murmured when she saw that Luo Wei almost wiped out all the enemies with a wave of his hand. Looking at Lao Kai and Abu who survived the bullets under the blessing of mental power, Luo Wei's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly landed and came to a position less than a few meters away from the ice ground. Buzz. Invisible fluctuations radiated from his body. Wherever he passed, the ice quickly turned into countless golden light spots, and then gathered behind him, forming a huge wall-like golden light curtain. Advertisement. Awakening Unlimited Sword System. The golden light curtain quickly swayed like water ripples, and a pair of golden sword blades protruded from the light curtain, and then turned into two torrents of swords, rushing out from both sides of the indifferent Luo Wei, straight swept towards where Lao Kai and Abu were. Such a scene not only woke up Lao Kai, but also made both him and Abu change color. The blade speed produced by Unlimited Sword System is extremely astonishing, and it is also controlled by Luo Wei. Lao Kai and Abu hurriedly wanted to avoid it in the distance, but with their movements, the torrent of swords rushing towards them also changed its trajectory. After realizing that they couldn't dodge, Lao Kai and Abu both roared and launched attacks, bursting out with fists and kicks, bursting out with haki and 8 punches. Bang bang bang. During the violent collision, the golden sword blades were knocked away one after another, but similarly, Tusuo and Abu were also injured quickly. Each torrent of swords has at least 100 blades. How can it be so easy to resist when it is moving at an extremely fast speed and shuttles in a crisscross pattern? Moreover, these sword blades made of mind power crystals are not only extremely strong, but also contain quite powerful sharpness and impact. There was no substantial damage to the blade that was blown away by the two of them. At the same time, the impact of coercion will also cause Lao Kai and Abu to resist and be shocked, and their actions will become disordered. As for the edge, even if armament haki is used to cover the whole body defense, where the blade passes, deep wounds will be left on the two of them immediately. Advertisement. Chapter 167. Turmoil in the Country of Flowers. Third update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After only persisting for less than 10 seconds, Lao Kai and Abu reached their limit, with bloody wounds all over their bodies. Under the tragic injuries, the two finally fell down, and were pierced through the heart by two lightning-like sword blades. The heart was torn apart, and they were killed on the spot. The drizzle was dripping, and the windows made a slight sound under the patter of rain. The moonlight docked on the coast, which is a deserted island covered by forests. The injury is worse than expected. Looking at the drizzle outside the window, Luo Wei, who was wrapped in bandages all over his body, murmured while sitting cross-legged on the bed. At this time, 3 days had passed since the first battle at Baoyu Glacier, and he had also been recuperating for 3 days. Recall that 3 days ago, after Luo Wei dealt with Lao Kai and Abu, he took Perona back to the moonlight, and then left Baoyu Glacier by boat without stopping. It's just that in the battle with Qingzhou, Luo Wei's injuries were far more serious than he expected. In addition to external injuries, the opponent's 8-punch also caused damage to his internal organs. Even with extraordinary physical fitness and Hobak's superb medical skills, Luo Wei still needs at least half a month of training to recover from the damage to his internal organs. Of course, after 3 days of recuperation, his injury has been alleviated. As long as he does not engage in strenuous exercise, ordinary activities are not much of a problem. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, being idle was also idle, Luo Wei couldn't help checking the situation of the golden template. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket character. Luo Wei close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 16 close black lens bracket. Nianian fruit. 7th level, 3739 65,610. Open black lens bracket kendo. 7th level, 165,610 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armament haki. 7th order, 065,610 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket observation haki. 7th order, 065,610 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil value. 84,630 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket original sin value. 6 close black lens bracket. Seeing the values displayed by the crime value and the original sin value, Luo Wei's mood suddenly became much happier. After the injury recovers, I should be able to raise one of the strengths to the 8th level, and then my strength will definitely be enhanced again. Luo Wei thought with some expectation. The reason why he didn't upgrade immediately was naturally because he was afraid that the sudden increase in strength would affect his injuries. Luo Wei was not impatient, so after checking for a while, he withdrew his consciousness from his mind. While Luo Wei was recovering from his wounds, there was turmoil in the Kingdom of Flowers on the other side. In the main hall of the Palace Council, the oppressive atmosphere permeated, and the King of the Kingdom of Flowers, who was sitting on the throne, said unwillingly, "Is it really confirmed, Green Pepper Pillar was really killed?" Advertisement. Yes, King. Our pillar was killed, and we found his body in Baoyu Glacier. Standing below was a senior officer of the 8 Treasures Navy, not only with a sad expression, but even a hoarse voice. As a pillar, the territory of the 8 Treasures Navy naturally also has the life paper left by the Green Pepper, and there are also special personnel to guard it. 3 days ago, When the paper of life was burned into ashes, all the senior officials of the Babao Navy stationed in the territory were shocked, and then sent people to Baoyu Glacier to check. As a result, just as the high-ranking Babao Navy said, the dispatched people found the bodies of Qingzhao and others, and confirmed that their pillars were really killed. Yes, the green pepper is the strongest fighting force in the Kingdom of Flowers. After being killed, the senior officials of the Eight Treasures Navy naturally did not dare to hide it, and reported it to the King of the Kingdom of Flowers on the first day. Have you found the whereabouts of the murderer? The King of the Kingdom of Flowers asked with an ugly face. Not only because of the good friendship with Qingzhao, but also because of the loss of the strongest combat power in the country, which weakened the military power of the Country of Flowers, which is definitely a very bad day for the King of the Country of Flowers who was in power thing. When we went, the murderer was no longer there, but we found many stab wounds on Dongliang's body, so the murderer is most likely a swordsman. The senior officials of the Babao Navy said truthfully. Swordsman. In the main hall, apart from the King of Flower Country and the high-level officials of the Eight Treasures Navy, there are also pillars of the other 7 Navy groups on both sides. 0. Ask for flowers. Originally, only the pillars of the 1st Treasure Navy, the 2nd Treasure Navy, and the 7th Treasure Navy were in charge of guarding the palace, but when they heard the news of Qingzhao's murder, the other pillars rushed over immediately. At the beginning, Dongliang and the others had different expressions because they confirmed that Qingzhao was killed, but after hearing the clues of the murderer from the senior officials of the Babao Navy, they all showed expressions of surprise. Advertisement. The King of the Kingdom of Flowers was also taken aback, but before he could make any more reactions, suddenly a guard rushed in at the gate of the main hall. Report. King, there is urgent news from the port. A group of vicious pirates have invaded the country. They are killing and plundering everywhere. The guard shouted. 0. The appearance of the guards diverted the attention of the King of the Kingdom of Flowers and the pillars, and when they heard the report, they all became shocked and angry. Who is so bold, dare to come to our country of flowers to make trouble? As for the guards, what's the matter with them, can't even solve some pirates? King, let's suspend the discussion on the matter of the green pepper pillar. Let me lead the people to support and destroy the invading pirates. The pillars scolded one after another, and among them, the pillar of the Erbao Navy even strode forward to ask the King of the Country of Flowers. Good. Then it's up to. The King of the Kingdom of Flowers, who was also angry at being invaded by pirates, was just about to agree to the Erbao Navy Pilar's invitation, but before he could finish speaking, an accident happened suddenly. Whoosh. Boom. The sound of breaking through the air came, followed by the sound of explosion in the hall, and the head of the guard who came to report just now exploded like a watermelon. At the same time, in the air outside the hall, a burly figure came across the air at an astonishing speed, and quickly rushed into the hall. Although the sudden change made it impossible for the King of Flower Country and the guarding soldiers to react in time, the powerful pillars reacted immediately. Advertisement. Chapter 168 Locke arrives 4th. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 5 pillars, including the pillar of the Erbao Water Army, rushed out quickly and stood in front of the King of the Kingdom of Flowers for protection. And the pillars of the Yibao Water Army and the Qibao Water Army rushed directly to the burly figure who broke into the hall. The pillar of the 7 Treasures Water Army rushed out and pulled out the gorgeous sword worn at his waist in an instant. The bright moonlight-like sword exuded a sharp edge, and quickly cut towards the burly figure. In the same way, the pillars of the Yibao Water Army also broke out their own attacks, and when they swung their fists violently, the fists with sharp gloves just smashed out. The reaction and offensive of these 2 people can be said to be very powerful, but they obviously underestimated the opponent's strength. The burly figure who quickly entered the hall was more than 5 meters tall, as majestic as a little giant, and his bald head with skull tattoos gave, 19-0, a terrifying sense of ferocity. Facing the pillars of the Yibao Water Army and the Qibao Water Army, this burly figure did not dodge at all, but threw out his fists casually. Boom boom. The violent collision reverberated, and the pillars of the Yibao Navy and the Qibao Navy changed color. Their attacks were all blocked by the fist swung, and each of them ushered in the oppression of terrifying power. The sharp glove of the pillar of the Yibao Water Army was directly smashed, and the fist flew down with flesh and blood, and the whole person screamed and flew out backwards. The same is true for the pillars of the 7 Treasures Water Army. The sword that was cut out was punched back, and it fell on his own shoulder, causing intense pain, and hurriedly retreated to the back. Advertisement. The instant defeat of the pillars of the Yibao Water Army and the Qibao Water Army suddenly caused the expressions of the other 5 pillars who were guarding the King of the Kingdom of Flowers to change drastically, revealing expressions of shock. Boom. Repelling the 2 casually, the burly figure did not pursue, but suddenly erupted a terrifying pressure that made the air tremble. As if it was an invisible impact, this coercion swept out, and the sound of falling to the ground quickly sounded, and the soldiers guarding the hall fainted one by one. In addition, the same is true for the high-level officials of the 8 Treasures Navy, who simply cannot resist the terrifying coercion that appears. It's Conqueror's hockey. This person actually has the qualifications of a king among a million people. Damn it, how could such a strong man suddenly appear in the palace? Captain of the Crusher Pirates Locke. The pillars didn't fall to the ground. Although they also felt heavy oppression, they still persisted, but also because of the terrifying coercion, they were even more shocked when they looked at the burly figure opposite. At the same time, among them, the pillars of the Erbao water army saw clearly the appearance of the burly figure, and blurted out an identity. The Crusher Pirates. Advertisement. As this person the big pirate Locke who offered a reward of 890 million. Wait, this person really seems to be the captain of the Crusher Pirates. I have seen the other party's reward order before. The words of Erbao Navy pillar immediately caught the attention of others, and at the same time, when they looked at the burly figure opposite again, their shock turned into horror. They are also pirates, and the pillars of the Kingdom of Flowers naturally have an understanding of the strong ones among the pirates, and as the great pirate of the New World, Locke, is naturally among them. Hey ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there are so many good players in the mere Kingdom of West Blue. That's right, lousy as Locke. Do you still want to play with me? The burly figure was Locke. He looked at the pillars who were looking at him in horror, with a playful expression on his face, and he laughed out loud in his mouth. Under the tyrannical conqueror's hockey, not only the soldiers in the palace fainted, but also the people outside. Facing Locke's publicity and laughing, the hall was extremely depressed. The repelled Yibao Water Army and Qibao Water Army pillars also heard the words of the Second Treasure Water Army. After recognizing Locke, they endured the pain and did not dare to speak out. When they looked at Locke, they also had a faint look of fear. It was just a confrontation, and the two felt the overwhelming power from Locke's body. The opponent could injure them with a single blow. If they really fought, they knew that they would not be able to resist. On the throne, the king of the Kingdom of Flowers did not faint, but it was not because he hid his strength and was able to block the impact of Locke's Conqueror's Hockey, but because Locke avoided him when he released Conqueror's Hockey. At this time, Locke spoke again, and his eyes swept over the pillars and then focused on the king of the Kingdom of Flowers, grinning and said, "You are the king of this country, right? Lousy came here this time to find the evil hunter. I heard he has appeared here before, you should have his whereabouts." Advertisement. Sin Hunter. The pillars and the king of the Kingdom of Flowers, who were in high tension, were taken aback for a moment, never expecting that Locke would mention this topic. Although the king of the Kingdom of Flowers didn't know Locke, the fallen soldiers and the whispered words of the pillars in front of him were enough for him to understand that the person in front of him was a very terrifying pirate. The original anger has now been replaced by nervousness. He hesitated, and said, "Mr. Locke, the evil hunter did appear in this country before, but he left long ago, and we have no trace of him." "What? Left? Damn, old ghost, you didn't lie to me, did you? You know the price of lying to me." Lousy became angry, and he doesn't mind destroying this country. Locke was furious, and at the same time stared at the king of the Kingdom of Flowers with dangerous eyes, as if a horrible killing would erupt if he found an abnormality. "Captain Locke, I can assure you on 2.6, our king did not deceive you, the evil hunter really left long ago." As if he was afraid that Locke would not believe it, the pillar of the Erbao Navy who was the most powerful after Qingzhao's death quickly explained. Locke's gaze shifted from the king of the Kingdom of Flowers to the pillars of the Erbao Navy. After finding that there was no trace of lying, his expression became cloudy. Doflamingo's intelligence force is indeed very powerful, and the news of Luo Wei's appearance in the Kingdom of Flowers naturally did not escape his intelligence force. It's just that when this news was passed to Locke who crossed the calm belt and entered West Blue, Luo Wei had already left. Even though Locke had already rushed to the Kingdom of Flowers at full speed, several days had passed. Advertisement. Chapter 169 The Law of the Jungle, First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Let's just trust you, Lousy, but I came all the way here. Now you don't have any news from the evil hunter. My brothers and I don't want to make this trip in vain. I'll give you two choices now. One is to fight with our destroyer pirates, and the second is to give us 500 million berry and 100 high-quality women to compensate us. Choose, which one do you want to choose? Locke's silence didn't last long, and soon he looked at the king of the Kingdom of Flowers with a sneer. What? The king of the Kingdom of Flowers obviously did not expect that the other party would suddenly make such a request, and his face was full of capital. Huh, why? Do you want to choose the first one to fight against our Crusher pirates? As soon as Locke saw the reaction of the king of the Kingdom of Flowers, there was horror in his eyes, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted from his body like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Wait, our king didn't mean that, we choose the second condition. Erbao Navy Pilar's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. Yes, king, promise him 09, otherwise we will suffer even greater losses if we go to war. You can't choose the first one, otherwise our country may really be destroyed. The other pillars also quickly persuaded the king of the Kingdom of Flowers. Although it is uncomfortable to be coerced, but under the disparity in strength, the weak have no other choices at all. Locke's strength and fierce reputation make the pillars of the country of flowers not have the courage to go to war even if they join forces. Advertisement. But, well, then do as you say. Shrouded by Locke's horrific murderous intent, the king of Flower Country's face was already pale, and he looked at Locke with fear, and although he was heartbroken, he accepted the proposal of the pillars unconditionally. In this way, the Kingdom of Flowers took out 500 million wealth and 100 high-class women as compensation for not providing Luo Wei's whereabouts, and this kind of experience also proved the cruel rule of the jungle. After getting the compensation, Locke naturally left the palace contentedly, and at the same time recalled the members of the Crusher pirates who were looting and massacring in the Country of Flowers. With the harvested money and women, the Crusher pirates left the Kingdom of Flowers in a big way. At the same time, because of the appearance of the Crusher pirates, the king of the Kingdom of Flowers and the Pillars lost the mood to continue discussing, and hastily dealt with the murder of the Green Pepper. Luo Wei didn't know what happened in the Kingdom of Flowers, nor did he know that someone had already entered West Blue and was chasing him. Before I knew it, half a month had passed. Boom. On the deserted island covered by forests, there was a sudden violent roar, which was also mixed with the wailing of some kind of ferocious beast. Boom boom boom. A large number of trees were crushed, and the broken branches and leaves were flying, and the earth shook. It seems that my body has indeed fully recovered. Luo Wei muttered to himself as he lowered his fist, and at the same time there was a smile in his eyes. Opposite him was a long passage formed by crushed tree remains, and at the end of tens of meters was a giant bear with a size of 5 meters. It's just that this giant bear had been blown away by Luo Wei's punch, and the chest was deeply sunken, with a fist mark in the center. Advertisement. After simply testing his physical condition and supplementing food by the way, Luo Wei walked towards the giant bear, lifted it up with a tyrannical physique, and returned to the coast where the moonlight string was docked. Swish swish swish. When Luo Wei returned to the shore, a figure flickered back and forth, and it was Perona who was training to shave. Perhaps it was because of the death at the Baoyu Glacier. After recovering from her injuries, Perona has been working very hard these days, training whenever she is free. At first Luo Wei was very surprised, but after a few days, he gradually got used to it. Hey, today's food is bears. Perona immediately noticed the heavy footsteps of Luo Wei lifting the giant bear. She immediately stopped training, and her eyes lit up when she saw the dead bear. Bang! Coming nearby, Luo Wei threw the giant bear on the ground, and the heavy weight immediately caused the ground to vibrate and make loud noises. Swish! Perona came by shaving, quickly appeared next to the giant bear, and then checked the situation of the bear's paw. Luo Wei patted off the dust from his hands, and smiled slightly after seeing this scene. Don't worry, its claws are well preserved, and you will have to take good care of them later. I know it even if you don't tell me. After confirming that the bear's paw was not damaged, Perona got up and rolled her eyes at Luo Wei, and then went to the boat to get the kitchen knife. Luo Wei also boarded the boat together, but he didn't enter the cabin, but found a place on the deck and sat down casually. Advertisement. Sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, Luo Wei's consciousness immediately entered his mind. The injury has recovered, and he is naturally ready to start improving his strength. Just like the decision made half a month ago, the power of this promotion is the fruit of Nianian. Manipulate the golden template and continuously invest the evil value in the Nianian fruit. In just a short while, a 143 Kung Fu, after consuming 61,871 evil points, Nian Nian fruit successfully reached the full value of the 7th level. At the same time, after the experience value is full, the cold fruit is also in a cooling state. For this situation, Luo Wei naturally had some expectations, so he immediately focused on the original sin value. I don't know how much original sin value will be consumed when upgrading from the 7th level to the 8th level, I hope it won't be too much. Looking at the plus that emerged behind the original sin value, Luo Wei touched it lightly with his consciousness a little dignifiedly. Swish. The data of the golden template was immediately refreshed, and the original sin value was instantly subtracted by 3 points, and instead, the fruit was raised from the rank of a soldier to the level of an 8th rank. The thought power in the body suddenly increased a lot, and Luo Wei's body was shocked by the surging power. Has the consumption tripled too? After getting used to the surge in power for a while, Luo Wei looked at the remaining 3 points of original sin and thought to himself. Every time the experience value rises to 1 level, it will increase by 3 times, and now the original sin value will also increase by 3 times, which is understandable for him. Now there are 22,759 evil points left, and after Nian Nian fruit is promoted to the 8th level, the demand for experience points has also increased to 196,830. Advertisement. Chapter 170 The Rebellion of the 8 Treasures, second update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not only the original sin value, the demand for the evil value is also increasing. Seeing the number of experience points of the 8th level, Luo Wei felt a headache. Although the golden template allows him to quickly improve with sufficient original sin and evil values, but the higher the class, the greater the demand. As for the remaining evil points, Luo Wei chose to save them, and was going to save enough to consume them once again when the next power was upgraded to the 8th level. Consciousness withdrew from his mind, and after he opened his eyes and got up, Luo Wei stimulated his majestic thought power, soaring into the sky in an instant, and shot directly towards the depths of the island. With the sudden increase in strength, he is naturally ready to adapt and test the specific situation of the sudden increase in strength. On the northern coast of the country of flowers, this is the territory of the Eight Treasures Navy, and its size is like a small town. Although the death of Qingzhou half a month ago caused a grand funeral to be held here, as time passed, the whole town returned to its usual appearance. Sure enough, I'm already lonely. Except for green peppers, the former big pirate force now doesn't even have a decent strongman. In the sky of the small town, at a height that ordinary people cannot see, Luo Wei looked down at the territory of the Eight Treasures Navy, and at the same time sensed the breath with observation hockey. After a while, he couldn't help shaking his head. The figure landed, and after the investigation was over, Luo Wei also started to act, directly swooping towards the strongest breath he had sensed. Whether it's for eradicating the grass or gaining evil points, it is impossible for Luo Wei to allow the Eight Treasures Navy to survive. After recovering from his injuries and increasing his strength, he rushed here immediately, and now he is also ready to start hunting. Advertisement. Boom. The strongest ore that Luo Wei sensed was located in a classical and exquisite building in the small town. When he swooped down and approached, he decisively punched out a ferocious punch of thought power. The deafening roar immediately broke the tranquility of the town, and the terrifying force directly destroyed the exquisite buildings, causing a madness of ruins. What's going on? Is there an explosion? No, that's Dongliang's home, go check it out. Wait, there are people in the sky, damn it, it's an enemy attack. After the death of Qingzhou, the position of the pillar of the Eight Treasures Navy will naturally not be vacant. Although there is no power to smash the Baoyu Glacier, after half a month, a high-level person has already taken over the position of the pillar. Strength determines status, and the owner of the strongest aura that Luo Wei perceives as the pillar of the Eight Treasures Navy today. As the exquisite building collapsed and exploded, the people nearby also screamed in horror, and even many members of the Eight Treasures Navy rushed here. The Nianli fist blasted out, and Luo Wei also landed in front of the ruins of the exquisite building. Observation hockey sensed that his eyes fell somewhere in the ruins. Boom. Almost at the same time, a shock wave erupted from the ruins, blasting away the surrounding building wreckage, and a figure in a state of embarrassment jumped up and landed on the side. Who is that bastard? This figure has a strong body, but because of the sudden attack, its forehead was broken, and the blood stained its face. It looked very hideous, and after it appeared, it yelled angrily. Advertisement. But before this person finished speaking, a sudden terrifying suction enveloped him, sucking his whole body and flying him out of the ruins. Zheng. The light of the knife flickered, and Luo Wei took the opponent down with his thoughts, and instantly drew the knife and slashed across. The sharp edge directly cut the opponent's body in half. Sin Hunter. After being cut in half, the strong figure didn't die immediately, but fell to the ground, and when he saw Luo Wei before dying, his eyes were shocked immediately, and he uttered a word with both horror and unwillingness. Pillar. There was a sound of exclamation from a distance, and it was astonishing that the members of the Eight Treasures Navy who came from nearby happened to see the scene of Luo Wei beheading a strong man, and all of them were shocked. It turns out that you are the new pillar of the Eight Treasures Navy. Compared with green peppers, your strength is far behind. Luo Wei said lightly, looking down at the strong man. The strong man spurted blood, he didn't know whether he was angry by Luo Wei or was exhausted, he died on the spot. Sin value plus 5231. The information that flashed in his mind made Luo Wei look away from the opponent's body, and then walk towards the members of the Eight Treasures Navy in the distance. He killed Dongliang, don't let him escape. Kill. Wait, I seem to have seen this person somewhere, damn it, I remembered, he is a crime hunter. Advertisement. The death of Shin Dongliang made the members of the Eight Treasures Navy terrified and angry. When they saw Luo Wei approaching, many of them roared and rushed out, attacking Luo Wei. However, there are also some people who are afraid to go forward, after all their pillars have been beheaded, which is enough to prove that Luo Wei is terrible. At this moment, someone who did not know suddenly screamed, but recognized Luo Wei, which also caused shock to the others. Chi 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 chi. Luo Wei didn't pay attention to the reaction of the members of the Eight Treasures Water Army, but directly started hunting. The speed of his feet increased sharply, and immediately rushed into the Xiaobao Water Country personnel who came to kill him like a fleeting image. The knife was sharp and the blood was spraying. In just a split second, Luo Wei passed through more than a dozen members of the Eight Treasures Navy. And when he stopped, there was no living person behind him, only mutilated corpses all over the ground. Enemy attack. Quick, contact the king quickly, and pass on the information about the evil hunter's attack on us. Send a signal, let others come to support. Dongliang was killed, and the murderer was the terrifying existence that had been hunted down across the country before. Naturally, the Babao Navy fell into panic and chaos. Although some people chose to flee in fear, there were also many people who came to support under the signal of enemy attack. As for the ordinary residents, they had already fled the vicinity due to the chaos. Luo Wei didn't stop the other party from asking for help, because this was his purpose. On the one hand, it was to better clean up the remnants of the Eight Treasures Navy, and on the other hand, it was also to usher in more combat power in the Kingdom of Flowers. Advertisement. Chapter 171 These 7 Great Pillars 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Da da da. The support personnel fired at Luo Wei, and the bullets flew through the void like a storm. With a wave of his hand, the bullets that came from the strafing were imprisoned in place, and then driven by the force of thought, they flew backwards at a faster speed, shooting and killing the shooter frantically. Someone brandished Guan Dao to kill him, but he was slashed terribly, and his body and Guan Dao were split in half. In the end, the Eight Treasures Navy even used artillery to bomb Luo Wei, but the fired shells also rolled back under the force of thought, causing more casualties to the Eight Treasures Navy. No matter what method or strategy is adopted, Luo Wei will resolve it calmly, and then kill the enemy at a fast speed. More than half an hour later, several streets where the battlefield is located have been turned into ruins, and the ground is full of corpses and pits left by shelling. There was no more member of the Eight Treasures Navy on the field, or those who had the courage to join the battle were all dead, and the rest had already fled with the civilians here. Chu Shui was clutched by his side, the tip of the knife was dripping with blood, when the last member of the Eight Treasures Navy was beheaded. Luo Wei, who didn't even show any sweat on his face, just stood in the pile of corpses and waited with his eyes closed. Mo 363. After a while, there was a vibration in the distance, which was caused by the rush of large troops. But before the large army entered the territory of the Eight Treasures Water Army, Shi Dao's figure exuding a domineering aura rushed in at a faster speed, and soon appeared in front of Luo Wei. Is it finally here? Advertisement. Almost at the same time, Luo Wei, who closed his eyes and meditated, also slowly opened his eyes, staring at the 7 people who appeared on the opposite side. Damn it, it's still too late. Seeing the scene in front of him, the pupils of Erbao Shuijun's pillars shrank slightly, and his face was immediately filled with shock and anger. At the same time, when he looked at Luo Wei, he burst out with a strong murderous aura. The 7 people who arrived first were the pillars of the other 7 naval armies of the Kingdom of Flowers. Without Luo Wei's stopping, the Eight Treasures Navy passed the situation here to the King of the Kingdom of Flowers, and now the 7 pillars came together, apparently under the order of the King of the Kingdom of Flowers. Kill. The other pillars reacted similarly to the pillars of the Erbao Navy. They were outraged by the tragic casualties of the Babao Navy, and also burst out with murderous intent after AJFE recognized Luo Wei. There was no unnecessary communication between the two sides. Following the shouts of several pillars, all 7 pillars rushed towards Luo Wei. Although Luo Wei's deterrence is not as good as Locke's, the 7 pillars don't even have the courage to fight, but his record of beheading Terrence also makes the 7 pillars not confident in fighting Luo Wei alone. Perceived by breath, the strength of the 7 pillars has reached the mighty level combat power. Under joint attack, they can even threaten the weaker overlord level combat power. When the pillars rushed out, Luo Wei's expression remained the same. With a single step, his whole body rushed towards them with astonishing speed like lightning. When the two sides met, the first to contact Luo Wei was the most powerful pillar of the Erbao Water Army, and the pillars of the First Treasure Water Army and the pillars of the Qibao Water Army. Each of the 8 water armies of the Kingdom of Flowers has inherited skills, just like the 8-punch fist of the 8 Treasures Water Army. Advertisement. The 1 Treasure Water Army inherits a certain boxing technique, while the 7 Treasure Water Army inherits the way of swordsmanship. As for the Erbao Navy, what they inherited was the kick technique full of penetration. At the moment of contact, the pillars of the Yibao Water Army and the pillars of the Qibao Water Army attacked from both sides of Luo Wei. One smashed with a new sharp fist, and the other slashed with a sharp knife light, showing a good swordsmanship. The pillar of Erbao's Water Army broke through from the front, kicked amidst angry shouts, and pierced Luo Wei's head with his toes like a drill. Under such a ferocious offensive, it is almost impossible for people to parry, the only choice, perhaps only to retreat in order to seek a glimmer of life. But if this is the case, it will inevitably lose the opportunity, and it is very likely that it will be attacked by the rest of the pillars as substitutes, and finally fall into the danger of double teaming. Will Luo Wei retire? The answer is naturally no. Facing fierce attacks from 3 directions, he swung his saber and slashed at the pillars of the Erbao Navy in front of him, and the Nian Liuzan with his mind power combined with the Dao of the sword broke out a terrifying slash in an instant. Boom. When the slash collided with the toes, the Qibao Water Army pillars and the Yibao Water Army pillars attacking from both sides were also blocked by translucent barriers. The sharp glove and sharp sword blade were sent flying back like ordinary people attacking the wall. At the same time, the pillar of the Erbao Marine Army on the opposite side also screamed. The armament hockey covering his toes was like a thin layer of paper, which was easily torn apart by Luo Wei's thought flow, and then along the toes, the sole of his foot was severed in 2. In the turbulent air waves caused by the collision, the pillars of the First Treasure Water Army and the pillars of the Treasure Water Army were sent flying to both sides by the astonishing mind force barrier, and the pillars of the Second Treasure Water Army also screamed back because of the broken soles of their feet. Advertisement. What? The completely opposite ending directly changed the faces of the other pillars, and the originally prepared attack was stagnant because of this. Single quote. Luo Wei didn't stop because of the shock of the other pillars, but followed the slashing momentum to catch up to the screaming and retreating pillar of the Erbao Water Army, stretched out his left hand, and instantly grabbed the opponent's throat. Scoff. The severe pain from the broken sole of the foot made it too late for Erbao Sailor Pillar to even launch the armament hockey defense, and his throat was directly torn by the sharp claws, causing blood to splatter. The screams stopped abruptly immediately, and Luo Wei's finger pistol eagle claw directly tore off half of the opponent's neck where the throat was. With such injuries, the pillars of the Erbao Water Army were almost killed directly, and the whole person fell back heavily to the ground. How so? How can the evil hunter be so strong? Damn bastard. The vitality of the pillars of the Erbao Water Army quickly disappeared in the observation hockey perception of the rest of the pillars, and this situation also made them horrified. In just a moment of confrontation, the strongest among them was killed by Luo Wei. The strength Luo Wei showed far exceeded the imagination of the pillars. Advertisement. Chapter 172 Kill Kill Kill. Fourth update. Please subscribe automatically. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tempest Kick Dragon Tail. The attack full of fluency was displayed from Luo Wei's body. He won the opponent with one blow, and he still didn't stop at the slightest. He twisted his waist and kicked, and the violent chopping wave burst out, towards the two of them who were sweeping to one side. The pillars of fame swept away. The pupils of the two pillars contracted into needles, they reacted from the shock, and hurriedly used armament hockey to resist. It wasn't that they didn't want to dodge, but that Luo Wei's attack was too fast, so they couldn't react too much at all, so they could only choose to resist. Boom. The blazing slashing wave that seemed to be swaying the tail of a mad dragon hit the arms of the two pillars in an instant. Under the astonishing collision, a huge shock wave immediately burst out in a circular shape, cracking and crushing the surrounding ground and houses. Although Luo Wei did not use the dragon armor, he also covered armament hockey when sweeping his legs. Under the application of the 7th level of strength armament hockey and hardening, the power of dragon wagging tail has naturally been greatly enhanced. Even if the two pillars have powerful combat power, they will immediately feel the surging power and terrible tearing under the impact. Amid the violent roaring sound, the two pillars were blown away forcefully, smashed into the rear building, and were buried by the collapsed ruins. Die. Drink. At this time, two violent roars sounded from behind Luo Wei, but the two pillars who were rushing to the other side also reacted and violently attacked Luo Wei with terrifying murderous aura. Advertisement. Although the tragic death of Pillar of the Erbao Water Army terrified the rest of the pillars, a battle had already broken out at this time, and they could only do their best to hope to defeat Luo Wei. The two pillars who attacked Luo Wei belonged to the Sibao Water Army and the 6 Bao Water Army respectively. One of them used a sharp claw technique similar to Eagle Claw, tearing at Luo Wei's head, and the other pushed his palm at Luo Wei's back like a sumo wrestler. Paper Arts Katakana middle dot snake shake. As if the bones had been pulled out of his body, he twisted in a strange posture. Luo Wei didn't even turn his head, but just staggered the attack of the two people behind him. The attack failed, and the two pillars rushed forward under inertia. At this moment, Luo Wei, who was staggered to the side of the pillar of the Sibao Navy, turned around and slashed out a terrible knife light. Pooh! The flesh and blood were torn apart, the head flew high, and the terrifying knife light cut across the necks of the pillars of the 4 treasures Navy like lightning, beheading and killing them. The headless body fell forward on the ground, but let him stop in a hurry, turned around to look at Luo Wei's 6 treasures swimming army pillars, and his expression changed drastically. Shave. Without waiting for the 6 treasures sailors' extra reaction time, Luo Wei rushed to the opponent's body like a flicker, his eyes were cold, and he directly punched the opponent. Iron body hyphenation point ape hammer. The swung left arm swelled in a circle in an instant, and the terrifying power that erupted was easily squeezed air to form a solidified hemispherical impact. Boom. Although the pillar of the 6 treasures Navy had turned his attention to Luo Wei's body for the first time, he was still a step too late after all, and his face was directly hit by the huge fist. Advertisement. With the terrifying force of the fist, his head exploded like a watermelon, and Luo Wei punched his head and smashed his head. Going to die. Going to die. Escape. The tragic death of the pillars of the Sibao Water Army and the 6 treasures Water Army directly stimulated the pillars of the Yibao Water Army and the pillars of the Qibao Water Army that were initially pushed back by Luo Wei's mental power. Luo Wei gave them the same feeling now as when he faced Locke not long ago. The coldness of death was extinguished, and with fear in his eyes, he turned around and ran desperately, wanting to escape here. The flow of thought's universal pull. Luo Wei's observation hockey enveloped the surroundings all the time, and he immediately noticed the fleeing behavior of Yibao Shuijun Dongliang and Qibao Shuijun Dongliang, and turned around suddenly, left hand grabbed the two of them through the air. Boom. It was as if a black hole appeared in the palm of the hand, and under the violent air waves in the void, a terrifying suction erupted instantly. Completely surpassing the unrivaled resistance of the Yibao Navy and the Qibao Navy, the two left the ground directly, as if shells were flying backwards towards Luo Wei at an astonishing speed. 0. Seeking flowers. The flow of thoughts Shenluo Tianzheng. The suction and repulsion switched in just a split second, and a terrifying impact visible to the naked eye burst out from the palm, directly bombarding the two flying upside down. As if ordinary people were run over by a steamroller, the pillars of the Yibao Water Army and the Qibao Water Army directly sprayed out blood mixed with broken internal organs, and at the same time, the bones of the whole body were crushed and crushed. Plop. Advertisement. Under the shock of terror, the two flew into the distance, and when they landed, they had already turned into a pile of corpses like rotten flesh. Boom. Two more roars sounded, and two figures suddenly rushed out of the ruins formed by the collapse of the building on one side, without the slightest pause, and rushed directly to the distance. 0.0. These two were naturally the pillars of the 3 Treasures Water Army and the 5 Treasures Water Army who were blasted away by Luo Wei with the dragon tail. Both of their arms suffered varying degrees of injuries when resisting the dragon wagging tail, and now, just like the 2 pillars of the Yibao Navy before, they have already been frightened by Luo Wei's terrifying power, want to escape. Can you escape? Dispersing his mind power with his left hand, observation hockey locked onto the 2 oars that were moving away quickly. Luo Wei's eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned around and swung his knife horizontally. Mind flow / condor. The air was swept up by the violent slashing force, turned into a majestic howling air wave, and a huge sword light burst out like an eagle spreading its wings. Chi 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 chi. The houses and buildings in the territory of the Babao Navy were all cut off and lifted into the air, and the flying sword light swept hundreds of meters away at an astonishing speed to catch up with the last 2 pillars who were running away. Ah! The observation hockey of the 2 sensed the terrorist attack coming from behind, roared like crazy, turned around to try to resist, but was cut across the body by the terrible sharp edge, and turned into 4 corpses sprayed with blood. When the sword light dissipated, the buildings that had been cut off into the air also fell back to the ground in a frenzy, causing a huge ruin 3 that spread for thousands of meters to appear in front of Luo Wei. Advertisement. Chapter 173 Killing and Leaving First Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Qingzhou, the other 7 pillars of the Kingdom of Flowers were all killed in battle, and they were still crushed by Luo Wei with overwhelming force. This is not only because the strength of these 7 pillars is far inferior to Qingzhou, but also because Luo Wei is stronger now than when he was fighting Qingzhou. After the mind power breaks through the 8th level, whether it is used alone or combined with mind flow, the power has been significantly enhanced. Quick, the pillars should be fighting the enemy, let's assist together. The enemy has been determined to be the evil hunter, this time we must not let the other party escape. Prepare to fight, and kill the enemy immediately if you find the enemy. Noisy voices came from far and near. It was astonishing that the elites of the 7 water armies had entered the territory of the 8 treasure water army, ready to assist their pillars to destroy the enemy. Luo Wei, who was standing with a saber hanging down, turned his head to look at the 7 elite navy soldiers that appeared in the distance with a glint in his eyes, and shot them like a cheetah in an instant. In the palace the King of Flowers, in the palace of the Parliament with heavy soldiers, the King of the Kingdom of Flowers, who is about the same age as Green Pepper, sits on the throne with a gloomy face. King, you don't have to worry too much. Didn't the 7 pillars go to the territory of the 8 treasures navy to support them? Compared with the enemy, they will be wiped out soon. Seeing the king's appearance, a minister below stepped forward with a wink and flattered him. Advertisement. That's right, King, the 7 pillars are so powerful alone, let alone acting together, that evil hunter will definitely not be able to escape. That's right, the military strength of our Kingdom of Flowers is so powerful, these villains who don't know how to live or die are not worth mentioning at all. I think that maybe the 7 pillars are already on their way back with the head of the enemy. At that time, the dead body of this evil hunter must be exposed to the sun for 3 days to comfort Duke John's spirit in heaven. The other ministers were naturally not to be outdone, and one after another stepped forward to show their presence, wanting to win the king's favor. The advice of the ministers is still somewhat effective, and the face of the king of the country of flowers has eased a lot. After all, he doesn't think that the 7 pillars will join forces, because they can't deal with a mere evil hunter. The reason why his face was so gloomy just now was more because of a series of bad things that happened recently. Especially after being blackmailed by Locke, he has been very gloomy. Everyone. After the king of the Flower Kingdom's expression eased, he was just about to speak, when suddenly at the entrance of the main hall, a figure rushed in at a speed that even the guards had no time to react. The king of the Kingdom of Flowers only felt a sudden flash in front of his eyes, and his sight was blocked by a tall and straight body. He subconsciously looked up, and when he saw the appearance of the person in front of him, a look of astonishment immediately appeared on his face. Sin. He almost blurted out to speak, but just after he uttered 2 words, the piercing light of the saber sliced across the neck of the king of the Kingdom of Flowers, and his head flew to the side of the ground with the blood spurting out. Ah! The king was slain. Advertisement. It was the evil hunter. The evil hunter killed the king. Both the soldiers guarding the palace and the ministers were stunned by the sudden change in front of them, and when they reacted, the whole hall fell into huge chaos. It was Luo Wei who rushed into the hall and beheaded the king of the Kingdom of Flowers. Avenge the king. Catch the murderer and never let him go. Damn it, isn't the evil hunter in the territory of the 8 treasures navy? Wait, where are the 7 pillars? Because of the death of Duke John not long ago, the Kingdom of Flowers pursued Luo Wei, so many people in the hall recognized Luo Wei. The ministers all fled to the outside of the hall in panic, while the guarding soldiers turned pale with fright and rushed to Luo Wei in front of the throne in fright. But unfortunately, after beheading the king of the Kingdom of Flowers, Luo Wei was like a brilliant assassin, without stopping, turned around and shot into the air, rushed out of the palace, and disappeared into the distant sky. Somewhere in West Blue, a huge pirate ship is sailing slowly. Cheers, let's celebrate another successful looting. Ha ha ha, the Marines of the Four Seas are really too weak. They even wanted to hunt us down. In the end, we destroyed the base as well. Entering West Blue this time is just like traveling. I have decided that I will retire in West Blue after I retire. Advertisement. For pirates, it will be the most indispensable and the most frequent thing. On the huge pirate ship, the Crusher pirates celebrated for successfully plundering a town and destroying a marine branch base. Boo boo boo. At this time, Locke, who was also drinking happily, suddenly heard the call of a phone bug. Because of the noisy sound, it took him a while to find the connection. What? The evil hunter appeared in the Kingdom of Flowers again. Lousy doesn't care who he kills, so be it, this time I will never let this bastard do it again. After hanging up the call, Locke yelled directly at the Smasher pirates who were immersed in the banquet. Give Lousy a stop, now turn around and go to the Kingdom of Flowers, that bastard Sin Hunter has appeared again. What? Has the other party returned to the Kingdom of Flowers, damn it. What's the situation? Could it be that the evil hunter didn't leave that place at all? Let's go, this time we must not let that bastard escape. 1.1. Although everyone in the Crusher Pirates was astonished, they quickly ended the banquet when they realized it, and sailed the pirate ship at full speed towards the country of flowers. In the garden of New World Dressrosa, King's Heights, Doflamingo, who also ended the call, opened his arms. Hey hey hey, Sin Hunter, are you arrogant or confident? The king of the countries allied to the world government is not so easy to kill, but the reason is not important anymore. The current one only needs to face the pursuit of pirates. There is even more marine crusade coming, let me see what a wonderful performance you can perform. Condescendingly looking down at the stable kingdom, Doflamingo laughed lowly at the beginning and turned into a wild laugh at the end. His demeanor was full of evil and unruly. Advertisement. Chapter 174 Response and Crusade, Second Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the conference hall of the Marineford, Naval Headquarters Building, the current Vice Admiral level and the senior executives above the Vice Admiral level will gather here. You have already read the document. If you have any comments, you can make a comment. On the main seat, the person in charge of presiding over the meeting is naturally Sengoku, who is the Marshal of Marine. He looked around everyone with a serious face, and said in a deep voice. There is nothing to say. Since the evil hunter killed the king of the allied country, it is inevitable to carry out a crusade. Otherwise, how can we maintain the majesty of the world government? That's right, now that the Kingdom of Flowers has put pressure on us through the world government, we must quickly formulate a reward order for the evil hunters and a crusade plan. Second, I don't have any suggestion on the crusade against the evil hunter, but judging from the information we have so far, the ordinary crusade may not be able to deal with the evil hunter. We need to handle it carefully. After Sengoku's speech, Vice Admiral, the digital headquarters present, also responded, expressing his attitude and ideas. This is, Dalmesia, who is also in it, frowned and said, speaking of which, this evil hunter once assisted us in 09 to fight against the Crusher pirates. Regarding his strength, he must have the level of swordsmanship of a great swordsman. If to carry out a crusade, I am afraid that several Vice Admiral or Admiral level combat forces will be dispatched. Dalmesia's words made some people present look slightly moved. Advertisement. Those who can sit here will naturally not be ignorant of the history of the Emperor's Alliance campaign, so everyone has a general understanding of the strength of the evil hunter. He crossed his fingers and rested his elbows on the conference table, and said calmly, the strength of a crime hunter is indeed beyond the definition of ordinary criminals. It is estimated that he can be defined as a new criminal. Allow. For such dangerous criminals, the safest plan to attack is naturally to dispatch Admiral-level combat power, followed by Vice Admiral-level combat power. Personally, it's better for one of the three admirals to go to West Blue and hunt down the evil hunters. For Crane's speech, the senior executives present listened very carefully. After all, Crane is not only the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, but also the Chief of Staff. Since that's the case, then let me take the responsibility. Since the other party kills the king of the alliance country, it is tantamount to openly provoking the order of the world. Just like the name, Sakazuki in a dark red suit had a deep complexion and said coldly. It's scary. There are more and more monsters in the sea now. I agree with Sakazuki Admiral to be in charge of the evil hunter's crusade. Pelusolino, who was sitting on the side, followed closely with a smile. Of course, thinking about Pelusolino's character, it's not so much that he agrees with Pelusolino to be in charge of the crusade, but rather that he is afraid that no one will stand up in the end and will assign the crusade task to himself. Advertisement. Sakazuki Admiral's words probably won't work. Don't forget that the G1 branch of the New World's front line still needs you to sit in charge. In addition, Admiral is also required to guard the headquarters here. I think it's better to be like this. Let me be responsible for the crusade against the evil hunters. After all, I still have some strength. Guion sitting next to him said suddenly. Although she is not yet a candidate for admiral, Guion's current strength has already surpassed the level of vice admiral. Her words naturally attracted everyone's attention. Guion. Sengoku also stared at the past, then thoughtful. Guion, are you sure? Suru was naturally very concerned about his god sister, and turned around in surprise when he heard Guion's words, and then asked in a low voice. Guion smiled slightly, and also said in a low voice, don't worry, sister, although you can't say 100%, but you are more or less sure, and the other party is not a great swordsman. I have grown slowly in the way of swords recently, so I am going to follow the opponent to hone it. He nodded slightly, and said, should you hone the way of the sword? In the case of the evil hunter, it is indeed a good target. Since you have this idea, then I won't say much. Ahem. After thinking for a while, Sengoku saw the two women chatting and coughing to remind them. After the two women returned their attention to the meeting, he said to Sakazuki. Guion Vice Admiral said well, Sakazuki Admiral, the G1 branch is our frontline against New World pirates, and we still need you to be in charge. Sakazuki frowned slightly, but did not refute, because what Guion and Sengoku said was not wrong, and there is absolutely no room for problems in the G1 branch. At this time Sengoku continued. Also, Pelusolino Admiral and Kuzan. Bastard, Kuzan, you dare to sleep in the meeting like that old bastard Garp. Advertisement. Sengoku's words turned into an exasperated growl in the middle of the sentence. The reason is very simple, because Kuzan, who was sitting on the other side of Sakazuki 347, tilted his head and fell asleep at some point. For this situation, the vice admirals all sat in their positions without looking sideways, and even acted as if they were used to it. There is no way, because similar situations often appear in meetings, but the sleeping object has changed from Garp to Kuzan. But whether it is Garp or Kuzan, these two people are not the existence that the vice admirals can provoke, just pretend not to see it. Although there was a farce in the middle, the results of the final meeting came out. With Guion's initiative to ask for a job, and her strength indeed having that qualification, she successfully took on the mission of crusade against Luo Wei. On West Blue, a certain sea area, the moonlight is sailing slowly. On the ship, Hobak is in charge of controlling the rudder, while Perona is developing and practicing the ghost fruit on the deck. As for Luo Wei, he is studying the golden template in the cabin room. What exactly does this mean? It is clear that there is no power to upgrade, but the original sin value actually shows that it can be used. The consciousness sneaked into his mind observed the situation on the golden template. Luo Wei frowned and thought. Advertisement. Chapter 175. Abnormal golden template, third update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket character. Luo Wei close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 16 close black lens bracket. Nianian fruit. 8th level, 0,196,830ths. Open black lens bracket kendo. 7th level, 165,610th, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armament hockey. 7th order, 0,65,610ths, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket observation hockey. 7th order, 0,65,610ths, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil value. 155,200 close black lens bracket. Original sin value. 12 plus. The Battle of the Kingdom of Flowers a day ago was a fruitful one. The sin value alone has gained an astonishing tens of thousands. With such a harvest, the remnants of the 8 treasure navy and the elite of the other 7 navy are only a small part, and most of them come from the 7 pillars and the king of the country of flowers. Advertisement. This can be seen from the sudden change of original sin value from 3 points to 12 points. Among the 7 pillars, 3 people's sin value reached tens of thousands, and the king of the country of flowers directly contributed more than 60,000 sin value. Such an astonishing harvest can be said to not only prove that the stronger the strength, the easier it is to commit crimes, but it also shows that the more powerful people commit crimes, the more terrible they are. Not to mention anything else, just because the king of the kingdom of flowers allowed the 8 water armies under his command to go out to plunder and kill his pirates, it was enough for him to share part of the crime. Of course, Luo Wei can only be happy with the huge harvest of sin and original sin. What really makes him frown and ponder is what comes after the original sin. In the past, such a situation would occur entirely when a certain power needed to be upgraded, but now, none of his powers has reached the state of full experience value. It was precisely because of this special situation that after leaving the Kingdom of Flowers, Luo Wei did not improve his strength for a day. Unknown things are always full of mystery, which also means that uncontrollable situations will happen. Luo Wei was hesitating. He didn't know if there would be any accidents when the original sin value was activated in this special situation, and he was also thinking about what such a special situation represented. The role of the golden template is undoubtedly to help me increase my strength. Even when the evil value just appeared, it is used to upgrade the strength after the 6th level. Therefore, no matter what happens, the possibility of the trend going to the bad is very small. After contemplating for a long time, Luo Wei was not ready to hesitate any longer. His consciousness was tightly condensed on the original sin value, and finally touched the plus displayed behind the opponent. Unless he gave up the cheat of the golden template, he couldn't just wait like this forever. When the consciousness came into contact with the plus displayed in original sin value, the golden template actually trembled slightly, followed by the value of original sin value being subtracted by 10 points, leaving only 2 points. But it's not just the most important thing. At the critical moment, the golden template turned gray as it cooled down after trembling. At the top, an illusory hourglass appeared. Advertisement. A grain of tiny, almost imperceptible, crystal-like grains of sand flowed from the hourglass. What's the situation? Luo Wei's face changed drastically, and then he was surprised when he discovered the existence of the phantom hourglass. The current gray appearance of the golden template is completely indistinguishable from the cooling state of the power before the upgrade of the original sin value, and the existence of the hourglass seems to be revealing some kind of information. Luo Wei immediately tried to increase the strength, but the evil value did not respond at all, which undoubtedly proved that the golden template has really entered a state similar to cooling down, and cannot increase the strength. Does this hourglass represent the countdown? Wait, the original sin value is used for power upgrades. Now 10 points are suddenly subtracted, plus the current state of the golden template. Could it be said that the golden template can also be upgraded? Luo Wei frowned. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and suddenly, a certain possibility filled his mind, which made him startled. The hourglass is a kind of timing tool, and its appearance cannot be without a reason, and the role of the original sin value can also be determined in the previous power upgrade. Although it may be wishful thinking, the golden template is being upgraded, which is indeed the greatest possibility Luo Wei can think of right now. Luo Wei focused on the hourglass and observed it calmly for a long time. According to the speed of this hourglass, I'm afraid it won't be finished in a day or two. It seems that we can only wait slowly. To determine the final result, the best way is to wait for new changes to the golden template after the hourglass ends. Just after careful observation, Luo Wei found that the speed of quicksand in the hourglass was very slow. After sorting out his mentality, Luo Wei regained his composure and separated his consciousness from his mind. Regardless of the final outcome, now we can only wait. Advertisement. Although the golden template is an important existence to improve strength, Luo Wei will not be lost without it. Getting up from the bed, he went directly to the specially transformed practice room next door, preparing to wait for the result while carrying out other aspects of practice. The battle with Qingzhou made Luo Wei discover many of his flaws. One is physical fitness. Although he has grown a lot after practicing in the Boing Islands, it is still far behind his other strengths, especially when facing opponents of similar level. He cannot carry out a protracted battle at all. There is also the application of hockey, especially armament hockey. The mid-level, hardening, application may not be a problem for powerful combat power, but in the battle of the overlord level combat power, the mid-level application is not enough. The higher the level of combat, the more irreplaceable the importance of armed Li Zhao's color hockey. On the one hand, it can defend against special devil fruit abilities such as ghost fruits, and on the other hand, it can also maximize offensive and defensive strength. Luo Wei's current practice is mainly focused on physical fitness and the application of armament hockey. One day is spent in practice, and before you know it, it is evening. Tang 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 tang. Suddenly there was the sound of hurried footsteps outside the training room, followed by Perona rushing in. Look quickly, this is the newspaper and the reward order just sent by the news bird. You are wanted by the world government. Perona held a reward order and a newspaper in both hands. After entering the training room, she hurriedly ran to Luo Wei, and said nervously while handing out the newspaper and reward order in her hand. Advertisement. Chapter 176,450 million, fourth more. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Really? Let me see. Just completed another vibration tempering technique. Luo Wei, who was sitting on the ground recovering his strength, took it very calmly, without showing any surprise at all. Such a move naturally made Perona stunned, and after reacting suspiciously, she said, "Why did you react so flatly? Did you know that you would be offered a reward? Does it need to be said, do you think the world government will not respond if I kill the king of the country that joined the world government?" Looking down at the reward order and the newspaper, Luo Wei replied without looking up. Although Perona did not participate in the operation to invade the Kingdom of Flowers, when the two met afterwards and when Perona asked what happened, Luo Wei did not hide anything and told the other party the general situation. That's right. Perona suddenly realized. Indeed, the Kingdom of Flowers is a member country of the world government, and if the king is killed, the world government will definitely want to arrest the perpetrator. At this time, Luo Wei also saw the details of the reward order. The picture is naturally his current disguise, and I don't know how it was photographed. From the environment, it should be in the territory of the 8 Treasures Navy. Among the corpses scattered all over, he holds the dripping autumn water indifferently, giving people a sense of cruelty and blood. Advertisement. Of course, the most conspicuous thing on the reward order is the reward amount of the string of zeros at the bottom. 450 million berry. Luo Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. The crime of killing the king of a member country of the world government is obviously very serious in the eyes of the world government. It is only the first time that Luo Wei has been offered a reward. The amount of the reward directly exceeds the two levels of 100 million berry and 300 million berry. Of course, there must be reasons for Luo Wei's own strength. After all, he was not an unknown person before. The record of beheading Terrence is enough to show that he has power far beyond that of ordinary criminals, and will attract the attention of the world government. It is also reasonable. Looking at the reward order, Luo Wei looked through the newspaper again and found the report about himself. In the report, he not only described his experience in the Kingdom of Flowers, but also mentioned some important achievements of his in the past, such as killing Terrence, and even Diamante and Lao Ji. Newsbird is not directly affiliated to the world government, but a product of the World Economic News Agency. The leader of this organization is Morgans, one of the emperors of the underground world. Have you been targeted by a troublesome person? Luo Wei pondered slightly. Morgans was what he called trouble. This is a person who is afraid of chaos for the sake of news. In the original book, Luffy was praised and killed, and he was deliberately called the fifth pirate emperor. Luo Wei didn't mind being offered a reward, because he had already prepared for this when he killed the king of the Kingdom of Flowers, but he didn't want to be tricked. Advertisement. Now that Morgans has exposed his conflict with the Don Quixote family and made it to the newspapers, it is undoubtedly tantamount to intensifying the conflict between him and Doflamingo. Luo Wei can fully imagine that Doflamingo will definitely deal with him with greater determination, even in order to defend his own deterrence. Although he is not afraid of Doflamingo's revenge with his current strength, it will always cause trouble. After all, his next main hunting target is West Blue's underworld gang. What are you thinking about? Could it be that you were taken aback by the amount of reward you offered, but there is no way? Who asked you to kill the leader of the country that joined the world government? Seeing Luo Wei looking down at the newspaper and the reward order without speaking, Perona said jokingly. You think too much. I'm just thinking about some things. And what about the king of the country that joined the world government? Have you forgotten what I said at the beginning? Our AJDJ goal is to hunt and kill those criminals, regardless of their identity. Even the celestial dragons are our hunting targets. Luo Wei put the reward order and the newspaper aside, and after recovering his physical strength, he stood up and said indifferently. Celestial dragons. Don't scare me, they will be hunted down by Marine Admiral. Perona was taken aback and looked at Luo Wei nervously, as if she was afraid that Luo Wei would really kill the Weilong people next time. Luo Wei said. Don't be nervous, I didn't say I'm going to hunt celestial dragons now, I just remind you. You really want to kill celestial dragons, people will die. Advertisement. Yeah, so if you don't want to die, try to become stronger, otherwise, maybe I'm fine, and you may be treated as an accomplice and eliminated by Marine Admiral. How could I be so unlucky to meet a captain who wants to kill celestial dragons? I don't care, if Marine Admiral really targets me, I will drag you to accompany me even if I die. Hee, you have to have that ability. Anyway, with your current strength, it is far from enough to drag me to be buried with you. The two soon entered into a daily confrontation. West Blue is the sea area where the underworld forces are most prevalent. Although there are pirates here, the criminals are undoubtedly based on the underworld forces. Different from pirates floating in the sea, mafia gangs all have a fixed location, that is, a territory, so it is much easier to find them. Although the golden template was in a cooling state, Luo Wei also tried it in the next few days. When he hunted a third-rate underworld gang passing by, he found that even in the cooling state, the acquisition of crime points would increase to golden on the template. Regarding this situation, Luo Wei is also relieved a lot, because it not only shows that the acquisition of the evil value has not been affected, but also reveals that the cooldown of the golden template can definitely be restored, otherwise how could the evil value continue to be obtained? 10 days passed between tossing and turning. In these days, thanks to the fixed position of the underworld gangs, Luo Wei destroyed several underworld gangs very smoothly. Although it is only the lowest third-rate underworld gang in West Blue, it has also gained more than 5,000 crime points. Advertisement. Chapter 177. Take the initiative to board the ship. First update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The moonlight sailed on the sea, and the outline of the island gradually appeared in front of it. On the deck, Hobak acted as the helmsman, controlling the rudder, while Luo Wei and Perona stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the island ahead. Hala hala. It's finally here. I don't know if there will be a stronger guy this time, otherwise it's too boring to always be as weak as the previous underworld gangs. Looking at the approaching island, Perona smiled coquettishly, and at the same time, there was an expression of anticipation on her exquisite face. Who knows, but it should be higher than the previous ones. After all, it is a first-class underworld gang. There are not many masters in charge, but it can't develop such a scale. Luo Wei smiled lightly. The connection between underworld gangs is much closer than that between pirates. After all, there are only so many territories. Once they cross the border, it will cause conflicts. After killing several third-rate underworld gangs, Luo Wei also tortured the location of many other underworld gangs. The island that is now ready to land is the headquarters of a first-class underworld gang in West Blue, and it is also Luo Wei's next hunting target. Hobak steers the helm just to control the direction of sailing, and it is Luo Wei's mind that really provides the power. Driven by the power of thought, the Moonlight soon approached the island and sailed towards the port at the same time. Hurry up. Don't let him jump away. Advertisement. You can't escape. Surrender quickly, or we will shoot. Damn woman, Lousy would have killed you long ago if the leader hadn't told him to capture you alive. He dared to blow up the headquarters. The Moonlight did not fly the pirate flag, so it stands to reason that entering the port would not cause commotion among the people here. But the strange thing is that just when the Moonlight sailed into the port and stopped, there was a chaotic scene in the port. Looking carefully, it turned out that a group of people on the port were shouting angrily and chasing a man in a black cloak, and this man ran down, heading in the direction of the Moonlight that had just docked at the port. There was almost no pause. The person wearing a black cloak and his face covered by a hood jumped onto the deck of the Moonlight very vigorously. Quick, sail the boat right away, or I'll break your neck. In a hurry, the cloaked man glanced back at the crowd chasing at the port, and then hurriedly yelled at Hobak, who was at the rudder. Surprisingly, the voice of the cloaked figure turned out to be a nice female voice, and when she shouted, she also made the gesture of crossing her hands in front of her body. Hobak was stunned by the sudden boarding of the cloaked man, but immediately after, he felt his throat was grabbed. On both sides of his shoulders, two white arms actually grew out, one left and one right grabbed his neck together, and under the exertion of strength, Hobak showed an uncomfortable expression on his face. Bang bang. Advertisement. All of a sudden, the two arms grabbing Hobak's neck immediately exploded as if they had been hit hard, and turned into strange petals that flew away. The man in the cloak obviously didn't expect this situation. At the same time, under the two arms that exploded into petals, she also let out a painful muffled sound as if she had been punched. Swish. The encounter with the cloaked man is not over yet. The next second, a figure appeared behind her, kicked her knees, kicked her to kneel on the ground, and the figure that appeared just took off the hood of the cloaked man. Hala hala ha. She is a beautiful woman, but you are so courageous, you dare to mess around on our ship. Do you know that our captain is a super scary guy? The person who kicked the cloaked man to his knees was Perona. After she took off the hood to see the cloaked man's appearance, she was surprised at first, and then quickly laughed teasingly. That woman is on this boat, go up and grab her. When we capture her, even if the leader's order is to capture her alive, I will definitely torture her. The group of people chasing the man in the cloak also came to the side of the Moonlight, and then they were about to follow them on board, but suddenly, the air they were in seemed to freeze all of a sudden, imprisoning everyone in place. Even I can't even move my mouth. 0. Kick to kneel on the deck, and after the hood was unbuttoned, the man in the cloak was shocked, and hurriedly got up and hid aside, but the next second, she was also imprisoned in place, and this change immediately made her eyes reveal fear and horror. Advertisement. The sound of footsteps came from the direction of the bow, but it was Luo Wei walking slowly, staring at the cloaked man imprisoned by his thoughts. Nico Robin, son of the devil, can you tell me about the identities of these people chasing you? Luo Wei said lightly, and revealed the identity of the cloaked man in one word. When Luo Wei came, Nico Robin also just saw Luo Wei, but because of this, after seeing Luo Wei's appearance clearly, her pupils shrank suddenly. When Luo Wei finished speaking, he also lifted the restraint on the other party's mouth, allowing Nico Robin to regain his ability to speak. Are you a crime hunter? Nico Robin blurted out in shock when he found himself able to speak, looking at Luo Wei. Luo Wei was not surprised that the other party recognized him, but said flatly, I am indeed a crime hunter, so can you answer my question now, who are these people chasing you? Nico Robin's heart was beating wildly, and even her face turned pale. She never thought that she would encounter such an extremely terrifying existence as the Sin Hunter just to get on a random ship just to escape the predicament. But in the same way, facing Luo Wei's questioning, she didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly said, these people are members of the Iron Fist, and this organization is a gangster. I see. Luo Wei nodded slightly, and then a golden light shone in his eyes. Click. The sound of bones breaking immediately resounded in the port next to the Moonlight, and it was astonishing that all those imprisoned had their necks broken by the power of thought for a long time. Advertisement. Chapter 178 Nico Robin, Second More. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Luo Wei dissipated his mind power, these people all collapsed on the ground, turning into cold corpses. Although Nico Robin couldn't see this scene because of his sight, he could hear the sound of his neck being twisted and falling to the ground, so he guessed what happened. She looked at Luo Wei with a calm expression, and felt a chill in her heart. The other party seemed to have some kind of ability, and the method was more ruthless and terrifying than the rumors, and he killed so many people without changing his face. Why, are you afraid of me? Luo Wei said in a faint voice as if he could see what Nico Robin was thinking. Aren't you talking nonsense? I'd be afraid if I were, but, this beautiful big sister, if you don't explain what happened to your, July 20th, behavior just now, I will give you a ghost to try. Oh. Perona, who was walking by, first yelled at Luo Wei habitually, then raised her hand to create a miniature ghost, and looked at Nico Robin with dangerous eyes. Another ability user. Nico Robin looked at the ghost in Perona's hand, and panicked again. The two people in front of her are obviously not good at each other. If she doesn't explain clearly, she might really be killed. Advertisement. First of all, I'm sorry. I came to your ship in a panic just because I wanted to get rid of the pursuit. Also, I didn't have any malicious intentions. What I did just now was just to get your helmsman to sail, and it didn't really hurt him. Nico Robin, who has experienced countless dangers, quickly organized the language, and then started to explain. But as she spoke, she suddenly focused her gaze on Luo Wei, but she just realized that Luo Wei seemed to have recognized her directly before. You knew me from the beginning, right? Nico Robin stared at Luo Wei closely and said. Although she was offered a reward by the world government again, the reward was always the same as she was when she was a child. For ordinary people, even if they knew the existence of the Devil's Son, they would not be able to recognize her directly. That's right, aren't you the last orphan of Ohara, and the only known archaeologist in the world who can interpret the text of history? Luo Wei responded lightly. Archaeologist, so you still have such an identity. It sounds quite powerful. By the way, the arm that appeared on Hobak's shoulder just now is your devil fruit ability. What kind of calendar is this? Perona didn't know the reason, so she didn't think too much. After Nico Robin explained the reason for getting on the boat, she focused on Nico Robin's ability. Nico Robin took a deep breath, tried his best to relieve the fear of Luo Wei knowing everything about himself, and said in a difficult voice, I am a flower fruit capable person, and the arm just now is indeed my ability. In addition, I have already explained knowing the reason for getting on the boat, I don't know if you can let me go. Flower fruit ability. Is it Paramisha devil fruit ability? Advertisement. Perona was thoughtful, and as for what to say to Nico Robin, she just turned to Luo Wei and said casually, we have to ask our captain, see if he is willing to let you go. Nico Robin immediately shifted his gaze to Luo Wei again. Although he felt that there was little hope, he still had a sense of luck after all. Leave this question aside. You just explained why you got on the boat, but you didn't say why you were hunted down by that iron fist. I really want to know. Luo Wei changed the subject directly. This. Okay. Nico Robin didn't dare to offend Luo Wei at this time, so he had no choice but to explain again. After escaping from Ohara, in order to survive and avoid being traced by the world government, Nico Robin has been mingling among various forces in the underground world. And the reason why she was hunted down by the Iron Fist Society was entirely because she had been hiding in the Iron Fist Society before that, and she was still in a high-level position. It's just like those organizations that I have experienced before. In the end, Nico Robin will be betrayed and abandoned by the organization he is working for some reason. Even though he has reached a high-level position, Nico Robin was betrayed by the Iron Fist this time. But the excellent vigilance that Nico Robin has developed in this aspect, not only detected the danger one step ahead, but even detonated the explosives buried in the Iron Fist headquarters just in case. What happened later was as it is now, because the headquarters of the Tekken Club was blown up, the leader of the Tekken Club was furious and sent people to hunt down Nico Robin, and Nico Robin also fled all the way to the port, and finally boarded the Moonlight by accident. So the Iron Fist has suffered heavy casualties now, and there are not many people left. Luo Wei asked after listening to Nico Robin's description. Advertisement. Nico Robin said. No, I just blew up the headquarters. Usually there are not many people in it. The people in the headquarters are mainly concentrated in the nearby living area. Isn't this Iron Fist our hunting target this time? Perona, who was also on the side, couldn't help but said to Luo Wei. A top-notch mafia gang at least occupies an island, and now the Iron Fist on this island is naturally the target of Luo Wei and Perona's hunt. Are you going to deal with Tekken? Nico Robin said in surprise. Of course, didn't you all recognize his identity? He is a crime hunter, someone who looks like a mafia gang, so he is naturally our hunting target. Perona said. Since the headquarters was blown up, the Tekken Club will definitely gather its personnel now on 5.6. Nico Robin, please lead the way, let's go into the Tekken Club headquarters. Luo Wei waved his hand and completely released the restraint on the opponent, and at the same time said lightly. The body regained its freedom, Nico Robin's body relaxed, and then subconsciously moved his stiff body. As for Luo Wei's order to lead the way, she naturally couldn't resist. Leaving Hobak to guard the ship, Luo Wei and Perona entered the town on the island under the guidance of Nico Robin, heading towards the headquarters of the Tekken Society. In the center of this town, a piece of ruins is extremely eye-catching, and there are nearly 1,000 people gathered around, all looking at the scene in front of them with ugly faces. Advertisement. Chapter 179 Iron Fist Club 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Damn you, you dare to blow up the headquarters, don't let me catch you, or Lousy will torture you to death. In front of the ruins, Aubrey, the leader of the Iron Fist Society, had a gloomy expression and growled while gnashing his teeth. He never thought that Nico Robin would be so vigilant, and even planted explosives under the headquarters. Although he had no pressure to rebuild the headquarters with his current power, the bombing of the headquarters was like a slap in the face, which made him very angry and embarrassed. Boss, calm down, that woman will definitely not be able to escape, but we have blocked all the ports. That's right, boss, maybe the brothers will grab that woman and come back after a while, and you can do whatever you want by then, there's no need to get angry. Not bad, king. The top executives of the Iron Fist Society standing behind all stepped forward to comfort them, and at the same time, their words were full of flattery. No way, although they are high-level personnel, Aubrey is completely in charge of the Tekken Club 09. It's like Nico Robin, even if he got to the top, he was expelled because of Aubrey's words in the end, and he became the target of the Iron Fist. Waste. All waste. Aubrey was not happy with the comfort from the senior management, instead he turned around and vehemently reprimanded, "You can only talk about it, people, I have given you such a long time and haven't captured the other party, lousy, what's the use of raising your trash?" The higher-ups quickly shut up, submissively daring not to speak, for fear that they would become the target of the leader to vent his anger. Advertisement. Boom. Suddenly, just as Aubrey finished his angry reprimand, a violent explosion rang out from one side of the crowd. Under the impact of the billowing dust and the explosion, dozens of Tekken members screamed and were blown away, some even died on the spot. What's going on? Where did the explosion come from? Enemy attack. Come on, get ready to fight. It's the woman, Chief, it's Nico Robin. The sudden situation made all Iron Fist members including Aubrey look over in astonishment. The people near the explosion screamed and fled to both sides in a hurry. At the same time, some people directly took out their guns and aimed their guns at the explosion site vigilantly. Suddenly, when the dust from the explosion dissipated, a high-level Iron Fist yelled in surprise. The reason is very simple, because of the three figures walking towards the back of the explosion, the figure on the right is Nico Robin who blew up the Iron Fist headquarters. Ha 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 ha. There really are a lot of people gathered. Standing on the left side, Perona, who blasted a gap in the crowd with a miniature ghost, glanced at the members of the Tekken Club. She was not afraid of being aimed at by a gun at all, but smiled with ease. Are all these people members of Tekken? Luo Wei, who was standing in the middle, turned to look at Nico Robin on the right. Advertisement. Although Nico Robin was not as relaxed as Perona, he still maintained his composure, nodded and said, "Yes, these people are the backbone of the Tekken Club, and besides, that person is the leader of the Tekken Club, Aubrey." At the end, she raised her finger and pointed to the crowd. Luo Wei looked in the direction pointed by the other party, and then saw Aubrey, nodded slightly, and then turned to Perona on the other side. "I will leave these miscellaneous soldiers to you to deal with, no problem." "No problem at all," Perona replied with a smile, and then saw her waving her hands, and soon there were negative ghosts and mini-ghosts appearing around. "Shoot and kill all three of them." Almost at the same time, there was a roar mixed with shock and anger, and the person who made the sound was obviously Aubrey, and when he was roaring, the person he was staring at was not Nico Robin at all, but Luo Wei. Just as Nico Robin can recognize Luo Wei at once, Aubrey, who is the leader of the Iron Fist and a member of the underground world, can naturally recognize Luo Wei. At the beginning, like everyone else, he paid attention to Nico Robin, but when Luo Wei talked with Nico Robin, he subconsciously looked at Luo Wei and recognized Luo Wei. A strong man with a bounty of 450 million berries suddenly stood with Nico Robin, and just now used an unknown method to carry out an explosive attack. Of course, Aubrey could not remain indifferent. Frightened and angry, he chose to strike first. Da da da. Following Aubrey's order, the muzzles aimed at Luo Wei and the three of them erupted with flames, and a large number of bullets were fired amidst the intense gunfire. Advertisement. Shave. Perona stomped her feet, and disappeared in place the moment Aubrey gave the order to fire. As for Luo Wei, he did not dodge 647, but lightly pointed out with his fingers in front of him with a calm expression. For a moment, ripples appeared in the void in front of him like the surface of a lake. All the bullets that came from the strafing stopped when they hit the ripples, suspended in midair with a strange posture. Such ability. On the side, Nico Robin, who was just about to get down to avoid the bullet, paused when he saw the bullet that stopped in front of him, his beautiful eyes showed shock. Go back. He spat out a sound, and the invisible force of thought was transmitted from his fingers, making the stagnant bullet immediately disappear in place. An endless stream of screams appeared immediately, and the bullets that disappeared suddenly flew back at a faster speed, piercing the person who shot just now with bloody holes. Negative. Boom boom boom. Amidst the screams, Perona, who cast Shave, and swept towards the distance, also launched an attack immediately after stopping. The left hand was a negative ghost, and the right hand was a mini ghost. Nearly 100 ghosts were generated at one time. People who were pierced by negative ghosts all knelt on the ground with no fighting spirit, and the mini ghosts burst out with violent explosions, causing people to be blown up and died tragically. Advertisement. Chapter 180 Absolute Crushing, 4th Update. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Go and assist Perona to deal with the other members of the Tekken Society. After saying a word, Luo Wei walked towards Aubrey on the opposite side. Nico Robin hesitated for a moment, although she really wanted to leave, but considering Luo Wei's horror, she finally went to Perona's place. The spinning flower. Before crossing his hands, Nico Robin activated the flower fruit ability, and those people who were hit by the negative specter and knelt in a decadent state immediately grew arms, and then immediately twisted their hands and feet with joint skills. Seeing this scene, Perona's eyes lit up, and after releasing dozens of miniature ghosts to wipe out the nearby enemies, she performed shaving again, and quickly arrived at Nico Robin's place. Is this your ability? It seems to match my ability very well. Perona opened her big round eyes and said coquettishly to Nicole with her hands crossed. It seems to be true. Then please Miss Perona continue to make these people lose their fighting spirit. Different from the cautiousness when facing Luo Wei, Nico Robin let go of Perona a lot, showing a small smile on his delicate and beautiful face. No problem. Perona nodded, and then stopped releasing the miniature ghosts, creating hundreds of negative ghosts with both hands at once, and shuttled towards the rest of the Iron Fist. Nico Robin also cooperated immediately. In the beautiful scene of fluttering petals, one arm after another appeared on the kneeling enemies, and then decisively twisted the bodies of these people. Advertisement. One subdues the enemy, the other inflicts an attack, but the abilities of the two women are perfectly matched, so that those who won the Iron Fist will have no chance to fight back, let alone counterattack. Although Luo Wei's high reward is very deterrent, Aubrey is the leader of West Blue's first-class underworld gang after all, so it is naturally impossible that he does not even have the courage to fight. The most important thing is that his vision is only limited to West Blue, and he doesn't even know how terrifying power and existence like Luo Wei possesses. When Nico Robin and Perona fought side by side against the Iron Fist, Luo Wei also met Aubrey. Under the sweeping power of thoughts, when Luo Wei walked towards Aubrey, no one could approach him or attack him. And when he saw Luo Wei walking up and down, Aubrey threw the mink coat on his shoulders to the ground with a murderous look, and his body changed immediately. The legs became longer and thicker, and at the same time a thick tail was exposed. In just a short moment, Aubrey turned into a humanoid kangaroo over 3 meters tall. A zone ability user, W. Seeing the changes in the opponent's body, Luo Wei stopped and looked at the opponent's current appearance indifferently. Not only did he become a human-shaped kangaroo, Aubrey, who was already strong and tall, bulged out strong muscles full of explosive power under the kangaroo's ability. Sin Hunter. No matter what your relationship with Nico Robin is, since you dare to attack our Tekken society, then you don't want to leave alive. With his strong legs bent, Aubrey yelled ferociously, and smashed the ground directly with astonishing explosive force, engulfed in ferocious power, spanning tens of meters in an instant, and swept in front of Luo Wei. Advertisement. The pair of fists exploded with violent power and ultra-fast punching speed. Under the violent blast, dense fist shadows directly enveloped Luo Wei's entire body. With a calm look on his face, Luo Wei avoided fierce fist shadows while moving his steps. If you don't want me to leave alive, you can't just talk about it. With your soft fist, you can't even touch me. Let me tell you what is the real head. Dodging all the attacks, Luo Wei stepped forward, raised the wall and punched out with a punch, hitting Aubrey's face at a speed that Aubrey couldn't dodge at all. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. The violent energy exploded like an explosion, and Aubrey screamed, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball, even knocking away many Iron Fist members behind him along the way. Fell tens of meters away. The terrifying fist smashed one side of his cheek, and even the teeth in his mouth were shattered. After falling to the ground, Aubrey rolled his body, howling continuously. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Even if Luo Wei only used his physical strength, he still couldn't resist 10 punches that Aubrey could parry or caused serious injuries to the opponent. Indifferently, he turned his fist into a false grasp, and his thought power into an amazing suction force. Aubrey, who was still screaming, immediately leaned forward and was sucked by Luo Wei through the air. When the opponent came to the front and back, Luo Wei took advantage of the situation and grabbed the opponent's neck, twisted it at will, and twisted his neck. The screams came to an abrupt end, and even a zone-capable user, Aubrey stared wide-eyed and lost his life with unwillingness and fear. Evil value plus 4320. Advertisement. The strength is not very good, but he has committed a lot of crimes. The information that emerged in his mind made Luo Wei's eyes light up, and he threw the corpse directly into the air. Boom. Between the vertical palms, the impact of thoughts like energy waves burst out, directly blasting the corpses flying into the air into a boat of ashes with terrifying power. How come? The leader is dead, is that good? I remembered, he is a crime hunter, run away. Retreat. Retreat. Aubrey's death naturally caused many members of the Iron Fist to discover, and some people also recognized Luo Wei. Amidst the screams of panic, the Iron Fist collapsed, and many people hurriedly fled to the distance. Don't try to escape. Perona, who was fighting with Nico Robin, scolded and shouted loudly, continuously producing negative ghosts in her hands, and quickly rushed towards the fleeing people. Aubrey was killed just like that. The strength of the evil hunter is really terrifying. When Nico Robin cooperated with Perona in flower fruit to deal with the Tekken people, he also secretly paid attention to the situation on Luo Wei's side. Endlessly. Advertisement.